Hello, everyone. I'm Town Manager Kevin Mizikar, and we're joining you today on SMC to take some time to review the entire annual town meeting warrant with you. It is our goal through this pre-recorded video that we are getting you up to speed as town meeting members and other members that are interested in the community about what we have on the annual town meeting warrant, and trying to take this opportunity to reduce the amount of proactive presentation time that town staff will have to utilize at the town meeting itself. So everyone knows it's been a strange few months related to the circumstances of COVID-19, and town meeting has been delayed from May and has now been rescheduled to August 8th at 8:30 in the morning in front of the Oak Middle School. And town meeting, we have 240 town meeting members and obviously staff that support, so it's quite a large gathering and it exceeds the total gathering that's actually allowed within the Commonwealth right now. However, legislative bodies are exempt to be able to conduct the business of the municipality and other entities across the state. So while we're exempt from that gathering total limitation, we're certainly not exempt from the virus, so our ability to diligently conduct the business of the town and do it as safe and expeditiously as possible is really important. So that's the focus of these different segments as we'll walk through all 41 warrant articles with you. It's to get you up to speed, have you better informed before you walk into the tent that will be set up at the Oak Middle School, hopefully reduce the overall time while we're on site and get through the business of the town appropriately so we can continue to operate. That being said, staff will be on hand to be able to answer any questions that anyone has, whether we don't include them in this presentation or we need to further clarify whatever it is. We are here to make sure the town meeting members are informed and can make the right decisions on the operation of the town from this point in the fiscal year forward. So we've decided to break the 41 articles up into different categories, and we've grouped them into different functional areas or types of articles like financial articles and bylaw articles, et cetera. So with our first segment that we'll get rolling on here at the start, I'm joined by the Assistant Town Manager, Kristen Lass, and we are going to go through 15 different warrant articles related to operating budgets for fiscal year 21, which started July 1st. And without further ado, I'll turn it over to Kristen for a little introduction and we'll get started.
Kristen Lass, the Assistant Town Manager, and happy to be with you today. It's Wednesday, July 22nd, and we also look forward to having the public hearings with the Finance Committee this evening, as well as continuing to tomorrow evening, Thursday, July 23rd. Before I get started to ask you a few questions about the financial articles of the town meeting warrant, could you talk a little bit about why the warrant looks a little bit different in structure? We don't have the traditional articles in the traditional format. So could you just go through that for town meeting members? Sure.
Thanks for the question. So we have definitely structured the warrant, I think, with a clear distinction. And we attempted to put warrant articles that were absolutely critical for the operation of the town. You know, we really started to lay out a different look to the warrant. Geez, it was way back in probably the beginning of the May, which seems like a lifetime ago. And we really didn't know at that time when or how we were going to have town meeting. We knew the virus was going to impact the timing. We needed more information for the financials. So we structured it so that if for some reason we weren't able to get through all 41 warrant articles, we knew that the most important critical warrant articles related to the core operations of the town could be handled in an expeditious manner. So mainly the financial warrant articles come in the first segment of the meeting, and then the second half of the meeting includes non-financial related articles that are very critical for our operations, but you know, we could do without them if we absolutely had to.
Great, thank you. That's so important for those who have been town meeting members for several years or a long time. It may not be so relevant to those who are duly elected town meeting members, so that's great information. So we'll start off with Article number 1. This is the fiscal year 20 transfers. Can you talk a little bit about if there are any transfers related to our fiscal year 20 budget?
Sure, yep. Fiscal year 20, it's unique because we're normally not done with the fiscal year when we start the new, or when we're at town meeting. So there are actually no transfers that are required. We've closed out fiscal year 20 officially on June 30th and with our financials on July 15th. So we will look to defeat this motion.
Great. Article 2 is our fiscal year 21 operating budget. I know you and the staff here at Town Hall, the Finance Committee, and the Board of Selectmen have been pivoting quite a bit related to the fiscal 21 budget. We were in this room in early March with public hearings related to the fiscal 21 budget, and that has changed quite a bit with the COVID pandemic. It looks a little bit different than it did last year for fiscal 20. So would you like to walk us through this fiscal 21 budget? And we understand that the school committee is going to be doing a separate presentation for SMC viewers and town meeting viewers specifically related to the school department operating budget.
Sure, thank you. So, yeah, this is the operating budget for fiscal year 21, so it's really one of the most critical articles that are on every annual town meeting warrant, and this sets the real policies of the town through how we're going to spend our funds. So the operating budget looks, really different than it did in March when we were at the Finance Committee. But first, I wanted to point out to town meeting members, we're really trying to take a segmented approach for our overall financials for fiscal year 21. There's a lot of questions about the costs of COVID and how we're going to reopen, how schools are going to reopen, and those extraordinary costs related to COVID are, for the most part, set aside and outside of the budget. They are being funded, hopefully in its entirety. If not, we'll have to make some decisions in the future about more local funds. But they are being funded through intergovernmental funds coming in from the state and the federal government to help us with those extraordinary, non-recurring costs that are just related to the response, opening, additional measures that we have to take to protect the town and preserve our operations. So we're going to set those aside, and we're really just going to pretend like we're focused on the normal operations. Now, you'll hear a little bit of different conversation from the school because they have much more unique costs related to COVID than the town does, and it'll be more integral in their operations because their operations will be much more changed than the town. But if I can draw a bright line, there's a distinction between COVID-related response and general operations, and we're going to focus on general operations. So that being said, everyone knows that the global economy has been significantly impacted, and unfortunately the town of Shrewsbury is a part, maybe a small part, but still a part of it. So we have now set a budget that is about $2.1 million less than we had originally talked about in March with the Finance Committee. And that includes, so that's $124,024,635 spending plan for the year. Within that includes funding for the school department, and the school department funding is $67,080,000. It's certainly not what the superintendent and his team had hoped for, but it's part of the reality that we're dealing with since we had to reduce the budget. So within the town aspect of these operations, I want to take an opportunity to kind of highlight significant changes. And first and foremost, changes to departmental budgets where there are going to be less full-time equivalents or less employees, where we've had to cut positions either in their entirety or partially to fit within that $2.1 million reduction. So starting with the Personnel Board budget, the Personnel Board has been deliberating, and my recommendation to the Personnel Board is that all non-union wages be frozen until October 1st. All department head wages be frozen for the entire fiscal year, and all non-department heads potentially be eligible to receive a 1% increase effective October 1st and allow any other wage adjustments because of longevity or whatever it is to occur on October 1st as well. So with the Personnel Board's budget, it's been significantly reduced, cut almost in half from what we had originally proposed to the Finance Committee in Fiscal Projection 1, or actually it was cut by about $100,000 from $261,000 to $167,000. So that impacts a lot of different employees. So wages have been frozen for the most part. I also want to thank 5 of the 6 unions who've come and negotiated with the town and provided concessions, and their concessions have allowed us to retain higher staff and service levels across the board because of those concessions. The police, the fire, the police superiors, the public works, and the custodial unions have all provided significant and meaningful concessions as to what was originally contracted for, and I can't thank them for their support enough because it's so meaningful to develop a budget that we can still provide great services to the community. Moving on, with regards to other personnel reductions, there's a 25% FTE or a quarter of a year reduction within the town manager's office for the management analyst. There's a 50% reduction of a part-time position within the treasurer collector's office. Within the public buildings department, there's a 1 full-time equivalent or 1 full-time employee position reduction within public buildings for an HVAC position. Within the police department, there's a half a year reduction or a 0.5 FTE reduction for an administrative clerk. There's an equivalent of 1.5 full-time patrol officer positions that have been, that are not funded in this budget. We plan to handle that by delaying the hiring of 3 patrol officers until January 1st. We've had we've had several individuals retire from the department, so we're just not backfilling those positions until halfway through the fiscal year. It is a service level impact and will reduce our staffing levels. Within the highway department, there's a quarter of a position that has not been funded, so we will delay the hiring of a heavy equipment operator until at least October 1st. And then within the library, there is hourly decreases for part-time staff. Obviously, the library's still not open. We're hoping that when we are able to open, that it doesn't impact our service levels, but we have not been able to fund those positions for the full year. So folks may think that that doesn't sound significant because if we get to the end of the fiscal year, everything seems pretty consistent to where we started the year with full-time equivalents, and that's true. But the challenge that really exists is finding those additional funds at the start of the next fiscal year because, in order to get if we're going to hire those employees partway through the year, we need to find full year funding for them next year. That's really going to stress the budget and be a challenge for us. So very generally speaking, beyond those personnel decreases, town departments in aggregate have been reduced, have their spending reduced from fiscal projection 1 about 2.6%. The operating and debt service set aside, that's an obligation of the town. We're required to fund that as it was originally proposed. That's about a $13 million total number. Within the operating support, which are line items that support both the town and schools, that's a $15.9 million item. We've reduced that budget category by about $100,000. I already mentioned the schools. We've reduced that funding that was originally proposed by $888,000, which is a 1.31% reduction from our original proposal in March that we took to the Finance Committee. In total, we've also reduced funding for our pension system and our OPEB contributions as a town. $350,000 less funding for the pension system and $50,000 less than OPEB. We've reallocated those funds. $300,000 of the pension funding went over to offset some of the reductions within the school department, and the other $100,000 offset some of the reductions within the town. So with regards to other nuances within town departments, reductions really range from about 3.5% to a little less than 1%. So we've really taken an across-the-board approach to not have any significant service reductions in any department. However, I highlighted some full-time equivalent employees that we were not able to fund for the full year or had to reduce hours. So it felt like a challenging fiscal year to start with when we went to the Finance Committee in March, and it got even harder before we got to the end of March. And unfortunately, we're going to wind up with a budget. Although it is balanced, it will provide, we'll spend about $2.1 million less than we had originally planned to. I didn't want to get into a lot of nuances on the revenue model, but I do want to tell folks that we had to reduce revenues across the board in every category, which is why we had to reduce our spending. In addition to that, we had originally planned to put $835,000 into the town's rainy day fund or our stabilization account. And in lieu of doing that, since we are in very challenging and emergency times when we need to rely upon our stabilization account to balance things out as much as possible or buoy us to the extent that it can, instead of putting that money into stabilization funds, we're going to use that within the operating budget, again, to reduce the number of reductions that we have to make to service levels. So not only is it going to be a challenge to fund these additional positions at the start of next fiscal year, if we don't want to use free cash within the operating budget to a great extent, we're going to have to find another $835,000 that's coming in from free cash this year to support that budget. So that's a very high-level overview. I do want to follow up on the assistant manager's comment that we'll be going through the budget in great detail with the Finance Committee to highlight these changes at their hearings both this evening, July 22nd, and tomorrow, July 23rd, as they review the entire warrant themselves. I think that's a fair overview of the changes that we've made to the budget, and we're ready to move on to a different article.
Great, thank you. And just a reminder that town meeting packets most likely will be mailed out the middle of next week, which will be July 29th. You should see hitting your mailbox, and you'll see the completed financial package within the town meeting booklet, and fiscal projection 2 was posted to the website today. So those who want to really get into the details and nitty-gritty can start to do so if they wish. I'm going to lump Articles 3 and 4 together. These are our traditional offsetting the tax levy by cable TV funds and light funds. Could you go through and make any comments of these are traditional articles and if the funding is the same as it was last year?
So funding is consistent for Articles 3 and 4. We utilize funding from Selco. You can call it a pilot payment, a payment in lieu of taxes, or just a contribution from the Selco department that comes into the town. Article 3 is an $800,000 contribution from Selco, and Article 4 is a $237,569 contribution from Selco that is used just as a general revenue source, and it enables us to provide service levels that otherwise would have to be raised through the tax rate. So this is a great revenue source that's the same as it has been in prior years.
Great. And then Article 5, again, is an offsetting the tax levy using free cash. So can you describe how this may be the same or different from previous years?
Yeah, so $500,000 is the same that's normally in this warrant article, and we utilize free cash in the operating budget, whenever we make the direct appropriation, which will occur through Article 2 this year, and then also through this article, which is Article 5. Where $500,000 in additional free cash is used to really exactly reduce the tax rate by that value, and it just keeps the tax rate lower than it otherwise would have to be if we didn't utilize this funding.
Great. Going in sequential order, Article 6 is, again, a traditional article to pay the medical expenses of retired disabled police officers and firefighters. And I see that we do have a charge this year. Some years we do not. Can you explain a little bit about that charge this year?
Sure. This is the town's commitment to retired disabled police and firefighters, and is done so in accordance with Chapter 41, Section 100B of the general laws. And this is anytime those individuals who are disabled have to pay out-of-pocket medical expenses. It's a little higher than this year than it has been. It's $9,719, and that is raised through the tax rate.
Great, so we'll hop forward to Article 14, which is the traditional fiscal 21 capital budget, and noting that this item has been significantly reduced related to COVID-like funding. I note that in fiscal 20, we were allocating $2.4 million for capital expenses and hoping through our planning that we would continue to be able to increase that. Can you talk a little bit about this year's fiscal year 21 capital plan and the reasons for the needed reductions?
Sure. So the vast majority of our capital plan every year is funded utilizing free cash. And that's an appropriate use of those funds because technically they're one-time expenses and we're using a one-time revenue source, free cash, to fund them. Unfortunately, we're nowhere close to that $2.4 million that we spent last year. This proposed capital improvement plan is only $1.1 million, and it's significantly reduced to the almost $2 million that we originally proposed. The real reason that we reduced this was in acknowledgement of our additional use of free cash in the operating budget and not being able to contribute to the stabilization fund. It's really important that we maintain a reserve level, and financial reserves in case we have to call upon them in hard times. And over those boom periods of the last few years, that seemed like something that we'd never need again. And then bang, all of a sudden, the beginning of March, we were in a financial situation like we've never seen. So really, we're preserving funds within our reserves and delaying capital investments through this plan. It is a $1.1 million plan, the largest expenditure. I think we're still doing everything that we need to do to make critical improvements to our facilities. The largest investment is a $500,000 investment from free cash to replace roof and air handling units at the Parker Road Preschool. And our second largest, no shock to any New Englander, is the replacement of a plow truck, which, is not your standard pickup truck. It's a $240,000 dump truck, a plow and sander. So those two investments alone make up just about 3/4 of the total plan. And then we continue to invest in other public infrastructure through this plan, some within parks and cemetery, some within the engineering division to prepare plans and make improvements to critical public infrastructure like roadways and a Newton Pond Dam and Old Mill Dam. I think we'll continue to invest in the police department, replacing 2 marked cruisers rather than 4. And then finally, we will continue to make the investment in electronic voter verification through poll pads. And this enables actually a more touchless environment for the public whenever they come in to vote early or at the polls, where we're not having to thumb through a paper copy of the book. We can move people more expeditiously through the line, especially early voters. So that's a $29,000 investment that I think really enables our remote operations. It's not something that we envisioned for this. It was just a business operation upgrade, but it certainly will benefit us in the future. So it's remained in the plan. Again, so the capital improvement plan is a $1.1 million investment. It's about half of what it would have originally been, but we're meeting the most critical needs across all town departments.
Great, thank you. Article 15, again, is a traditional of setting the spending limits on revolving accounts. We have 2 revolving accounts, the Council on Aging Transportation Fund and the Donahue Rowing Center. If you could just make a few comments related to those fundings and if they are traditional as they have been in the past.
Yep, so one is and one isn't. The Council on Aging Transportation Revolving Fund is set at its normal $75,000 level, and it's used just for that, for transportation purposes through the Council on Aging. The second account, which is the Donahue Rowing Center fund or account, is $300,000, and normally that's $250,000, but we need to make some additional capital improvements and investments in that property. So we're seeking a higher spending authorization for those particular projects this year, and most likely in the future it will return to a traditional $250,000 level. This is not additional funding that's being raised through the tax rate or through any other purposes. These are revolving accounts, so whenever a user is charged a fee to use the Donahue Rowing Center, whether that's for rental of the facility or what have you, those funds are reinvested in that particular purpose, just like the funds that we receive for transportation purposes stay with that program.
Great. Article 16 goes to the fiscal year 21 PEG access operating budget, and this is a little bit newer than those who may have seen it before due to some operational changes and separation that has occurred.
Sure. So Article 16, it's the operating budget for PEG access. SMC, as everyone will be most familiar with the name. We started this in January 1st, 2019, of a more business separation between Selco and SMC. So this is a $426,244 budget, which provides for the general operating needs of SMC throughout fiscal year 21.
Article 17 is to fund for counseling and educational services for families, specifically Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services. And they traditionally give a presentation at town meeting and before the Finance Committee. Can you speak a little bit about the $150,000 that will be looked to transferred from free cash to SYFS?
Yep, I'd be happy to. So Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services is a real partner agency of the town, and it provides for the physical, mental, and health well-being of individuals within the community. And it doesn't seem like that, given the needs of today, not only pre-COVID but post-COVID, that, we could ever fund them enough. This is a slight increase from last annual town meeting, up to the $150,000 level, but really does match the total amount that we provided during fiscal year 20. We made an appropriation in the spring and one in the fall last year. So this $150,000 will be utilized by SYSF for their counseling and education services to anyone who reaches out to them in the community through the course of the year. The town is just one funding source of SYSF. But we certainly rely upon them in their partnership. And just so everyone knows, a lot of other towns in the area, this is an internal department. And I think this model where SYSF is their own private nonprofit and the town is a significant funder of them is really the right model to use.
Great, thank you. Article 18 is an article brought by the Selco Commission that they wish to ask for a borrowing authorization for a broadband plant. And I know the town of Shrewsbury received a AAA bond rating last summer, and Selco will be able to take advantage of that bond rating for this authorization. Can you talk about why this needs to go to town meeting versus just the Selco Commission and what the amount is for?
Sure. So Selco has the opportunity to, they need outside approval for a borrowing authorization. So when they're going to incur debt, they can seek it through a general nonprofit entity called MWIC, which, they're a part of and is a public power group within the state that can back them, or they can come, as they traditionally do, to town meeting and the taxpayers of Shrewsbury to provide authorization to borrow. Now, the rates from Selco, whether it's through the electric rates or in this case, the cable side of the operations or the video side of the operations, those rates will pay back the debt. So it's very common, they're more similar to a private electric operation or cable operation, broadband internet service provider. So those entities take on debt and Selco needs to take on debt. And this project is really exciting because they're going to be upgrading the cable infrastructure from the traditional coax within the community to fiber. And, it will be fiber to the home, and it will continue to make Shrewsbury one of the most desirable places to live, not only in the Commonwealth, but in New England. It'll be fiber to, every individual residence within the community over the course of a several-year project period. And they're seeking to borrow $15 million for this project. Selco's in a great financial position where that's about half of the total project cost, and they'll rely upon their own financial reserves, capital reserves, to make this investment. I think it's a prudent investment. Not only, everyone here is cutting the cord, right? So there's not a lot of cable subscribers, or there's a significantly reduced number of cable subscribers. This helps keep a viable revenue stream for internet service coming into Selco as a business operation. And it really provides a higher quality of life for residents to be able to have access to fiber to their home within the community. What I'm most excited about is the benefits to the town. It allows us to be a smart city. It allows us to do the Internet of Things within the public domain, and just be a much more accessible community with regards to our public infrastructure. So again, they're seeking town meetings vote and approval to incur debt, but they will be responsible for having rates sufficient to pay this debt back. There'll be no impact on the tax rate if this article is approved.
Great, thank you for that explanation. We'll turn to Article 19, which is the traditional Chapter 90 allocation related to improvements of our public ways, where we receive state funding and then have to acknowledge that in order to do these types of projects. This year, we are already aware for fiscal '21 that we'll have $989,000 approximately in our funds. Can you talk a little bit about what that will be used for?
Sure. So this is our annual general roadway improvement plan, and the town has over 135 lane miles of roadway throughout the community. $989,000 doesn't provide sufficient funding, but it is the only source that we do, because the only source that we utilize to make improvements in public ways and, resurface roadways, et cetera. So this funding will be used for a variety of projects, and will enable us to maintain roadway infrastructure and deal with some of the most dire conditions throughout the community.
Great. We'll turn to Article 20, which again is a traditional article. This is to transfer funds related to cemetery lots for the amount of $18,000.
Yep, very traditional article. It's just moving funds for the long-term care and improvement for the cemetery. One of the major initiatives that we have going on and started to plan for was the expansion of the Mountain View Cemetery. A hot topic within the community, as we need to find additional room and are building a plan out. So funds would be used potentially in the future for the improvement of that, and the existing Mountain View Cemetery facility. This $18,000 is coming out of the sale of lots account, which has $93,000 in it. So we have sufficient funds to do that, and there's no impact on the tax rate to do this.
So turning to Article 21, this is again a traditional article where we have an item to pay bills of a prior fiscal year. Again, we're in a little bit different position because we're having a town meeting for fiscal 21 when we're already 2 months in. And I note that we may not have any bills of prior fiscal year because we are closing the books.
That is correct. We are in a good spot. No prior fiscal year bills. And so this article would be hopefully defeated by town meeting because we don't need to take action.
So we'll finalize what we're calling segment 1 related to really the financials. The last one I wanted to talk about was Article 39. Again, a traditional article where we asked to fund a portion for the Lake Quinsigamon Commission to deal with Lake Quinsigamon.
Sure. So Lake Quinsigamon is a great asset of the community, and Lake Quinsigamon Commission is charged through a state statute for the management and maintenance of Lake Quinsigamon, and the town provides financial contributions primarily for invasive weed control and other lake water quality management issues. One little change for this, as We're exploring the challenges of invasive weeds in Lake Quinsigamond and working with all residents within the watershed. We're providing $10,000 additional to Lake Quinsigamond Commission this year to begin eradicating invasive weeds within Newton Pond. And that's a body of water that is at the headwaters of Lake Quinsigamond, and conceivably and actually what happens in Newton Pond flows into Lake Quinsigamond. So we're going to help deal with invasives within that body of water this year as well.
Great, thank you so much. I think that wraps up our traditional and new types of financial articles for town meeting. So we will take a short break and then transition to the next segment that deals with the operating and capital budgets of our utilities.
Great. Thank you. We're going to take a couple minutes now to review the operating and capital improvement plan of our utilities. The town relies upon what's called enterprise funds or special revenue funds to bring in ratepayer revenue and dedicate those to the operations and maintenance of the infrastructure to our critical utilities. Our utilities are our solid waste program, our sewer operations, our water operations, and our stormwater operations and programs. So I'm joined for this segment by the business manager of the Department of Public Works, David Snowden, and the Department of Public Works Director, Jeff Howland, and they will walk us through the details on these various warrant articles. So Dave, I'll start with you. We'll start with Article 7 for fiscal year 21 operating budget for the solid waste program and operations. So if you wouldn't mind walking us through how we spend the revenue that comes in for the program and some comparisons to the prior year, that'd be great.
Of course. Thank you, Kevin. This is a great format to be able to meet town meeting. Article 7 reviews the solid waste expenditures for the town. This enterprise fund deals with the collections of the town's solid waste and the recyclable materials. What we're seeing different in this year, fiscal 21, than in previous years would be the addition of indirect charges for the solid waste account. And we're doing this as an effort to increase the transparency of all the expenditures that are necessary to support this enterprise, as we did with the water enterprise last year. The revenue generated for this program is split between the tax levy and the pay-as-you-throw bag fees, which is the bulky waste stickers and the pay-as-you-throw bags. The revenue reflected in this projection is based on the new bag rate as of 7/1/2020. And those are the major items within this budget in Article 7.
Great, thanks, Dave. Let's turn now to Article 8, which is the operating budget for the sewer department. And if you wouldn't mind kind of walking us through the sewer department just like you did for solid waste, and tell us what's on tap for operations for this year.
Of course. The sewer budget here, we have salary expenditures in the 1 and 3 lines. The one would be split between the water and sewer accounts for our superintendent. The salary 3 lines typically refer to the technical staff that are out in the field. Our contractual services throughout the sewer are pretty typical from year over year. And the one larger difference would be our 09 account, which the change year over year there is based on our flow rate changes with all our treatment plants going forward.
Great. So operations there within the sewer department's about $6.3 million. And I guess, one thing just overall with all these utility accounts, they're all balanced accounts. So with the exception that Dave noted, with using about 50% of the total revenue required from the tax levy for the solid waste program, these are all self-funded entities. So sewer funds itself, water funds itself, et cetera. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over for Director Howland to talk a little bit about those new charges within the operating budget for the sewer department with regards to where our sewer flow is going to be going in fiscal year '21. And then if you'd also touch a little bit on our plans for capital improvements within the sewer department, which is found in Article 9.
Thanks, Kevin. So, as many of you know, we are doing the Route 20 sewer improvement project, which will take a portion of our sewer that currently goes to Westboro, approximately 130,000 gallons on average per day, that currently goes to Westboro, will now be reallocated to the city of Worcester to their Upper Blackstone treatment plant. This allows us in the future for better economic development along the Route 20 corridor. The project is well underway. We funded that, I believe, 2 years ago, and we anticipate having the project completed by late fall, early spring of 2021. We're a little delayed on the pump station due to manufacturing delays at the pump station that's located at the Barden Trimount station, or Barden Trimount plant on Lake Street. But the sewer main work is actually well ahead of schedule, and we anticipate that work actually being completed this fall.
Great. So can you talk a little bit about the details of the various improvements that we'll make in Article 9, Jeff?
Yeah, so
The different types of programs that we'll undertake in fiscal year '21?
So the capital improvements that we will be doing in the sewer department is similar to the same ones we have done in the past. They are II, or infiltration inflow investigation, which we are in year 10 of our 13-year program. What we will be doing is we'll be doing TV monitoring of the sewer mains within a certain zone and looking for potential leaks, cracks in the pipe, or other forms of infiltration or inflow to the sewer system itself. As I said, this is year 13. We will also be working on the design for years 7, 8, and 9. In which we typically do every 3 years about $1 million worth of improvements, which we will fund as part of next year's capital. We will also be doing as we typically do, is we are going to be working on or evaluating several pump stations. Mainly this year, we will look at the Rolfe and Maple pump stations, which are two of our largest stations. And we will do an investigation. We're going to start looking at each station in its entirety, from electrical to pumps to everything, and then actually do probably next year look at upgrading both of those stations completely. We have not done a full rehab of those stations in many, many years, probably since 1995. We are finishing up the design currently now of our final 17 pump stations for our new SCADA, and the design will be completed this fall, and we will put that out, and we will have all of our stations on the modern SCADA system, which is the system that allows the operator to be able to evaluate each of the stations, gets the flow, gets alarms that would be directly to him, and he'll be able to see what the alarm is ahead of time versus getting to the site, evaluating it, and then going back to the garage to get what equipment that he needs. He'll already have that information before he gets there. I think those were the main topics.
Great.
Capital improvements.
Yeah, so I'll just note, also on the plan is to replace a pickup truck. It's a $71,000 investment. So for Article 9, the total capital improvements for sewer this year is $1,636,900 and consists of those detailed projects that Jeff has gone through. So walking away from sewer now onto the cleaner side of the house, Dave will talk a little bit about the water operating budget, and if you could just give us an overview of that, how much it is, and what's going on within water operations in '21.
Of course, Kevin. Article 10 is for the water enterprise. It seeks to raise the amount of $2.5 million, of which the revenue would be generated through the water rates, which were set, are based on our projections from our May 2018 water rate study. So the entirety of the costs for the operating budget are covered by the fees associated to water use. Year over year, this is a very similar budget as we've seen in the past. Things that we did reduce, you'll see more on the capital side between fiscal projections 1 and 2, but the bottom line is pretty consistent with previous years.
Great. All right, so I'll turn back over to Jeff for Article 11, which is the Water Capital Improvement Plan. Jeff, this is something that we've taken a lot of effort in over the past years to help improve our water quality, whether it was the $14 million new water treatment plant to remove manganese, and we did a special article last fall to look at some emerging contaminants, whether it's PFAS or hexchrome. So if you wouldn't mind just talking about those ongoing initiatives, and then what's new for fiscal year 21, when we're going to replace mains and do some other things like that.
Thank you. So in our previous initiatives, we had budgeted money for unidirectional flushing, which we did start last fall. In which we were continuing during the warmer days through this winter. However, with COVID-19, we had to suspend the unidirectional flushing operations. We completed 1.5 of our 12 zones. We were highly concentrating on the high-pressure zone, which is the center of town northerly. And we got about, 1.5 zones completed. We will start that back up in the fall. You do not do unidirectional flushing in the summertime, as it does use significant amounts of water, and we want to make sure we have adequate water during the high demand of the summer months. But we will start that back up again in the fall. We have also, as everyone knows, we have hexavalent chromium and PFAS that has been discovered, which is an emerging contaminants which have been found in our water. We have contracted with a company to start the pilot process for the hexavalent chromium. Unfortunately, again, due to COVID, and the company is out of Georgia, they are not able to get here due to quarantine requirements and restrictions on travel. The equipment is here, it's in the plant, we just have to wait for them to come and set it up, and as soon as we are first on their list, and they will be here and they will start that piloting process. That process takes 14 weeks to complete. Once we complete the hexavalent chromium pilot testing, we will then go into PFAS testing. We cannot do them concurrently. We must do them separate, as the pilot testing apparatus will be located in the exact same location within the plant itself. So we will do them separate. That company is local, so we will not have restrictions. Reason we cannot do that at this point, we are in the process of getting approval, which we must get from DEP prior to doing the pilot testing on the method, the location, the disposal, et cetera. So we are getting that approval now, and once we get that, we'll commence that as soon as the hexavalent chromium pilot testing is complete. For FY21 capital investments, we are continuing our water main replacement initiatives, in which we try to do between $1.5 million worth of work. And this year on the design, actually we're in the process of getting ready to bid, will be Main Circle, School Street, Dawson, Saybrook, Catalina, and Jenny Street area. We have had significant number of breaks on School Street, and also in the vicinity of Main Circle over the last year. And the other section over off Saybrook, which is off of Crescent, has been slated for repair for several years now. Another capital investment, we'll be looking at upgrading the West Main Street booster station. All of the components within that station are original from the early 90s. And then we will be replacing a pickup truck, which is 61, which is actually partially being funded by the water and partially being funded by the sewer. And we are going to replace, or we are going to purchase valve exercising equipment, which we currently do not have, so that we can aid in the unidirectional flushing process, which in the future, hopefully be able to do that in-house once we've gone through this first round. There's two other capital investments, which are, we're going to purchase a new riding lawnmower as our existing riding lawnmower for the water department, which does do the maintenance around our tanks, our booster stations, and at the treatment plant, is no longer functioning. We are, and there'll be two articles later, which are 24 and 25, which is the purchase of two parcels, which we'll discuss further in the program.
Great. Jeff, why don't we just talk about those for a minute since you brought them up? As you mentioned, Articles 24 and 25 both seek to acquire land off of North Quinsigamon Avenue that has become available. Actually, both sellers had approached the town. The numbers are 268 North Quinsigamon and 274 North Quinsigamon. Why would we want to purchase that land?
So both of those parcels, which are located on the east side of North Quinsigamon Ave, just south of Interstate I-290, they are both located within our Zone 1, which is within 400 feet of our Lambert's Wells 3.2 and 3.1. So DEP's requirement is that we have the ability to control, own or control, have control over all property within our Zone 1. Those wells were pre-existing prior to that requirement. This gives us a perfect opportunity to purchase those two pieces to secure our Zone 1 protective radius. I want to say, looking at the map, approximately 90 to 95% of both of those parcels are located within our Zone 1. The other portion of those are located within our Zone 2.
So with 268 North Quinsigamon Avenue, not only are we going to purchase the property, but there's a single family, actually there's a duplex or a multifamily property, a home with an apartment on it. We will be seeking enough funding to demolish that. The other property is actually free of any structures. So for Article 24, 268 North Quinsigamon, we're going to seek the use of $245,000 from the Water System Improvement Account. And for 274 North Quinsigamon, it'll be $103,000 from the same account. Article 12 is the operating budget, so I'll turn it back over to Dave for what's going on in stormwater operations for fiscal year 21.
Of course. So fiscal 21 will mark the second year of operations for the town's stormwater utility. The revenues generated are those that were set out in our stormwater management plan. Revenues collected within the first year went well, and they matched very closely to what the plan intended. And as initially laid out, fiscal 21 proposes an increase in expenditures of $251,681 over FY 20. And all those expenditures are within the rates that are generated from the stormwater.
Great. So we'll have a total operating budget of $1,456,741. And Jeff, I'll turn it over to you to talk about what capital investments we'll make through Article 13.
Thanks, Kevin. So the capital investments that we have listed are only drainage projects, and currently we have not made a decision on which drainage projects we will do for the next, which we would normally put out in the spring. We typically, what we'll do is we'll actually get feedback from the Highways Division Manager on which areas that he deems to be the most concerning. And we are working on a list that our previous highway superintendent had that's 2.5 pages long. So we're trying to take it off the top and work our way down. I would like to talk about the actual expenses that we have in there and what's included in that expense.
Sure.
Real briefly. That includes our fall street sweeping, which we are mandated to do under our MPDS permit. We also are doing additional catch basin cleanings than we had done in the past. And what we're also doing is, as part of our road improvements and where we can, it's also doing improvements to our existing catch basin system, which is really outside of, it's a drainage project, but it's not really a drainage project. So we are replacing every catch basin that's required to be within a street that we are in the process of repaving, which we are funding it out of that, and then we're looking at other things to be doing. This year, we are obligated to start our dry weather and wet weather monitoring of all of our outfalls, in which we are currently working on an SOP or standard operating procedure on how to do that and when we are to do that. The dry weather flows are easy. Wet weather flows, we have to do the monitoring when the basin or the outfall starts to flow 30 minutes after it starts. So it's random of when we will be running around to each one. We just trying to come up with a method of us being able to figure out a way to do it.
So again, stormwater capital improvements will be 250, and the vast majority come through the $1.5 million operating budget. Okay, so I think that is it for all of our utility capital investments and operating plans for fiscal year '21, and we'll pause now before we move on to the next segment.
Well, welcome back to the next segment of review of the 2020 town meeting articles. I have with me Bernie Cahill, the town planner. We will be discussing Articles 31 through 36 that pertain to zoning articles on the town meeting warrant. And first, we're going to take Articles 31 through 34 really comprehensively. Bernie, this talks a lot about creating a town center zoning district. And I know there's been a lot of conversation in the town over the past 4 or 5 years related to the town center, related to revitalization. So can you talk a little bit about how this started, how it's developed, and what town meeting members see today as proposed language related to a town center zoning district?
Absolutely, thank you. The proposal for the town center zoning district has its origins going all the way back to the 2016 Shrewsbury Master Plan. So the master plan established several goals for strengthening and preserving Shrewsbury's town center in order to, and I'm going to quote directly from the master plan, to maintain and enhance the character of Shrewsbury's historic town center. And to do this, the Shrewsbury Master Plan speaks to some specific tasks that it had and assigned to the planning department to follow through with. One of them is to promote the town center as a pedestrian-friendly shopping and service area and a neighborhood gathering place, and also to review the existing zoning bylaw to ensure that future infill is complementary to the compact style of the area that exists today. Within those kind of more general tasks, they had some very specific tasks in mind for the planning department to pursue. So one of those was to conduct a design study and develop a clear vision for the area within the town center. To determine the limits of the town center was another one, and making recommendations for parking, building design guidelines, streetscape improvements, and wayfinding was another. And finally, one of the tasks was to consider the development of a business association or independent organization that could promote the town center. So that's where the origins of the town center came from, and why the planning board, or the planning department, if you will, decided to undertake the review and the promotion of a town center zoning district. So from those, I can speak further to, in the ensuing years of the past 4 years, the Planning and Economic Development Department has aided in the completion or helped to complete the following tasks as required by the master plan. And I'm happy to say we've actually done most of the ones that were put into the master plan task list. So the first one, in 2018, the town was awarded a grant from the state to conduct a Shrewsbury Town Center parking management plan together with a consultant, Stantec. This plan looked at and considered the different parking formats we have in town, did parking counts, et cetera, and provided them to the town. In 2018, at about the same time, we helped to establish with some very civic-minded citizens and residents in the town center and businesses, the Shrewsbury Town Center Association, which I think everyone will remember if they do, the December 2019 Yuletide Market, which they helped to organize and manage, and the town center lighting of the common as well. The Shrewsbury Town Center, we also received a were awarded a grant in 2019 to conduct the Shrewsbury Town Center and Beale School Visioning Study. This was done with a consulting firm called Horsley Witten, and the final product was delivered to us last June in 2019, and provided recommendations for how to move forward with a town center zoning outline if we wanted to pursue the town center as a village district. Furthermore, we aided the Beale Reuse Committee with their recommendations for the request for proposals to the Board of Selectmen that were issued last summer. And finally, we received another grant from the state to conduct a wayfinding and branding study in the downtown, which was just recently completed and approved by the Selectmen in June of 2020.
Great. So it seems like a lot of planning has gone in over the past few years, a lot of community input, and I think that leads us to the next 4 articles that are on the town meeting warrant. Can you speak a little bit about why this town center zoning package is coming to town meeting members in 4 distinct articles, and why it's not one large article chunked together?
Right, now that's a great question. So the process to actually create the zoning articles took off really last fall and the fall of 2019. This was following the studies that I just mentioned that were completed. And what the planning department did was it took those results from those studies and those recommendations and started to draft an initial outline. So from that outline, then it was presented to the Board of Selectmen in the fall of 2019 for their blessing and endorsement to move forward with that. We received that endorsement from the Selectmen, and the issue was put forward, it was the planning board then moved forward with 2 public forums following the meeting with the Board of Selectmen, one in November of 2019 and one in December of 2019, both of which were highly attended by the public. Following that, in January of 2020, the planning department met with some stakeholders in the town center to review the outline of the draft, just as they had reviewed it with the members of the public at those public forums. And including in those stakeholders were the Shrewsbury Town Center Association and the Historic District Commission. And we were looking to receive feedback from these members, just like we were from the members of the public, to see what their concerns were, what their ideas might be, what their recommendations might be, and to incorporate those ideas, recommendations, and take into account the concerns as we drafted the bylaws. So when we got to 4, essentially how we got to 4 was through the forums and this feedback sessions, we realized over time as we were presenting them that they fell into 4 distinct categories. The first one being definitions and uses for one article, using essentially section 2, if you will, of the bylaws, which is the definition section and the use table. We saw how those were going together, and when we spoke about one, we spoke about the other. The second one was when we were talking about the zoning bylaws, we realized that we had to explain a lot of times to the public and to members of town staff how this new town center was going to fit into current processes and requirements in the zoning bylaw. So that became the second article, is how do we integrate the town zoning, the town center zoning into existing bylaws to make it work, to make them function together. The third one is actually, the third article is the town center district itself. And then this area we're going to have, and we propose to have, the items that make the town center zoning district distinct from the other zoning areas in town, zoning districts. So these are things like, and I'm going to talk about these in a little more detail, but things like design elements and requirements, parking standards, and those types of things that are unique to the town center. And then finally, the fourth and final article was, of course, the boundaries for the zoning district. Is it going to be the same as what the limited business was, or was it going to be different? So these were the 4 distinct discussions we found ourselves having over and over again with members of the public and stakeholders. So to the best of our knowledge, we decided to go, rather than change that, we decided let's go with this because these are the areas we're discussing anyways. So we put forth 4 articles that really need to be taken together to create what we're looking at creating, which is the town center zoning district. You couldn't have one without the other. They go together.
Great, thank you for that explanation. So for those who are not familiar with zoning bylaws or zoning articles, so town meeting has to approve a zoning article. It's a 2/3 vote that needs to pass. And this really lays out how land use is used, so we're kind of backing way up. For those members of town meeting who haven't voted on zoning articles or bylaws, I definitely recommend you to refer to some of the studies that Mr. Cahill has presented today and get up to speed on why we're doing this and kind of the look and the feel that we're going to be getting. You'll see in your town meeting booklets that you're going to get the zoning language might be a little heavy for those who aren't familiar with zoning language, but Mr. Cahill and the planning board have really worked to use some photographs and other things to get you to feel what this town center might look like if there is a revitalization occurring. So why don't we move forward, and if you can just briefly describe what each article does and how that will allow for the revitalization of the town center, that would be great.
Yeah, happy to. So Article 31. So when we establish a new zoning district in town, as we do for any new zoning district, as we're proposing to do here with this one, various parts of the zoning bylaw need to be amended, right, to integrate the particular and the particular aspects of that new zoning district. So for Article 31, this means taking those new uses that I discussed earlier and that are tailored specifically for the town center and putting them into the use table and then assigning them whether they are a use that is allowed by right, which means it might require site plan approval by the planning board or by special permit, or not allowed at all. And we had to do this across the board for all the different zoning districts, but specifically for the town center zoning district. So we have some new uses, and I'll just give you some examples where we had an idea for a new use, and this one was very popular, was the idea of a microbrewery of some kind. Well, we didn't have microbrewery in the definition section of the zoning bylaw or in the use table. So first we came up with the brewery definition, which we use from gathering from many different towns who already have this as a use, existing use. And then once that was done, we put it in the use table and then went through the zoning districts for where it was allowed and where it was not, making it an allowable use in the town center zoning district. So that is one example. And again, to stress the point, the board, if the town meeting members would like to see the entire list, they can go on the website, and we have all of the articles in full on the website. They just have to click on them. They're PDFs. They can read them, and they can see all the uses that are being proposed and all the definitions. So that was Article number 1, which again was Article 31, which was the definitions and the use table. So moving on from there, for Article 32, this was, as I mentioned earlier as well, the proposed criteria for the town center and how they were incorporated into the existing criteria of the zoning bylaw for things like site plan review, signage, lighting, and parking, things that already exist in the town, but for the town center district is going to be somewhat unique. So, for example, in Article 32, we propose that any vertical or horizontal mixed use that's proposed is going to have a site plan review by the planning board for it. So this is right up there with other things like any marijuana establishment across town. It triggers site plan approval. For any commercial development with 10,000 square foot of space that they're proposing, triggers a site plan approval. The same would be for vertical and horizontal developments, mixed-use developments in the town center.
Can you explain a little bit vertical and horizontal mixed use for those who might not know what that means?
Sure. So a vertical mixed use is one where you have multiple stories of a building, again, within the limits that are going to be allowed within the town center zoning district, which is 35 and a half feet of height, or 2.5 stories, and up to 3 stories with a special permit. So a vertical mixed use, again, it's a multi-story building with multiple uses in it. So the first floor may be retail or commercial. The second floor could be retail, another retail or commercial business. It could also be a residential unit. So it depends on what mix the developer is looking for, but a mixed use is exactly as it sounds. It's a mix of various different uses that you wouldn't have on a traditional single lot these days. Horizontal is the same thing, except for you're not necessarily stacking floors on top of each other. You're thinking on the horizontal plane, left to right, where you might have a use along a main street, such as like a retail use, but you might have, say, a few townhouses in the back. Or maybe you'll have a retail and a commercial in the front and a commercial, more office business in the back. But you're using it on the same lot. So that's the difference, and that's a really good question. So for Article 32, right, so when we get to a part in one of our existing criteria for something like, say, parking or lighting or signage, where the town center district is going to deviate from what's existing there, there's now a reference to look at the town center subsection, which is what Article 33 is all about, which is establishing the subsection for the town center district and its own unique criteria. So sometimes they will overlap and sometimes they will be the same, these criteria, but in other circumstances, you'll have to defer to the new subsection to see what is allowed for signage and lighting and so forth. Which brings us to Article 33. So as I mentioned, Article 33 would establish a standalone town center subsection. And this subsection, I think the most important thing it does at the very beginning is establishes to anyone reading it the overall vision that the town's putting forth for the town center. We're talking about a traditional New England village center, as we see throughout the New England states, right? 2, 3-story buildings, mixes of uses, broad sidewalks and the like. But it also does more than that. It also provides the criteria that the planning board would use when evaluating proposed developments. And this isn't helpful just for the planning board, but for the public as well as developers. And then further on down, so that's how the Article 33 starts, this subsection. Now this is followed by, as I mentioned before as well, that the specific standards and requirements that need to be met for developments in the town center zoning district. So that includes things, dimensional standards, right, for lot coverage, for height, for things like setbacks, as well as standards for things such as building design and architecture, parking and pedestrian areas, lighting and signage, and landscaping. And as Kristen mentioned earlier, the planning board, our department, took the effort to put in additional images, something that has become more common in planning practice, to demonstrate to people who may not be familiar with certain technical terms, you can see what it is that the town is looking for whichever subsection you're at for the criteria for parking or lighting or what have you. Article 34 then is of course the final article that deals with the town center, and this is the map showing the boundaries, the proposed boundaries for the town center district. Now, many of you will notice while the new zoning district replaces the limited business district, it is actually going to be, as proposed, slightly different. For one, it would not cut through the zoning line for the town center district, would no longer cut through certain properties. Right now it cuts through properties, which creates confusion for landowners, homeowners, developers, and the like. So the new zoning district boundaries would follow strictly lot lines only. It would not cut through lots. Secondly, it's proposed to be extended eastward along Main Street. And primarily the reason we did this, and this goes back to the very beginning talking about the master plan, about establishing the town center district culturally and economically and socially. And what we found when we did our research is that to the east of the intersection of Route 140 and Main Street is that there's a lot of mixed uses already going on the existing lots there today, even though they're in a residential district. So we have mixed uses, we have doctor's offices, we have a mix of commercial and residential already along the eastern part of that section. So that is the proposal for that. And you can view the map also online, Article 34, on either the Planning Department website or the Planning Board website. We have both of those articles, all 4 of the articles, if you will, up and available for anyone to read.
Great, and those will be specifically located in the town meeting packets as well and the book.
As well.
So I know the planning board has been debating these articles for quite some time in a public hearing setting. When did that start? When did the public hearing start for the planning board related to the town center zoning?
Yeah, great question. So we started initially in March. We had a public meeting where we went through almost line by line the entire zoning bylaw as proposed for the board members to provide feedback and hear the whole picture of it. From there on out, since April, May, June, and July's meeting, the planning board has been reviewing the articles, all of the articles, including the town center articles, during its meetings. We've also left it open and let it be known at each meeting that members of the public could provide feedback at any time by calling us, emailing us, or what have you, anything remote to get in touch with us. We've also are going to be presenting to the Finance Committee for their recommendation and the Board of Selectmen. And the planning board will be providing their recommendation on August 6th at their next town meeting, regularly scheduled meeting prior to town meeting.
Great. So I know that you provided a lot of PowerPoint presentations at the planning board public hearings, so those town meeting members who might want to get a little bit more in depth with this should certainly review those on SMC. Those are certainly available, and you'll be giving a PowerPoint presentation tomorrow night to the Finance Committee. And of course, we have those exhibits on the website. So thank you very much. Just a few more questions related to the town center zoning before we move on to the two other zoning articles on the warrant. Another article on the town meeting warrant is the disposition of land for the Beal School at 1 through 7 Maple Avenue. How does this town center zoning provide development opportunities for that site for someone who might want to bid on that property for sale?
Right. I know this is a very important question for residents of town. And I want to make it very clear that what's happening at the Beal School and the Beal request for proposal is completely complementary to what this zoning bylaw is. In fact, as they both progressed forward together since last summer. So we've been working together, we've been communicating together with the Beal Reuse Committee, with the planning board and with the planning department about what the needs are going to be for this site and what the desires are for the town. So keeping that in mind, I think what this new zoning would do is, I think first and foremost, as I mentioned earlier, is it provides the potential developers or people responding to the RFP with the community's vision for the town center, as it does for everyone looking to develop in any spot of the town center. The new zoning establishes the parameters for how the land at Beal could be used and the process that would need to be followed and the criteria for things like parking and design that would need to be met. And as I mentioned, this is currently the subject of, or will be shortly, in the near future, the subject of a request for proposals from developers looking at this site. And taking that into account, what we did when we designed these town center zoning bylaws is we provided for some wiggle room, if you will, in the bylaw for such things, and a great example is for things like setbacks. So right now, if you look at the dimensions for the setbacks that are allowed, you'll see that the front yard setback is 0 feet, no front setback, up to 10 feet. However, that was too strict for the Beal Reuse Committee, and I agreed with them. So what we did is we actually put in a requirement, or an allowance, I should say, for anything over 10 feet as a setback would require a special permit from the town, from the planning board to proceed. Again, this would provide Beal with more wiggle room depending on what would come forward from a developer, what kind of proposal. I think it's worth also noting, finally, that zoning could be further amended, as it always can be. It's certainly nothing that's permanent forever, and it doesn't need to be. So we could always amend it to accommodate a proposal that the town and the public really support at the Beal site. This has been done at other sites, most recently Lakeway Commons and Market Basket, where a proposal was brought forth by a developer. It had immense support from the town, so we amended it slightly, the zoning bylaws as they exist today, to accommodate what was being proposed. And I think that would work at the town for the Beal reuse as well. But I think overall, it's, like I said, it sets the parameters, it sets some dimensions and kind of the four corners that the Beal School would, hopefully the developers would see this town center zoning and understand what it is, the goals overall that the town's striving for.
Great. So we may have some property owners or landowners who are saying to themselves, I'm really nervous about this new zoning going into place. Do I have to bring my property into compliance right away? I don't meet the setback requirements, or I have a drive-through and drive-throughs aren't allowed, or it's requiring this type of sign up for my business and I don't have that type of sign. Do I have to go spend a lot of money? So can you put people at ease of what this process is and how it relates to existing development versus proposed development?
Right, and I understand those concerns, but the short answer is no, that they would not need to bring their buildings or their lots into conformity. Certainly not if they're going to continue the use that's existed there for many years prior to this zoning being adopted. So it's not going to force anyone to comply, but it would impact the new development in town center. So if someone were to tear down an existing building to decide to come back with something new, then they would have to bring it up to the standards of the new town center district. And I think really overall what it is doing is not so much restricting of what they can continue doing what they've done before, but they provides these landowners or future landowners, as it might be in the years ahead of us, decades ahead, with new with new and creative opportunities for developing their land that they didn't have at their disposal before, that they weren't allowed to do. So someone who's there now might decide, if they decide they want to continue business as usual, that doesn't need to change. Certainly the gas stations, no one needs to go away. Dunkin' Donuts, no one needs to be afraid they can't get their coffee. It will be there. However, if someone in the future were to buy one of those lots, were to decide they wanted to do something different, they would then have more opportunities. They'd have more choices at their disposal than just the few that we have today.
So this zoning language really provides for a transformation opportunity over time as development projects emerge.
Right. So zoning is best understood as laying the framework for a future development. So the town can change zoning how it sees fit, but right, it still requires, landowners to take their own initiative, imaginative developers, financiers, skilled architects and builders and the like, to actually want to come up with an idea that would meet what it is that the town's looking for. So the town doesn't make development happen. We can incentivize it to a degree, we can make it easier, and we can establish our own goals for the town. But at the end of the day, it will be up to developers and landowners to, on their own, put these pieces into place and come forward to us with development proposals and ideas.
Great. Well, thank you so much for the summaries of Articles 31 through 34. This has been an accumulation of many, many years of work, input from many citizens, business owners, and we urge town meeting members who may not be familiar with the process that there are a lot of resources on the planning department, planning board, and town meeting websites to bring you up to speed in order to be prepared to vote on these zoning articles on August 8th. With that, Mr. Cahill, I'd like to turn to Article 35. So a few years back, the town of Shrewsbury adopted several zoning articles related to retail marijuana, cultivation of marijuana, and such and so forth. Can you talk a little bit about what Article 35 is and how it relates to that zoning bylaw that we put in place several years ago?
Yes. So a couple of years ago, the town at special town meeting adopted regulations for marijuana establishments in town, and certain different uses under the rubric of, or under the umbrella of marijuana established, were assigned different zoning districts where they were allowed. Marijuana cultivator and craft marijuana cultivator cooperative are among the most restrictive in terms of where they can set up shop. By allowing marijuana, so right now, allowing marijuana cultivator and craft marijuana cultivator cooperatives to operate in the limited industrial district, as this article intends to do, of course, by special permit, as it always has been, it would actually mirror the current zoning that we already have for independent testing laboratories and marijuana product manufacturers. So essentially, the limited industrial district, and again, you can see this online on our website, the actual map. It's mostly along the Route 20 heavily industrialized corridor anyway. And again, it's already where marijuana product manufacturers and laboratories can set up shop as it is. So currently, again, the plan is, and again, these are two allowed uses already. I just want to make that clear. What this would do would just add one more zoning district where it would be allowed overall. And we're reacting really to the questions and calls that we're getting to the town manager's office and to the planning department's office, looking at these sites for this type of use. And we're unable at the moment to say, yes, you can set up shop there under a special permit. If this were to pass, they would be allowed then under a special permit to proceed.
Great, thank you. That's a very good summary. And just for the public, that these types of uses still would be required to go to the Cannabis Control Commission for those necessary state permits. This is strictly for land use to allow for marijuana cultivation and craft marijuana cultivator companies and cooperatives to be located in the limited industrial district where we currently had not allowed them before.
Correct, yes.
Great. So the final zoning article we'll touch upon is Article 36, which was brought to the selectmen by a developer and a new landowner of Worcester Sand and Gravel and their surrounding properties. It's looking to amend the zoning map. Could you speak a little bit to this? I know that the landowner's representative will be speaking to this to the Finance Committee tomorrow night and at town meeting, but as you've been present for the Planning Board public hearings, if you could just give a quick synopsis of what this article means.
Right, well, first I'd like to say, as with the other zoning articles, town meeting members can view the maps and the language for this article online on our website, the Planning Department website, or the Planning Board website. So in the last year, in the last actually 6 months, the ownership of the Worcester Sand and Gravel site had changed hands, as well as some affiliated or co-owned properties and parcels in the immediate vicinity of the Worcester Sand and Gravel area. These new owners approached us and said that they were interested in changing the zoning from commercial business as it is today to limited industrial to provide them with options that they see are more fiscally viable to them and would provide benefits to the town rather than leaving it vacant. What they're seeing in terms of what they've told the town and have told the Planning and Economic Development Department is that the opportunities they're seeing for growth, for development and investment are those uses more in the limited industrial zoning district than what they're finding in the commercial business zoning district. So this change would allow for those, the opportunities that the limited industrial district would provide to them, the uses that aren't necessarily allowed in the commercial business district. And town meeting members can absolutely see that map. We have two really good maps on there online showing the existing zoning as it is today with commercial business and what it would look like if Article 36 was approved.
Great, thank you. Again, thank you so much for the comprehensive discussion related to the zoning articles on the town meeting warrant. For any town meeting members who have questions between now and August 8th, please feel free to reach out to Mr. Cahill. He's certainly happy to answer your questions via phone or email. And again, all of those documents are very readily accessible. If anybody needs in a different format or whatnot, we're happy to help through the Planning and Economic Development Department. So thank you so much for your time today and the presentation of these articles, and looking forward to seeing you at town meeting to answer any questions that might happen on the floor.
Likewise, I'll see all of you there.
Thank you. So this wraps up our segment on the zoning articles. So thank you very much.
All right, so now we'll turn to the final segment of our pre-recorded presentations for the annual town meeting, which will occur on August 8th, Saturday morning at 8:30. And we just have a few different varieties of articles that remain to get through. And we're going to start with Article 22.
Great, so thank you, Kevin. Just wanted to note that Article 22 is to authorize a memorandum of understanding with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts related to foster care reimbursement. And this is a new article on the town meeting warrant for this year. Could you just give a short description, Kevin, of how this was came about on the warrant?
Sure. So we need the legislative body town meeting's authorization to sign this agreement with the Commonwealth. And what it really does is it opens up a new revenue source for the town to allow the state to reimburse us for the town's part in transporting foster care students attending Shrewsbury Public Schools. So it's not a significant revenue source, a couple $1,000s a year, but nonetheless, the town should take advantage of that since we have the opportunity to do so. So that's Article 22. Switching gears a little bit, we'll move over to a bylaw amendment, which is Article 29. And this is the amendment of the personnel bylaw. Folks will remember normally the personnel board comes in one of the first two articles traditionally at town meeting, but this is Article 29. So Kristen, would you mind explaining a little bit about the changes that are proposed for the personnel bylaw?
Sure, thank you. At last year's annual town meeting, the Personnel Board presented that the town of Shrewsbury had prepared and gone through a classification and compensation study to remove the compensation from a grade and step-based approach to a compensation and performance-based approach and from the longevity-based approach. And at that point, we had done some minor touch-ups to the personnel bylaw related to that. No longer does town meeting have to approve specific positions within the town of Shrewsbury or specific pay ranges. However, over the past year, the Personnel Board and town staff has gone through the personnel bylaw to really clean it up. We've removed the relation to longevity-based compensation. We have changed the language adjustment noting he and she to they to be more consistent. And we made other administrative changes that apply to unionized employees in that sense. So you'll see in your town meeting packet that we actually have the entire personnel bylaw laid out in the packet because the changes are comprehensive throughout, related back to that new classification and compensation study and that pay range that was established and the grade range that was established.
Great. Great.
So we'll move over to Article 38, which is an article related to regulating the donation containers, which would be a general bylaw. And this has been an ask for some time of some residents. We've all seen them in town kind of overflowing in a sense and have a hard time to track those users down. So Kevin, could you explain a little bit about why we're inserting a donation bin bylaw into our general bylaw?
Sure. So, yeah, I mean, it's really to provide an opportunity for the town to have regulatory oversight over these collection bins. Everyone is familiar, as you mentioned, it's where you can take your clothes or books or whatever it is that's accepted by the bin and place them into those bin. And they're often located kind of like as an accessory to the primary use of the property. So, and sometimes they're not properly overseen by either the owner of the bin or the property owner. And a lot of times, it's not a common owner between the property and the bin. So this bylaw establishes a application process to go through the Board of Selectmen and oversight that would be conducted by the Board of Selectmen. So first of all, the placement of each one of these bins would have to be approved. And thereafter, if there's cleanliness issues or, someone's dumping couches and they're just not being cleaned up or what have you around these bins, then there's an opportunity for the board to take action, including fines, the Board of Selectmen to take action, including fines, to help ensure the cleanliness and desirability of the community. So it is a general bylaw and will be overseen by the Board of Selectmen.
Great. Stepping back just one item, Article 37 deals with the required sprinklers in boarding houses. This was brought to our attention by the building inspector and the fire chief. It's a Mass General law that the town of Shrewsbury had not adopted in the past, and we feel that would be important. And this is on the warrant for the adoption of the Mass General law to require sprinklers in boarding houses.
Great. And what would a boarding house be?
So it's really a structure where people can come and live in congregate type settings. Our zoning bylaw defines boarding house pretty
Great.
specifically.
All right. So this is just providing public safety in those
It is,
houses.
it's requiring those sprinklers for public safety, which we're seeing as an absolute need. And we're one of a few in the Commonwealth who do not have this adoption of this general law.
Great.
So Kevin, can you speak to Article 40? This is our traditional receiving reports of town officers and committees. Clearly, we've continued to meet through virtual networks. There may or may not be some reports by committees and boards at this annual town meeting to receive.
Right, so this is traditionally Article 1 on the annual town meeting warrant, Article 40 this year. I don't have a specific list if there are any committees that need to report in lieu of that written report in the annual town report, but it would be handled through this article if there are any prudent reports that need to be provided.
Great, and usually the traditional second article on the town meeting warrant, which is Article 41 this year, is the Wright and Harlow Charitable Fund.
Right, so that's a requirement that was established when the charitable fund was established that requires the annual appointment by the town to establish trustees. And there's normally a relation to the Wright and Harlow families for these trustees, and this year is no different, and we'll be identifying those individuals who are the trustees of that account. And there's roughly about $5,000 in that account that the town is the fiduciary of. So I think that now takes us over to something that's rather related to the town center district and another significant project going on in town, which is the construction of the new Bill Elementary School. But Article 23 is for the disposal of town-owned land at 1 through 7 Maple Avenue. The current Beal Early Childhood Center. Kristen, would you mind describing what will happen if this article passes?
Sure, absolutely. Ever since it was known that the new Beal Elementary School was going to be rebuilt and specifically rebuilt on 214 Lake Street, the Board of Selectmen formed what was called the Beal Reuse Committee. And they we're comprised of town staff, board and commission members, and members of the public to understand what the community would like to see at the new Beal School. And as Mr. Cahill described in Articles 31 through 34, that the town center rezoning goes hand in hand with this revitalization of the Beal School. The Town of Shrewsbury Board of Selectmen then renamed the Beal Reuse Committee to the Beal RFP Committee, as they've been working very diligently on a request for proposal to put out for developers to respond to, but that RFP will only go out if Article 23 passes. Article 23 is to transfer the town-owned property originally acquired by the town for school purposes to the Board of Selectmen, and authorizes the sale of the property for no less than $1, and authorizes the Board of Selectmen to enter into any agreements necessary to dispose of the property. And this goes hand in hand with the request for proposal that has been drafted by the Beal RFP Committee and our consultant over the course of the past 6 to 8 months. So we would be looking for the town to vote favorably upon this if they wish to see the Beal property disposed of for a viable use to revitalize the town center and perhaps bring some funding into the town.
Now, I know one of the considerations in reusing the building on that site for the Beal School was the 15 to 20 million, I can't put my mind on it right now, $1 million investment to bring it up to code. So can you talk a little bit about why the dollar threshold for the sale of the property and the difference between, maybe the cash part of the transaction and the value to the town?
Sure. So as many people know, the building was built in the 1920s, obviously has been upgraded several times to accommodate an elementary school, but the cost to upgrade this type of building for any other use other than a school, such as office, residential, commercial, would require some substantial upgrades. Conversely, if the building were to be torn down, that would be another significant cost to the developer. And the Board of Selectmen and the Beal Reuse Committee have had these conversations over the past year or so that they don't necessarily need to get top dollar for the property. What their main goal is to bring a use to the property that would revitalize the town center, would be a community asset, and would really strengthen that area of town and be a great value for all the townspeople of Shrewsbury. So not necessarily looking for, again, the top dollar for that property, but allowing for a development to come forward with those constraints known of either a redevelopment or a tear down of the building.
Right, so one way to put it is rather than for the town to receive a significant cash payment, we'll get to see something closer to our vision for the property, that value versus a cash value.
Exactly, and hopefully see a progressive value over time of
Yeah.
revitalization of the town center, which may bring higher tax income
That's
as
true,
well.
right, because we're not getting any tax income for that at this point.
Correct.
Great. All right.
So the next article also deals with land, but deals with Selco purchasing several parcels of the land. It's Article 26 on the town meeting warrant. So Kevin, I know you've been working closely with Selco on this matter. Could you explain what the goal of this purchase is?
Sure, so this is a site that's located off of Boston Turnpike, off of Route 9. It contains 3 parcels, 234 Boston Turnpike, and 2 to 4 Worthington Avenue, and 6 to 8 Worthington Avenue. And these parcels are currently owned by National Grid and used as a substation. And they went to Selco to see if Selco is interested in acquiring the properties, and Selco is interested. And since Selco is an entity of the town, town meeting needs to authorize the acquisition of real property. So Selco dollars will be used to purchase these 3 parcels. It's going to be valued at $250,000, but there's no town appropriation required. Selco does own land and their own substation adjacent to those parcels at 12 through 14 Worthington. So at minimum, it comes under the overarching town umbrella land, kind of valuable location along Route 9. but it also presents the opportunity for Selco to expand their substation if needed in the future. So a lot of opportunities, but just good to get it under the ownership of the town using Selco funding. So this would approve the authorization for Selco to purchase that land along Route 9. Keeping on the track of different types of land transactions, we'll move to Article 27, the next article, which would be to authorize easements on Lake Street and Hialeah Drive. Now, we mentioned before, Lake Street is the location of the new Beal School, so is it related to that project, Kristen?
This is. At the time the town meeting warrant was signed by the Board of Selectmen, plans were still developing related to certain utilities and infrastructure associated with the Beal School at 214 Lake Street. And it was thought at the time that easements were going to have to be taken for those improvements in the Lake Street area and the Hialeah Drive area. Subsequently, since design has progressed, these easements are no longer necessary, so we'll actually be asking town meeting to defeat this article, as, again, those easements are not necessary for the project now that design has further come down.
Great. I think the last article in the bucket of land acquisition or disposal is a traditional sounding article, but always unique to the year, which is lay out and make public certain private streets. So what streets are in play this year, Kristen, and where does the engineering department stand on their review for these?
Sure. So for several years now, development has been constructed off of Lake Street, off of Nelson Point Road, and the new subdivision road, Point Road. The developer has completed the improvements on a portion of Nelson Point Road and Point Road to bring them up to subdivision standards, and now they are ready to be accepted as public ways through the town meeting process. So exhibits can be found in your town meeting packet when you get that, and on file with the town clerk's office. So again, we'd be looking for town meeting to accept a portion of Nelson Point Road and Point Road at this town meeting. And again, this is in that area of town where South Quinsigamond turns to Lake Street, and there's that one-way area of Lake Street. There's several new homes going on in that area. And the engineering department and DPW has thoroughly reviewed the plans and thoroughly reviewed the improvements to the ways and feels that it's set to be approved by town meeting for public acceptance.
Great.
All right, so I think that leads us to the last article on the town meeting warrant that we have not gotten to yet. We do have one citizen petition this year. We will expect them to give their own presentation through SMC and be available at town meeting. But Kevin, this is related to adoption of the Community Preservation Act. Are you able to give a comment or two related to this citizen's petition?
Sure. So this is a article for, it's the first of a two-step process if the town were to adopt a community, become a Community Preservation Act community. And it seeks to provide an additional percentage upon the tax rate, so an increase in the tax rate. And funds that are generated through that increase would be earmarked for certain purposes, including open space, affordable housing, recreation, and historic resources. So again, this is a citizen's petition, and I know that the lead petitioners are planning to do their own presentation both to the Finance Committee at their public hearings and their own taping of a description of this article. There would be upward pressure on the tax rate based upon their proposal to raise funds for those particular purposes in the future. I think that's all 41 warrant articles that we've made it through in these various segments at this point in time. And just take the opportunity to remind town meeting members that although there has been a quorum requirement reduction from 121 to 61, we still encourage everyone to come out if they're able on the morning of August 8th at 8:30 a.m. and participate in town meeting. A quorum reduction does not mean that we want to do anything but ensure that town meeting can be conducted in its entirety, both at the start and continue a quorum throughout the duration. So one, it's a Saturday. Two, it's COVID-19 and the virus is still present with us, so we're just doing everything that we can, but we encourage folks to attend if they are able to do so. We will have very detailed plans, Kristen, that you're working on for the procedures at the start of town meeting and to participate in town meeting. I don't know if you want to take a couple minutes or a couple seconds and talk about those, what we know, at least right now.
Sure, thank you for giving me that opportunity. We've been following COVID-19, obviously, since March. We've been filing specific policies and procedures with our staff in all town buildings to ensure safety of all. And in your town meeting packets, we will have a specific sheet that outlines all of the safety precautions that we'll be taking at town meeting. We will be requiring those who are able to wear masks throughout the duration of the meeting. We'll have specific separate check-in tables to ensure social distancing. We have a tent set up, so it's an open air environment rather than an auditorium environment, and seats will be located 6 feet apart, again, to ensure social distancing. We will have hand sanitizer on hand, bottled water available for those who need it. We would recommend that those people bring their own water, drinks, snacks that actually need it. Public restrooms will be available at the Oak Middle School as we will be outside. And we just ask everyone to continue to be as diligent as they have been to keep the spread as low as possible to ensure that we can continue operations. And we appreciate everyone's cooperation with this, but the town is certainly taking these protocols and procedures very seriously, and we want to conduct a very safe business meeting on Saturday, August 8th.
Great. Well, I think that wraps up all of our segments for today. We hope to see town meeting members and any interested members of the public again Saturday morning, August 8th at 8:30 a.m. at the front of the Oak Middle School. Thank you for your attention. We'll see you there.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello, my name is Sandra Fritz, and I'm the chairperson of the Shrewsbury School Committee. The coronavirus pandemic and the delay in the initial state budget from the Massachusetts legislature has complicated the fiscal year 2021 budget process. The school department's July 20th revised fiscal year 21 budget is $67,499,696. This budget number was reached after $1.9 million in program and personnel reductions. On July 22nd, due to the current budget circumstances affecting town finances, the school committee felt it was appropriate to vote to approve Mr. Mizakar's recommended school department budget appropriation of $67,080,000. This represents a $775,959 increase over fiscal year 2020, or 1.17%. In addition to the gap between the school department recommended budget and Mr. Mizakar's revised budget recommendation, there is currently a projected COVID-related revenue loss that will not be covered through the Federal CARES Act funding, which means the school department's current gap is approximately $2 million. At this time, the school department's fiscal year 21 budget recommendation does not include making specific reductions to the line item budget to match the bottom line. Instead, the FY21 budget includes an adjustment of $2,002,696 in potential future reductions to the school department line item budget. This balanced risk approach allows us to open schools this fall with the necessary staff needed to provide student educational services. The school committee recognizes this budget plan will need to be adjusted during the upcoming fiscal year, with the understanding that if cost mitigation efforts and increased revenues do not materialize, in-year budget reductions may be required to meet the town meeting approved bottom line budget. Mr. Collins and Dr. Sawyer will now provide the details of the school department's fiscal year 2021 budget.
Thank you, Ms. Fritz. We will cover a few different topics in our presentation. We'll give a brief update on the planning that's going on for the potential school reopening this coming fall. We'll estimate what our current budget gap is, or show how we got to that number that Ms. Fritz just spoke about. We'll talk about some ongoing labor negotiations for cost mitigation. Talk about the sequence of how the budget has evolved with different meaningful events and information. And we'll talk about this pathway of balanced risk that we believe is in our best interest at this time. We'll also talk about the downside of that balanced risk approach. Let me begin with a brief update on school reopening planning. In accordance with the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, their guidance that they've provided, we've been developing plans for 3 potential models of education. All remote learning, which is what we experienced after the school closure this past spring. A hybrid alternating schedule approach where some students would come in on certain days for in-person learning, others on different days, so we can reduce the population of students at one time and enable 6-foot social distancing. As well as we had to look at what it would look like to bring all of our students back at one time with 3-foot social distancing. At last week's school committee meeting, we did a preliminary presentation that needs to be submitted to the department. And the recommendation at this time is for the hybrid alternating approach in order to reduce the population in school at one time. And a final plan will be presented to the school committee for their approval. Currently, that's scheduled for Wednesday, August 5th. This is a very complicated, multifaceted, and ever-changing situation that we are working through, and we appreciate the feedback we received from our families as well as our staff, and we're looking to make the best plan possible to best serve our students and in a safe way. There are 3 key messages I want to share regarding our reopening of school. First off, the health and well-being of our students and families and our staff is our first priority and always will be. Our focus for the coming year is to develop a safe school environment for our students and our staff that prioritizes the well-being of all and also enables high levels of learning for all. We are certainly planning based on the guidance from the State Department of Education. We're also closely monitoring the latest information from medical experts and the evolving data regarding the prevalence of COVID within Shrewsbury and within the area in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So with that, in terms of the school department budget, as Ms. Fritsch mentioned, that the school committee did vote on July 22nd to recommend a school department appropriation of $67,080,000 to be brought forward to town meeting. This represents an increase of $777,959 over the fiscal year 2020, which represents a 1.17% increase. And again, as Ms. Fritz mentioned in her opening statement, this recommendation is made with the understanding the school district still needs to close a $2 million budget gap somehow over the course of the fiscal year through a combination of cost mitigation measures as well as additional revenue in order to maintain staff and educational programming. And we'll talk a little bit more about what this balanced risk approach that we're taking to deal with that. But at this point, I'll turn it over to Patrick Collins, our Assistant Superintendent for Finance and Operations, who will talk about how we estimated that current budget gap.
Thank you, Dr. Sawyer. So in terms of estimated the current budget gap, we've been, since the closure period, developing a whole series of multiple models to estimate the various cost impacts and revenue losses related to COVID-19, and also trying to integrate into those forecasts how we might be reopening schools and some of the different cost structures associated with that. So on this particular slide that you see now, this shows what I'd call a mid-range cost estimation model, and as was referenced earlier, that the school committee voted to make a series of budget reductions totaling approximately $1.9 million and reducing 29.6 FTE. And having done that, the school budget status as of July 22nd was just about $67.5 million, leaving about a $420,000 gap between their recommendation and the town manager's recommendation. In addition to that, below in this slide, you can see relative to a variety of projected revenue losses to include decreased reimbursement from the Special Education Circuit Breaker Program of approximately $465,000. And then we are expecting, due to COVID-19 and how we return to school, a whole series of special revenue or fee and tuition revenue reductions to include decreased busing fees, decreased student activity and athletic fees, and decreased tuition for full-day kindergarten and preschool. So all of those revenue losses are estimated right now, as of today, at approximately $1.58 million. So the two figures combined give us that $2 million, estimated $2 million gap in terms of what we believe our cost and revenue structure is for the upcoming year. And the school committee voted, and town manager recommended a revised budget of $67,080,000. At this point, I would turn it back to Dr. Sawyer to talk a little bit about some of the cost mitigation measures ongoing.
Thank you. So we're still engaged in a dialogue with several of our labor unions that are part of the school department with the goal of seeking some compensation adjustments from the existing labor contracts that would help decrease our costs in this fiscal year, and that most importantly would preserve jobs in order to maintain educational programming, as well as avoiding further compromising learning and teaching conditions, working conditions for our staff. Without mitigation of costs to reduce that $2 million gap, we will likely need to make further significant reductions in staffing at some point. It's important to note that to get to this point in the budget, we have already cut 29.6 full-time equivalent positions, so about 30 positions that are not going to be in the program for this coming year. That was already part of our plan prior to COVID because of the structural budget deficit that we unfortunately continue to face as a town. But for illustrative purposes, to close the gap by $2 million will require the equivalent of cutting about 30 additional teachers or about 78 paraprofessional positions. Again, that's not our plan by any means, and our goal is to not reduce any more positions beyond what already had been cut. But that just gives a sense of the magnitude of a $2 million gap. We are hopeful that between cost mitigation with our employee organizations, as well as we're hopeful that the projections that the budget's based off of from our town manager, Mr. Mizikar, which are appropriately conservative related to the amount of state aid we might receive, some combination of some better numbers from the government, potentially some additional federal stimulus dollars that could help us, as well as these cost mitigation elements with our employee groups, all told will enable us to be able to move forward throughout this coming school year without any further reductions. I know that's very particularly important to the school committee that we avoid any more job cuts if at all possible. And at this point, I'll turn it back to Mr. Collins to talk through a bit of the sequence of where we are in terms of meaningful events and information.
Thank you, Dr. Sawyer. So with respect to the sequence of events, I think it's important to illuminate obviously the differences in the COVID-19 environment from what is a typical annual budgeting process. And in past years, in a typical annual budgeting process leading up to an annual town meeting each May, we have lots of information with a high degree of certainty, including state aid figures. Of course, this is an atypical year. We're in late July right now, and we still do not have certainty around state aid information. So that's what makes this whole process a bit different. We do need to move forward in terms of getting our local municipal government services and school department operations up and running, and therefore we're leading into this August 8th town meeting to have some measure of local certainty about how we're going to operate. We know that the fiscal 21 state budget approval is delayed, and that maybe we'll be getting information on state aid sometime between the August and September time period, and hopefully a final state budget during that time period. And as has been discussed with other elected officials and the town manager, that this would make sense then in this atypical year to hold a special town meeting in the fall in order that we might react to having that more certain information, and then having also opened up our schools and having an understanding of our cost structure under the new conditions, and then making subsequent budget adjustments at that special town meeting based upon that more certain information. Also, what's looming in the background right now, of course, is the potentiality of some additional federal stimulus funding, and that could also certainly make our situation better. And hopefully between now and what might be a fall special town meeting, we would have some certainty around that as well. So that's why this sequence of events isn't quite lining up neatly for us this year, but it's important to move ahead with that understanding that we're working with some very uncertain information. And again, back to taking this pathway of balanced risk right now is in our best interest because timing is a key component of that in the uncertainty of information. We do need to work in somewhat of a risk environment financially to move ahead. As was mentioned earlier, despite the $1.95 million in reductions already, we are still looking at what is an estimated $2 million gap right now. But we do know that making significant reductions right now in the face of reopening schools during a pandemic would be counterproductive. And especially if some additional funding is a possibility or probability in the coming weeks or months. So taking this pathway of balanced risk avoids all of the problems associated with trying to solve all that $2 million gap by further staff reductions, and then just a few weeks later with the potential of just having to rehire all those staff. So that's why we're taking this approach of balanced risk with the hope of additional funding coming forward our way. On the next slide, we do, of course, want to and have talked about and evaluated the potential downside of this balanced risk approach, which is if no additional funding comes forward from what is projected, then we do need to reassess our cost structure. We need to see how we're reopening schools and what the costs are related to that, and that the potential of making some additional further reductions during the middle of the school year is a possibility. That's the downside of the balanced risk approach, but again, we think the former approach going forward is the better alternative at this particular point. So I'll turn it back to Dr. Sawyer at this point.
Thank you. So just to summarize, the school committee did vote again to recommend a budget to town meeting of $67,080,000. Represents a $777,959 increase over the past fiscal year, which is a little over 1%, 1.17%. It's critical to understand that this recommendation is made with the understanding that we still need to close this $2 million budget gap over the course of the fiscal year. We're hoping that cost mitigation measures combined with additional revenue will enable us to maintain our staff and our educational programming. I do want to thank Mr. Collins in particular for his extraordinary work on this budget situation, which has been unlike any other we've experienced in our careers. All of his support staff, Kim Fitzpatrick in particular in the office, our business office, as well as all of our support team in central office. I want to thank also all of our staff in the Shrewsbury Public Schools for the extraordinary work they did over the course of the closure last spring, the work that so many are doing this summer to try to plan for a school year, again, that will be unlike any other we've experienced. And I want to thank the school committee for their ongoing support throughout this really extraordinary time. And at this point, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Fritz, the school committee chair, for some closing remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Sawyer. As you've heard, this year's budget has been extremely challenging, and it has required and it will require constant assessment of new information as it evolves. It has required skilled estimates based on known and many unknown factors. And on behalf of the entire school committee, I want to thank Mr. Collins, Dr. Sawyer, and the entire public schools leadership team for the significant amount of time and effort that they have devoted to this fiscal year 21 budget process. I also would like to publicly thank Mr. Mizikar and the Board of Selectmen, who have worked closely with the school department throughout the COVID crisis and the resulting difficult budget process. The school committee believes that the school department's fiscal year 21 budget approach is prudent and a thoughtful response to this year's very difficult and fluid process. I thank you for your time and attention, and I respectfully request your support of the school department's fiscal year 2021 budget request. Thank you.
As a preliminary matter, this is Judy Vetter, Chair of the Finance Committee. Please permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Mark Adler,
The affirmative.
Vikram Charber,
Yes.
John Sinelnik. I believe John will not be with us this evening. Aaron Howard,
I'm here.
Hannah Kane. I did hear from Hannah. She may be participating with us intermittently as they are in full house meetings. So Mark Murray,
Present.
Jordan Rubin,
Here.
Carlos Garcia. Carlo Garcia. I can see you, Carlos, but I can't hear you. Okay, okay. Oh, I hear you now. Okay, Carlos is with us. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Kevin Mizikar,
Present.
Kristen Lass,
Present.
David Snowden.
Present.
Anticipated speakers on the agenda, please respond in the affirmative. Jeff Howland, Jeff Howland.
Yep. Present, did you get that?
Yeah,
I'm here.
I did this time. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
General Rowley.
Present.
Okay, thank you. And Christopher Roy.
Present.
Thank you. Good evening to you all. This open meeting of the Finance Committee is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12th, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth, due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings. And as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement for the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with the general materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meetings. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. For this meeting, the Finance Committee is convening by Google Meet, previously known as Hangouts, as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. This meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that other folks may be able to see you, and take care not to screen share your computer unless asked by the chairperson or the staff. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. Please permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I, Judy Vetter, will introduce each board member or staff member who has the lead role for the particular item or guest/speaker associated with the item on the agenda. After they conclude the remarks, I will ask members first and then staff members if they have any comments and questions. Where appropriate, I will then call on the members to offer a motion and then for a second. Any votes will be taken by roll call. Please hold until your name is called. Please remember to mute your phone or computer when you are not speaking. Remember that unless a document is being shared, your camera feed is triggered by your speaking or background noise. Please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For public hearings, after members have spoken, the chair will afford public comments as follows. The chair will ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses only. The clerk, Jordan Rubin, will list the name and address of those members in the chat area. Once the list is in the chat area, I will then call on each name and afford 3 minutes for any comments. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage colloquially with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify you. With that, I call to order the July 22nd meeting of the Finance Committee. We have a full agenda tonight. Around an hour and a half into the meeting, we will plan for a 5-minute break. So now we'll move on to acceptance of the July 9th, 2020 meeting minutes. Are there any changes or corrections to the meeting minutes? And if there are any, please just signal by raising your hand. Does any member have any? Let me see. All right. So may I have a motion to accept the meeting minutes?
So moved.
May I have a second to accept the meeting minutes?
Second.
Okay, so now we are going to do a roll call to accept the meeting minutes. Mark Adler,
Aye.
Vikram Chhabra,
Aye.
Aaron Howard,
Aye.
Mark Murray,
Aye.
Jordan Rubin, You're still muted, Jordan. Thumbs up on Jordan. Do you?
Oh, aye. I lost the audio
Okay.
there.
Okay. Carlo Garcias. Carlos, I can't hear you.
Aye.
Judy Vetter, aye. The meeting minutes have been accepted. So we'll now move on to the town manager's report. Mr. Mizikar?
Good evening, members of the Finance Committee. I'm going to share my screen and make some introductory comments about the town's response to COVID-19 from a financial standpoint and how we intend to consider COVID-19 costs versus operating costs as we move forward. So if you just bear with me, I will get things rolling. All right, so one of my main intentions in doing this presentation at this point is to kind of draw a clear line between how we'll financially respond to the extraordinary costs and impacts of COVID-19, really how we have from the beginning and how we plan to do it in the future, which is clearly separate and apart from our operating budget and our conventional operating services of the town. So I'll go quickly through an overview of the extraordinary expenses in our response, the revenues that we've received that are tied directly to our response and are to enable our response, and kind of tie together how we have and will respond. So there will be similar impacts in both fiscal year 20 and 21. So I'm going to speak generally for most of this presentation, and if there are any specific points that I need to call out a particular fiscal year, I'll try to be clear in doing that, and would be happy to answer any questions about differences between the two fiscal years. So with regards to expenses, there are three main categories, broad brush categories, that have increased our expenses from the town standpoint. So our direct response, which includes our public health response, in partnership, in coordination with the Central Massachusetts Regional Public Health Alliance. The town continues to benefit from the Alliance, not only from a day-to-day standpoint or pre-COVID times, but also obviously during our continued response to COVID-19. Having the resources provided through the city, including Karen Clark, the public health director, Dr. Michael Hirsch, and their entire team has been extraordinary. It allowed us to move through our contact tracing on a more local basis and not have to rely upon the state contact tracing program primarily. We have a number of public health nurses on staff, and they identified a point during the surge whenever they needed additional assistance, and we were able to pull in Shrewsbury Public School nurses who normally work in the schools to do the contact tracing, given their medical knowledge and their ability to help the public health nurses do that. Obviously, we're unable to alter public safety operations, and we responded from an emergency management standpoint in securing personal protective equipment, or PPE, standing up an emergency operations center at the town hall, which was in place for 6 to 8 weeks, but luckily we never had to activate and utilize. Beyond the direct public health response, there was a direct response to by public facilities, closing buildings, closing parks, closing courts within parks, cleaning the buildings that we continued to operate from, and reopening and managing the new normal. Really, through the Department of Public Works with Angela Snell's leadership, Keith Baldinger's leadership, there's a lot of planning that went into the physical reopening. It was supported by a reopening task force that was led by the assistant town manager to get us back into a more physically present operation on site. We remain in 2 different groups of employees, and so roughly 50% of our operations are still conducted on any day-to-day basis from the remote environment. And there was a lot of IT infrastructure and purchases that went on in coordination with Celco and the CIO, John Covey, to enable those remote operations. So from a town standpoint, that was really standing up external offices, soft phones, IP-based phones, and other remote-enabled devices, whether it be a laptop or something similar, to have employees be able to both access their files through a virtual environment, virtual private networks, and just have physical devices to be able to perform professional business operations outside of the town hall. And with the school department, obviously, it's a completely separate endeavor that they're currently undertaking with regards to reopening. So they've done a lot of remote education, obviously, from roughly March 10th onwards within the schools. They've also had a need for their own business operations to occur remotely, and there's costs related to all those, as everyone can understand. So if we look at revenues, one of the biggest challenges that we'll face going forward is we have all these extraordinary costs that we certainly didn't plan for at the beginning of the budget process, and we're struggling to plan for even as we move forward under this quote-unquote new normal, but we're facing revenue reductions. So of course, the town of Shrewsbury, like most every other local government and anything else that's tied to the general economy, is seeing significant changes. Real and personal property collections are not that much different than they had been in past years for FY20, but it's certainly an ongoing concern for fiscal year 21. We have the true benefit of having the property tax be our primary revenue source, so it lags behind and is free of most of the sharp spikes in economic trends. So that's good for us. And people are normally always, it's less discretionary for people. It's often tied to their mortgage, and those collections remain rather strong. But the question remains is, how long can people continue to sustain those payments, and what will fiscal year 21 look like? With regards to state aid, there had been no real impact in fiscal year 20. There are some decisions at the state level that impacted non-state aid revenues to the town, like the delay in meals tax payments and hotel motel payments and things like that, but relatively no impact on the state aid that was promised to us from the Commonwealth. And fiscal 21, again, is a big question mark. We're unsure what state aid numbers are going to be. We hope a best case scenario, especially for Chapter 70, which is our education revenue, that they're quote unquote held harmless at the FY20 level. I think the only way that that's possible is the state was, preparing for a significant increase in Chapter 70 across the Commonwealth, not necessarily in Shrewsbury, given our situation with the current formula, but that promise across the state, I think, makes it more likely that we'll get closer to FY20 levels than we otherwise would have if it wasn't for those legislative changes. With regards to local receipts, 11 of the 22 local receipt categories that we tracked for fiscal year 20 was lower than we estimated. Fiscal year 20 local receipts still came in roughly 700,000 greater than budgeted. But as everyone knows, that's planned, and it's roughly, probably half of the exceedance of what it would have been if we would remain on pace as we were on at the end of March and 3/4 of the way through the fiscal year. I also note here on the slide that if you compare, we had 11 categories that were lower than estimate in fiscal year 20, but we only had one category that was lower than estimate in fiscal year 2019. So obviously we've had to make significant change in course for local receipts for fiscal year 21. With regards to utility revenues, 3 of the 4 enterprise funds brought in revenues lower than we originally estimated. And we have a number of questions related to that. We need to do some further analysis. Will that be a trend? Is there some correction in water consumption from a business standpoint or a residential standpoint? And we'll be doing analysis and updating the committee, but we have made changes to the total revenue that we're projecting in a downward fashion for fiscal year 21. And then with regards to other revenues that I just wanted to touch on briefly, excuse me, there's some school-specific revenues that we just don't know how the state are going to fund, and the largest category being circuit breaker for special education. A swing of 10 or 15% could be catastrophic in, $500,000 or $600,000 for the total revenues that the school receives. And of course, those are not part of our general fund revenue model. They kind of sit off the side, but are critical to those operations in the school. It's certainly something that this committee always hears from the Assistant Superintendent Collins and Superintendent Sawyer, and you'll hear more about that from them tomorrow evening. And then just wanted to note on the municipal side of things, we've seen a significant decrease in the amount of recreational revenue and that we've received throughout the springtime. It's actually led to the furlough of our recreation coordinator with hopes that as the virus goes away, which we're all hoping for, and recreational activities may be able to resume in the fall and winter, that we have that staff in place when there's ongoing activities. And since we canceled summer recreation programs, we had to make that tough decision. With regards to our response to the revenue reductions, first and foremost, as always, spending reductions. In fiscal year 20, discretionary and opportunistic spending freezes. Discretionary spending freezes, on travel, training, conferences, things like that, which obviously didn't occur anyway. We had hiring freezes, delay of hiring as much as possible, and really scrutinized every expenditure over $300 through our requisition process to make sure it was absolutely necessary. And it did lead to higher turnbacks. We're still finalizing those numbers, and look to share with a fiscal year 20 closeout, before the fall with the committee. But our initial look at it is that turnbacks are up at least about 50% over last year. So that's puts us in a better overall financial situation. Opportunistic freezes is sounds like a little bit too of a favorable term, but obviously we weren't operating schools, we didn't have as high utility bills, we weren't consuming as much product, and that led to opportunities for additional funding being left over in the budget. So we saved where we could. We discontinued our contracted cleaners for the buildings while they were under low operations. We brought a lot of those back, but certainly not to the level that they were in February and March of last year. For fiscal year 21, our total revenues that we are anticipating using or estimating is about $4 million less than we brought you in the budget hearings in February and March. Our operating budget has been reduced by about $2.1 million. We're using the money that was going to go into stabilization to offset reductions within the operating budget. And we need to really take a look at those special revenue categories that I touched on, like circuit breaker. I'll provide a much more in-depth overview of the revenue model, which hasn't changed much since our previous conversations, but that'll occur with the operating budget tomorrow. With regards to expense increases, we have these extraordinary increases that we have to do additional things, whether it's clean a public restroom at a park every day where we used to do it less than every day, or buy PPE, hand sanitizer, sneeze guards, all those things in order to operate. So we have these extraordinary expenses. Our plan in addressing those extraordinary expenses is intergovernmental aid. So thus far, we can project and have been received through formula, quote unquote, guaranteed $4,898,000 in intergovernment aid through a number of really federally oriented stimulus or response packages. That total amount does not include our total Federal Emergency Management Agency costs. That's more of a rolling application that I'll have the assistant manager touch on, who's been in close conversations and leadership with Deputy Chief Colby as his role as Emergency Management Director. We'll get to that in a minute. Certainly significant challenges related to this intergovernmental aid. And I think it's going to be an important part of the balance of this conversation for you all to understand really two things. We cannot use this $4.9 million to offset any of the revenue reductions that we're going to experience, that $3.9 million revenue loss. We can't use it for those purposes, general revenue replenishment. And we have a very narrow period of award. And what I mean by that is currently every federal stimulus dollar that has been passed in Washington has an expiration date of December 30th, 2020. So funds can only be expended through that date, at least as we know it right now. And since that's all we know, that's all we can plan for to be reasonable. And that puts us in a situation where if we take it the whole way down to a line item on both the town and school side, we almost have too much federal stimulus dollars. It's not enough to get us through what we think a full year of response would, require us to expend and get us through the whole next fiscal year. But those dollars end on December 30th, and therefore, within that time period, we haven't really identified dollar for dollar the ability to spend all of it, which is frustrating. And we've begun to take a number of steps in partnering with not only Representative Kane and Senator Moore, but we're working with municipalities in the area who, kind of echo this or are all in the same position to work with Congressman McGovern and our federal senators, U.S. senators, to try to get this changed or get a bigger window of opportunity with a new federal stimulus package. So how does that aid really break down? We received a small $27,000 public health trust fund grant, and those funds have an expiration date of August 31st of 2020. And we were able to use those really right off the bat, and they backdated it till March for any expenditures. And it's for our direct public health response. So again, the partnership with the city of Worcester is really great for us financially because they're seeing a lot more additional costs than we are directly. And we certainly have some more money earmarked for them in the operating budget for next year in case we need it from an operating standpoint. But they've really taken the blow on the extraordinary cost for COVID-19. And they've received a lot more grant funding that they've used in response, and that's really helped the town of Shrewsbury. I'd say rough numbers, we've spent about 50% of these funds and likely will not expend all of them, but they've been critical in our response for additional staffing time, the funding of the salaries for the school nurses who are used for contact tracing, and all those different direct responses to the pandemic. Our CARES Act funding is $3.347 million, again, with a December 30th expiration date. CARES Act funds can be used most broadly out of any of these categories. It has to be an extraordinary cost related to the crisis, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a direct cost like a public health salary or something like that. So it can be for a laptop computer, for administrative assistant, DPW to enable their remote operations. So this is our most flexible bucket of funding. Our initial application, we drew down about $918,000 for our use through to June 30th. And beyond then, we're not exactly sure what the application process will be to access the rest of those funds, but most likely will be every other month in coordination with the State Department of Revenue and their application process. So every dollar that we applied for in the first round was granted to us. We've hired a special position, a financial manager. Her name's Alice Farrow, former town accountant, and has worked in school of financial administration, longtime resident of the town of Shrewsbury. She's funded through the CARES Act, and her sole job is to manage the clear and accurate documentation of these expenses, invoices, rationale for the expenses, and submit our application. Without that dedicated effort, we would not have been as successful in that first application. It would just been really a management nightmare for us. So there's another package of funding called Coronavirus Relief Fund. It really does flow through the CARES Act, but it was allocated directly for the schools department response to the fiscal or the 2020-2021 school year. It was a per pupil allocation of $225. And we received just about $1.4 million for it. We've not drawn down any of those funds yet. Obviously, as we move closer to August and hopefully the reopening of schools, those will be the first dollars that get expended. I'll talk about that in a little bit. There's a small grant that came through. It's called an ESSER grant through the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, $133,000. It was allocated based on the federal Title I economic conditions of the community, and therefore our allocation was a little less since Shrewsbury is a little more affluent than many aspects of the state and can only be used for school department funds as well. With regards to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, we're eligible for 75% of our eligible costs that are directly related to the emergency declaration and the town's response to the public health crisis. That emergency declaration was put in place March 13th, 2020. And I'll ask that Assistant Town Manager Kristen Last talk a little bit about this process and how we're managing that application process.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. I'm happy to present to the Finance Committee this evening related to our utilization of the FEMA Public Assistance Designation Program. As he stated, on March 13th, the Commonwealth received emergency declaration from the federal government for the coronavirus pandemic. This is a little bit different than the other FEMA applications we have put in the past. In the past, generally, it was related to some sort of storm event, like the ice storms or a long duration snowstorm. So that had really a set duration in time of 2 to 5 days or something like that. This is more open-ended. The disaster has not ended yet. So it did open on March 13th, but again, it has not ended. So the town of Shrewsbury is eligible to submit for cost reimbursements up to 75% for the management, control, and reduction of immediate threats to public health and safety. including things like the Emergency Operations Center cost, disinfectant of eligible public facilities, emergency medical care, setting up a shelter, medical facility supplies and services, and then others that I won't necessarily go into. We have determined that it's in our best interest to submit for these on a rolling basis. Myself and Deputy Chief Colby and Accountant Mary Thompson have met with FEMA several times, and this is all an online portal system where you submit your request for reimbursement. It gets reviewed and then gets turned back. So currently we have decided that we would be requesting reimbursement on a rolling date of March 13th to June 30th, 2020. And that currently is a value of $54,283. We're required to put together detailed narratives noting what the public assistance is for. And then we estimate that we'll start at July 1st, 2020, and perhaps go another 3 months, see where we're at. And if we have a substantial amount to allocate, we would then submit again. One other thing to note is that we are eligible for up to a certain percent of management costs as well. So the time that our staff spends directly related to collecting information, data, and filing this grant, we can request certain reimbursement for that as well. So again, we've done FEMA reimbursements in the past. However, this is slightly different due to the long duration of the event. I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Mizikar.
Thank you, Kristen. So moving on from those details, want to talk a little bit about our general approach for COVID-19 and fiscal year 21, both on the COVID side and the non-COVID side. You know, we need to use our current facts and estimated unknowns, and we're doing our best to manage that on a day-to-day basis. We obviously have significant questions about state aid, any for our operations, any future federal stimulus dollars or state dollars that are identified for the town. I want to stress that my main goal of this presentation is that we are separating extraordinary COVID-19 costs from our ongoing operating costs as much as possible. And, you know, that will be our focus throughout the fall. And hopefully that, you know, every day and week that goes by that we learn a little bit more and the state puts their budget in place and we're really able to plan for a longer horizon. But I think having town meeting, getting this initial budget in place, knowing that we're only about 2 to 2.5 months away from our normal fall town meeting date, we can't look past that date because we're going to have to make changes that soon. So again, just acknowledging the special revenue reductions are going to be a challenge. They're more so a challenge for the school department. And then, you know, again, we'll make any changes and fill any gaps that we have to in the fall, depending on what additional information we have at that time. With regard to the use of the aid, general order that we're following is that, you know, we're going to expend the public health trust funds first. The FEMA funds second, CARES Act funds third. There's a symbiotic relationship between the CARES Act and the FEMA. We are allowed to use the CARES Act funding for the town's 25% match for the FEMA. So essentially, you know, 100% of the FEMA costs in theory, if we dip into that other bucket, will be funded for the purposes that Ms. Loss had talked about. With regards to the schools, they also share in the use of the public health trust funds, as I mentioned, for the public health nurses or the school nurses providing public health services. We'll rely upon some FEMA funding, although quite limited. They utilize CARES Act in the third position through June 30th. And as we look to costs related to the next school year, they'll pivot and begin to use coronavirus relief funds on a primary basis and burn through that $1.4 million towards the extraordinary costs that they've identified. And then with the long duration, which I didn't touch on in the previous slide, but you may have noticed that this ESSER DESI grant is available to us through June 30th, 2022. I have asked that the superintendent consider offering or consider utilizing that grant at any point after January or December 31st, January 1st of this year to get that in play. It would be nice to set it aside, but whenever we're looking at a gap, because we don't have any other outside stimulus funds to use, I think it's important to use that as soon as makes sense. So here's a summary of the funds that we've used or allocated, excuse me. So with regards to the public health trust funds, we've allocated $22,000 of that to the town, $4,000 of that to the schools. And these are earmarks that we've agreed upon between myself and the superintendent of schools, and then a small working group of 2 Board of Selectmen members and 2 members of the school committee who have been meeting weekly throughout the pandemic. The CARES Act, we've allocated $2 million to the schools, $1.3 million to the town. Coronavirus relief obviously all goes to the schools. The DESER ESSE goes to the schools. And then right now through June 30th, with the 25% reduction, because we can only get 75% of the eligible cost, we've expended $47,000, or we should receive $47,000 on the town side and $7,200 on the school side. So if we look at that $4.9 million, about 1.5 to the town, 3.5 to the school department, that puts us in a good position. Again, the challenge is the December 30th termination date for those periods of award. So that's really the details of the presentation that I want to go through. Again, with my hope of setting aside COVID costs away from operating costs, it's going to be a little bit more challenging for the school to draw such a bright line, especially with the limitations. But I really am confident the best approach is to get us into October and then see where the federal stimulus dollars are. If they're not going to come to fruition, we may have to take extraordinary measures and put several $1 million of free cash into play to be able to operate the schools and provide town response. I hope that we don't get there. Our partners at the state and federal government are always have better access to more funding, especially the feds, since they can print it. But we'll have to do what we have to do at the local level, but now's not the time to really panic about these extraordinary COVID costs. Let's wait to see what happens in the fall. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you. I'm going to be happy to answer any questions that folks may have. And I'll leave my screen up for a little bit just in case someone wants me to go back to a different slide.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar and Ms. Lass, for the presentation. Finance Committee members, if you have a question, please raise your hand and I'll recognize you. Mark Murray.
Thank you, Judy, and thank you, Kevin. Really appreciate the clarity of all this. I just want to make sure I heard you right, Kevin, relative to the CARES Act, that $3.3 million. You said that $2 million of it you expect to go to the schools and $1.2 million to the town. And I just wanted to make sure that I heard that right.
Yeah, that is correct. That's what we have agreed to. And
Okay.
the only caveat that I have on that is, it can go both ways. So obviously, public facilities provides a critical role in any situation related to the schools, but even more so whenever their responsibilities in cleaning the buildings are critical to on-site education. So there may have to be a little bit of give and take between those two buckets. It's an internal allocation that we've agreed to in principle. I honestly think the most likely scenario is that the town would need a full $1.3 million. But, depending on how things go and what the requirements are and what Dr. Sawyer thinks are in the best educational interest of our students, I could see public facilities having more costs than we're anticipating, which, right now, if we had to make a good estimate, it's over $350,000 for the school year.
And just to follow up, if I may, Madam Chairman?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
In the school department, tomorrow will share with us how they're going to use that money, I would assume?
I think, yes, I think they have a great plan, and they can, delineate between what they see as expenses before December 30th and then after. I know there's about 90 school days before that date and 100 after. So obviously we don't have enough funds to get through the full fiscal year, but they can demonstrate their response and a lot of additional cost in order to meet those 3 models that they're required to pull together for the school year.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Are there any other committee members that have a question? Please signal by raising your hand. Going once, twice. Oops. Thank you. Seeing that there are no further questions or comments, again, thank you, Mr. Mizikar and Ms. Lass for the report. We are now going to move to the public hearing portion of the meeting. May I have a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so now I'm going to do a roll call to open the public hearing. Mark Adler,
Aye.
Vikram Charbon,
Aye.
Aaron Howard,
Aye.
Hannah Kane,
Aye.
Mark Murray,
Aye.
Jordan Rubin, Jordan,
Aye. Sorry about that.
Carlos Garcia,
Aye.
Judy Vetter, aye. We will now review town meeting warrant articles for the August 8th town meeting. The plan is to review a portion of the articles tonight, and then we'll vote to continue the public hearing to tomorrow night, where we will review the remaining articles. At the conclusion of our full review of all of the articles tomorrow night, we will close the public hearing. Then the Finance Committee will discuss and vote on each article. In the interest of time, I ask that the presentation of each article be as concise as possible, hopefully no longer than 5 to 10 minute time frame. After each article, I will ask if there is any comment from the Finance Committee. If members could please indicate if you have a question by raising your hand, I will then recognize each of you in the order I see you. Once the committee has concluded their comments, I will then ask for any comments by the staff, and then I'll ask the public if they have any comments. Please allow me to recognize you before you speak. From the public, we will request your name and your address, and you will then speak in the order that you appear on the list. I ask the comments and the questions also be kept concise. So the first articles that we're going to take a look at are the non-operating budget financial. We're going to begin with Article 1. Mr. Mizikar?
Thank you. Article 1 is an article that would move funds within the fiscal year 20 budget. So this is obviously a legacy article that we would have utilized if the town meeting occurred within prior to June 30th. But since that did not happen, we would move to have this article defeated as it's unnecessary.
Sorry, any questions or comments from the committee? Okay. Any questions or comments from the staff? Any comments or questions from the public? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to Article 3.
Thank you. Article 3 is an article that's normally more towards the end of the warrant process and is very similar to Articles 4 and 5. So I'll just touch on all 3 of those. These are supplemental funds that are added. Article 3 and 4 come in from Selco. With Article 3 in mind, there's $800,000 that comes in from the cable TV division, which is a payment in lieu of taxes of $800,000. There's $237,569 from the light department, and then $500,000 that's utilized from free cash. So these funds are really used to offset the impact to the tax rate. Without these funds, we would not be able to have a balanced budget, and therefore the tax rate would have to increase, or expenditures and services would have to be reduced without them. So it really supplements the overall revenue model of the town, and primarily comes in from Selco, but we do utilize $500,000 in free cash.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. So that's kind of commentary on Article 3 and 4, both related to money coming from Selco.
And 5, really. I mean,
And
it's the same concept. Yep, it's just to reduce the tax rate.
Okay, thank you. Then, so we'll take, does the committee have any questions on Article 3, 4, or 5?
I do.
Mr. Adler.
Thank you. Kevin, I know we're doing it out of order for lots of good reasons, and that's fine. Traditionally, we put that $500,000 free cash transfer at the end, and I had always thought it was because it was to make sure everything worked out okay throughout the evening if there was any problems. But if we're putting this at the beginning, is that going to be an issue? It's really just that.
Yep. It could make it a little bit more complicated if things don't go as the motions are laid out. It does follow the operating budget, which is Article 2, which I think would be the biggest challenge. So we can manage it either way. But being after the operating budget, I think puts us is the primary position that needs to be in.
Are there,
And if,
okay.
may I? And if horror of horrors, something were to happen later on in the evening, the long Saturday that we're going to be doing town meeting, we could, of course, move to reconsider and open this one up and tweak it if we absolutely had to, right?
That is absolutely correct. I think in theory, what you're doing whenever you get to Article 5, you have a surplus, so to speak, on the actions that you've taken thus far in the evening. Or
Thank you.
Day, morning.
Okay. Do any other committee members have a question or comment on Article 3, 4, or 5? Okay, seeing none, does the staff have any questions or comments on Article 3, 4, or 5? Okay, seeing none, are there anybody in the public that wishes to comment on Articles 3, 4, and 5? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to Article number 6. Mr. Mizikar?
So Article number 6 is a traditional article that normally falls early in the warrant, and it is to pay the out-of-pocket medical expenses of retired and disabled police officers and firefighters of the town. It's done so in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 41, Section 100B. These individuals are retired and disabled in the line of duty, and the town pays things like any out-of-pocket expenses and co-pays for them throughout the course of the year. This year, that sum is $9,719, which is a little higher than previous years. However, all costs have been verified, and we intend to raise these funds through the tax rate.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Are there any questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Mr. Mizikar, is there a cap on these expenditures, or is it pretty much unlimited?
In theory, there is no cap. These individuals are on our health insurance plans, and therefore we can gauge and understand, for the most part, their out-of-pocket costs and expenditures. So, every retiree, primarily has to go in Medicare, a Medicare type plan, so it is somewhat predictable.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Okay, seeing none, any questions or comments from the staff? Any questions or comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, then we'll move on to Article number 15. Mr. Mizikar?
Thank you. Article 15 is to set the maximum spending limitations for 2 revolving accounts that are established in Article 22 of the town's general bylaws. First First revolving account is the Council on Aging Transportation Fund, setting the spending limitation at $75,000. These revolving accounts are established to receive revenue and cover the cost of those services without impacting the tax rate. So those funds come in from transportation revenues and are expended on the same. $75,000 is the traditional amount that we receive or set the limitation at. The Donahue Rowing Center is another revolving account that we utilize where we take in revenues for the rental of space and the facility itself over the course of the year. We normally set that limitation at $250,000. This year we've set it at $300,000 because public facilities needs to make some more substantial capital improvement repairs to the facility. And therefore the spending request has been increased from 250 to 300.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Are there any questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Seeing none. Any questions or comments from the staff? Seeing none. Any questions or comment from the public? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 18.
Yep, so Article 18, I'm happy to have on the video conference with us this evening, Mr. Christopher Roy, who is Selco's new general manager. He's been in the chair, so to speak, since Monday. So today's his third full day. We're happy to have him here at the Finance Committee and on the town's leadership team, and brings with him extraordinary experience in public power and cable internet service provision operations. Most recently in the towns of Concord and Belmont, but also in the private sector power industry for some time in his early career. So I'm fortunate to have Mr. Roy here help me explain this article. The basis of it from a financial standpoint is a request from Selco to utilize the borrowing power and full faith and credit of the town of Shrewsbury and the AAA bond rating to access the municipal bond market and secure $15 million towards a significant upgrade. And I would ask the chair to allow Mr. Roy to provide the details of that project.
Thank you. Mr. Roy, welcome, and we look forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you. That was a very gracious introduction. I appreciate that. Yes, it's quite my pleasure to present what is, I mean, a really thorough analysis here that, Mr. Hale and the Selco team had put together. And so the premise is to really bring the cable TV operation into the future, leveraging the fiber as the basis for that. And so in order to do so, that requires basically building out a fiber infrastructure that will reach each home and business within the community. And so this article is intended to cover, in order to do that, there's an analysis done by CTC Communications that forecasted a $30 million expense. And so over the last several years, Selco has saved about half of that to cover that out of cash. And then the other remaining $15 million is what is being requested for borrowing. And that would cover the project from start to finish, including build out. There's 3 phases, just to highlight a couple of the steps in that process. It's build to the premise, build to the home, and then start converting technology within people's homes and businesses. And so this is intended to cover the entire process.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Thank you, Mr. Roy. I have a question. Like, it says it's going to be over multiple years. How many years are we looking at before there's fiber to the house?
So That would really, in large part, depend on where you live. As a phased approach, it would vary in that time frame. I believe that the horizon for that is about 5 years. To try and get that, I'd have to double check my summary sheet from that study. But really within that time frame, that both encompasses the time needed to perform the construction, as well as keep up with the demands to convert folks from the legacy cable system to fiber. So that time is a dual, double-edged sword, if you will, where it's both a construction time limit as well as a conversion for subscribers.
All right, well, that would be exciting to get fiber to the house. And then one other question that I had, the last line says Selco funds will be used to fund the repayment of this debt. So if I'm understanding, we're borrowing the money to be able to use, as you said, Mr. Mizikar, our good bond rating to get a lower, I'm assuming to get a lower rate, and then Selco will be paying us back. Is that correct?
Primarily, yes. So, I mean, really, this debt will sit, on the municipal side of the house, and just like there's about $436,000 that Selco currently, provides to us for debt service now. They would do that, whatever the cost of this project is, whatever the cost of this $15 million is on an annual basis. And so there's no impact to the taxpayers. It all comes in through the Selco ratepayer. It's transferred over to the town. That covers the cost. So there's no debt exclusion, nothing like that. No tax impact. It's all Selco funded for this $15 million. And so, Selco has really two options. One, they can borrow through the full faith of the town, and the other is going through MWIC, which is a municipal partner of theirs in the public power industry. But the bond rating makes this very attractive and beneficial to the community.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chawar, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Judy. First of all, I think this is a great idea to move to fiber technology. That's a really great move in terms of modernizing the technological base of our town. But my question is more of like, as the industry moves to things like 5G and streaming is basically replacing cable services in a big sort of way, do you see us able to basically justify the expenditure in terms of repaying the debt if services go down as a result of 5G or streaming?
So I'll start, and then I'll let Mr. Roy talk a little bit. I don't want to step on his toes, but I want to support as much as possible. So right now, Selco has more internet service customers than cable TV customers, and I think that this initiative is a clear recognition of exactly what you said, Mr. Chabra, which is that video will be more of an internet function than a cable function in the future. And fiber, we believe, is as future-proof as it comes for a business operation. So, as I know you're probably well aware, given your the job that you have, your day job, and this is just your hobby, or one of your hobbies, that 5G itself needs a fiber backhaul to be able to support it. So I think it puts Mr. Roy mentioned a double-edged sword. This is another two-pronged advantage that comes to the town by investing in this infrastructure. One, it provides video services to customers and makes the community desirable from a resident standpoint, especially in a work-from-home environment. And two, we may be able to leverage that infrastructure for outside parties if 5G does make its way into the community.
Mr. Roy, did you want to add any more, or?
No, that was outstanding. I could not add another detail to that.
Are there any other questions or comments from the committee?
I do. Yep.
Carlos Garcia?
Hi. So, yeah. You may have already mentioned it, but I might have just missed it. You said that this would be done in 3 phases. I was just curious when the first phase would begin, how soon that would be.
Would you like me to take that? So that would really ideally begin as soon as possible. Candidly, I have the meeting with Matrix next week, in which we'll discuss the full details of the timeline. But I know, especially as we've talked about at length, with the COVID environment and work from home, really there is a pressure to do that ASAP. And my understanding is there has been some fiber work already completed as well as ongoing. So I think the official start date is really underway, and this would just formalize and allow us to extend that and continue that work to reach everybody.
Great. And then just to follow up, so I know that some areas in the community already have fiber. It's a small area. Do you anticipate that rates for the fiber packages would change as we expand? If my question makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think, at least in my experience, and I hope my experience is rates are a combination of monitoring the competitive rate environment as well as the actual cost needed to build out the infrastructure. And so I think having the predictability of finance monitoring the market rate environment, that is what would drive a rate change. And so I don't think there's any direct necessarily answer that said you bring on X number of more subscribers and that results in a rate impact of Y. It would be more a product of the ongoing market conditions, taking into account the already fixed costs of the debt.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Are there any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, are there any other questions or comments from the staff? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll move on to article number 19. Mr. Mizikar.
Sure, thank you. So article number 19 is a traditional article of the town meeting warrant. It's our chapter 90 funding, which is state transportation aid funding program that we utilize for our roadway improvement projects throughout the course of the year. The Commonwealth has issued notes for the transportation program this year, and the town has been allocated $989,552. So this article would merely accept and allow for the appropriation and use of those funds.
Sorry, I had a dog jumping on me. Any questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Any questions or comments from the staff? Any questions or comments from the public? Okay, well, thank you. So seeing none, we'll now move on to article number 20. Mr. Mizikar.
Thank you. Another traditional article of the warrant, which is the transfer of $18,000 for the sale of cemetery lots to the cemetery department for the care and improvement, embellishment, and enlargement of the cemetery. So this is, again, a standing article. There's $93,798 currently in the sale of lots account, and we use these funds throughout the year just for that, the care of the cemetery and any expansion and improvements that are required.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, we will move on to Article 21. Mr. Mizikar.
Thank you. This is an article that we would look to defeat. It's an article that would be utilized to pay any bills from a prior year, so FY20 or prior at this point. There are no known bills at this time, so we again ask for defeat of this article.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, We'll now move on to the B section, the general capital improvement plan and the utility capital improvement plans for the fiscal year 2021. We'll begin with article number 9. Mr. Misakar.
Thank you. So Article number 9 is the capital improvement program for the sewer account. And as you had noted before, Madam Chair, that we have both the Water and Sewer Superintendent, Mr. Dan Rowley, and the DPW Director, Mr. Jeff Howland, with us this evening. They will be able to provide you with the details, and I will just intro it to say that we're going to seek the approval of $1,636,900 to undertake various capital improvements within the sewer system. So I will turn it over to Mr. Rowley for his comments on those details.
Thank you, Mr. Misakar. So we have identified a number of capital improvements for this year for the sewer system, which includes $430,000 in inflow and infiltration work. This is our 10th year of this program. We have 2 more years after this year to complete one full cycle of the town. We have earmarked $160,000 for sewer pump station evaluations, where we are looking to conduct comprehensive evaluations of the Rolfe Ave and Maple Ave pump stations. We've identified $475,000 for radio telemetry upgrades to finish the upgrades of the SCADA to the remaining stations. There's about 17 of them. We've identified $500,000 for sewer pump station improvements, and we are looking to replace 2 vehicles. One is shared with the water, and that total is $71,000. It's worth noting this is about $80,000 less than when we met back in February due to expected reduced revenues.
Thank you, Mr. Misakar. Thank you, Mr. Rowley. Any questions or comments from the committee?
Yes, I do. Mark here.
Mr. Adler?
Yeah, thank you. A couple questions. First, Dan, you said reduced revenue. So have we actually seen, or are we just anticipating a reduction in revenue, I presume COVID related?
I believe we're anticipating that it will be reduced.
Okay. And second, thank you. And second question, can you tell me about the source, how the inflow and infiltration fund is funded? Where does that come from?
I can take that. So over the course of time, kind of a previous financial model, the town at town meeting would set aside annual rate revenues into an I&I, or inflow and infiltration account. So it's basically a warrant article that was previously approved by another town meeting and held there for only to be expended for these purposes. So it's really a double appropriation. We're currently working through that model and kind of doing away with it. You'll see that we are using $416,000 from that fund. That will exhaust all those funds, and then we'll just raise the appropriate amount of funds every year in the annual rate and allocate them out in the capital plan.
Can I just have a quick follow-up? I'm sorry, but so the inflow infiltration fund, I&I fund, was that funded from sewer surplus? I mean, I know formally it's appropriated, but is it appropriated from funds from the sewer surplus?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you, that's all.
Mr. Misakar, you'd mentioned in your town manager's report that there were 3 utilities that were down on revenue. You mentioned water specific. Obviously, I guess sewer is one of them. What is the other one?
I believe Mr. Snowden's on the line, who is the business manager for the DPW, and he'd probably be the best person to answer that question.
Hello, Kevin. Judy, if you just could repeat the first part of the question, the 2 funds that were...
Well, you mentioned there were, at the beginning, there were 3, Mr. Misakar mentioned that there were 3 utilities where the revenue was down from what was expected. One of them, what he mentioned, water. Obviously, based on this conversation, sewer is one of them. I was wondering what the third utility is.
The third utility in this case would have been stormwater, but we were able to capture a decent amount of that revenue with the final billing for the municipal account. So it was more of an internal transferring of funds to make sure that the account met where it needed to be at.
Is that specific for stormwater?
I'm sorry, Judy, I didn't quite understand the question.
What was the internal accounting specific to stormwater?
That is correct. It's specific to parcels of land that had no other utilities associated with them, vacant parcels. So there was a remainder of, I don't know, maybe like 200 or so parcels. I can't recall exactly, that we had to finish the account management of, and that has now been completed.
Okay, because I'm kind of where I just want to know what the three were, because you did mention that your capital budget request is less than it was going to be previously because revenue was down. I think you said you've reduced it by about 80,000. Do we know why our water and obviously water and sewer are tied together, but do we know why our sewer revenue / our water revenue is below what was expected?
I believe the superintendent Rowley, he did sort of lead with it. We believe and we are anticipating that the revenue may be lower. We have seen that because interest rates were extended to June 30th, that there are some outstanding bills still out there for water and sewer. So we may capture that revenue within the first couple months of this fiscal year, and we would have a better idea of whether or not we were overly cautious or not, as we approach the fall.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. We've talked about the fact that bills were delayed, so it's still that effect. Okay, that's good news. And so, yeah, if you can keep the committee apprised of that, that's excellent. Any other questions or comment from the Finance Committee? Okay, seeing none, any further questions or comment from the staff? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, we will move on to Article number 11. Mr. Mizikar?
Thank you. This is the capital improvement plan for the water division, and the total improvements projected or requested are $2,016,862. And again, Mr. Rowley can detail those improvements to you best.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. So on the water side, we projected revenues to be down about $219,000. So as Mr. Stone said, we'll know better in the next few months. For these capital improvements, we've identified $1,543,862 for water main replacements, $50,000 to replace the second pump at the West Main booster station, $16,000 to replace, or it's half the cost of a replacement pickup for our resident engineering inspector, $9,000 for a John Deere riding mower to maintain our stations, and $50,000 to purchase valve exercising equipment so we can do unidirectional flushing and maintain our valves with town staff.
Thank you, Mr. Rowley. Any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions or comment from the public? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 13. Mr. Mizikar?
Great, thank you. This is the capital improvement request for the stormwater department. It's a request of $250,000. And Mr. Holland will provide some detailed and planning efforts for the use of these funds. So I'll turn it over to the DPW director.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Jeff Holland, and so we have $250,000 that we're asking for drainage improvements. For a long time, the previous highway superintendent had a long list of projects that he wanted to accomplish for drainage improvements, and we are working down that list. This year, we are doing, or FY20, we're actually doing Boylston Circle. FY21, we're not sure which one we're going to tackle first, but we will evaluate that with the assistance of the Highways Division Manager to determine what streets we will be doing.
Thank you, Mr. Howland. Any questions or comments from the committee? Mr. Adler.
Thank you. Jeff, Boylston Circle is my neighborhood, and I thought the stormwater drains were already rebuilt there about 2 years ago. What, or did I misunderstand?
So, Mr. Adler, so last year we did what we called phase one. The contract came in higher than we anticipated. We originally were going to go up past Gulf Street, but we didn't have the funds to go that far. This year we will extend drainage, which will include the Gulf Street intersection. I think we're actually doing a couple basins up on Gulf Street before it starts heading back down, heading westward. And this will head toward the cemetery to the top of the hill. So it just adds on to the drain line that we had put in last year, which we designed for, but we didn't have the funds to finish. So this is phase two, so to speak.
Okay, if I can, I'm sorry, Judy.
Yes,
The article talks about raising the funds directly from the receipts, but the original language of the warrant talks about potentially borrowing. Since I assume looks like we're not doing that, which is fine, it's available from receipts. Obviously, it's not going to need to reach any fancy threshold at town meeting, but also, do we need to go through this process every time we want a project done, or can't normally, like, what's the procedure for having the funds for the stormwater account fund stormwater events? Do we always have to go back and forth like this every year?
I guess I'd just like a little clarification as to whether you're asking, do we need to segment out capital improvements, or could we do them in one fell swoop with the operating budget? Is that really what you're asking?
No, actually, I mean, I guess so, right? Because the operating budget for the stormwater department comes from stormwater receipts.
Correct.
And which is great, but and the capital also comes from it. So yeah, I guess what you're saying is we segment these two categories. Why does that have to be separated? And I guess this is more of a meta question for how municipal budgeting works. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is no real requirement. This is, we used to do a separate warrant article for each project. And since I've been here, we've kind of walked away from that and did one operating budget article and one capital article for each. There's certainly no reason not to. There's certainly, we could do it either way. There's not necessarily a right or a wrong. I think this lends a little bit of clarity to the one-time cost versus the ongoing costs of the operation of those various utilities.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, any questions, comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll move on to article number 14. Mr. Mizikar.
Good evening. This is the general capital budget for the town, which includes all non-utility aspects of our operations. And this budget has been significantly reduced by about $775,000 in comparison to the plan that we presented to you in the original budget hearings and with fiscal projection 1. The total for these improvements are $1.1 million. The largest and most significant capital improvement that we intend to undertake is the replacement of the roof and associated rooftop mechanical units at the Parker Road Preschool. That roof has significantly deteriorated and is a constant and ongoing leak within it that damages the interior, so it's much needed. We would leverage both this $500,000 in free cash plus additional green communities funds for that project in particular. Just briefly on the other projects, the second largest one is the replacement of a plow and sander truck, a 1999 vehicle. Would be replaced with a new vehicle at the cost of $240,000. And then we will replace 2 marked police vehicles, and that's a reduction from 4 marked police vehicles that we do on a normal year. We weren't really thinking of it at the time, of course, but the utilization of poll pads, which is an electronic tablet that downloads from the state voter registration system and then is disconnected and used for early voting and voting at a traditional on-site polling place. $29,000 in support of the town clerk's office. Renovations at our parks, Dean Park ball field renovations of $145,000 that will also leverage investment from private entities like the Little League. And then within the engineering division, continued asset maintenance for emergency action plans for 2 dams and design and improvements of public ways and assets within the engineering division. So in summary, it's a $1.1 million plan. We utilize free cash for the vast majority of this. The reason that the plan was reduced was really to preserve more financial assets of the community since we were forced to push much more into the operating budget. Hopefully we have the ability to have a slightly larger plan next year and take on some of the projects that we had to peel back out.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the public? Seeing
Judy, you're mute.
Oh, thank you. All right. How? I guess I was mute the entire time. All right. So
You need to call the meeting to order. We haven't started yet, Judy.
all right. Wow, I must have fallen asleep. Sorry. So I guess did I ask if there? Did you hear me ask for if there's any other comments? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. And for staff and for public. And then, so now we're moving on to land disposal and acquisitions, which begins with Article 23. All right, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Mr. Mizikar.
Great, thank you. So Article 23, Madam Chair, if I could have the Assistant Manager, Kristen Lass, describe this article and her work with the Beal Reuse Committee and what our intention for the disposition of this property is.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Article 23 is a request that the town vote to transfer town-owned property at 1 through 7 Maple Avenue, which is the current Beal School in the center of town, originally acquired for school purposes, to the Board of Selectmen for the purposes of making the property available for sale. Also to establish the minimum sales price for the property and to authorize the selectmen to enter into any agreements to dispose of the property. So in a little bit more detail, as soon as we understood a little bit more that the current Beal School is going to be relocated and specifically relocated to 214 Lake Street, the former Glavin property, the Board of Selectmen formed the Beal Reuse Committee. And that committee worked very closely with town staff and residents and also participated in a lot of our town center planning work to understand what would be desirable uses for that property if the town were to sell the property to an outside entity. We did a variety of interior studies on the property of the building when we were going through the feasibility study for the building to see if the school could actually stay on the site or not. So we have a lot of information there. And then we've also worked with a consultant to understand what are some concepts that may be desirable to a developer coming in. Most recently, the Beal Reuse Committee presented to the Board of Selectmen in the summer of 2019 their suggested findings for the reuse of the property. And all of that can be detailed on the website. Perhaps a mixed use type of entity. There really wasn't a huge call of if the building were to be demolished or not demolished. Perhaps bringing a building closer to the street, a desire for public or shared parking for town center use. And then most recently, the Beal Reuse Committee was transferred to what's called the Beal RFP Committee. The town of Shrewsbury was awarded a grant from Mass Development to actually craft a request for proposal to dispose of the property. And Article 23 is really the linchpin that would allow for the town to issue that request for proposal to be issued to potential developers to respond to. So again, this article asks really to do three things. One, to transfer the land to the Board of Selectmen for the disposition. Also, under state law, we must make through town meeting a minimum sales price. We as staff are suggesting that be $1. The town in general has had a conversation that there are many costs associated with this property, whether the new entity to purchase it would be to reuse the building. The building was built in the 1920s and has obviously had upgrades, but for any other use other than a school would require significant financial costs. Or if a potential developer or group wanted to demolish the building and revitalize the site, that would be a substantial cost as well. And the general consensus of the town so far has been that they wish this property to be redeveloped for the greater good of the town center and greater good of the town of Shrewsbury. It may be a tax-paying entity. It may be able to lift tax rates and tax values throughout the town center. So that is why $1 is being asked for. So if this article does pass, shortly thereafter, the request for proposal would be issued. The Beal RFP committee would review those proposals as they come in with assistance from the consultant, and then the process would move forward through a standard public process. So that's it in a nutshell, and I'm happy to take any questions related to Article 23.
Any questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Celeste. Any questions or comments from the committee? Christian, I do have a question. Through the process, if we do end up selling this property for $1 to someone, are there going to be any stipulations that the concept that they present absolutely has to be built? I mean, we've this town has had beautiful concepts before us in other cases, and they haven't come to fruition. So if we've sold the property for $1, do we have any reassurance that it will actually get developed for what we're anticipating?
Yes, so that's the purpose of the Board of Selectmen entering into the agreement. So the request for proposal has been crafted as such that the concept request for proposal is somewhat of a binding concept, and that they would have to move forward in that fashion and actually have to execute in a certain period of time as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, any other questions or comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, thank you. We're going to move on to Article 24. Mr. Mizikar.
Madam Chair, would you mind if we talked in concept about both 24 and 25 as they're closely related?
Please, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So both Article 24 and 25 seek to use water funds to acquire two parcels of land, one at 268 North Quinsigamond Avenue and one at 274 North Quinsigamond Avenue for water purposes. The current owners of both of these properties came forward to the town, and seeing an opportunity that Mr. Rowley will describe related to the location of these properties. For 268, we seek $245,000, which would include a $200,000 acquisition price, and the balance to be used for the demolition of the structures and the cleanup of the property. And then for 274 North Quinsigamond Avenue, an additional $103,000 for the acquisition of that vacant parcel of land. Both properties are currently under purchase and sale agreement with a $5,000 deposit on hand. So if I may, Madam Chair, have Mr. Rowley describe the intent and the reasoning behind purchasing these two particular parcels.
Yes, please, Mr. Rowley.
Okay, can I present my screen? I'll show a map that describes the zone 1 around the wellheads. That's okay?
Yep, great.
Yes, please.
Let's see here. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yep.
Okay, so this is a unique opportunity for us to purchase 268 North Quincy and 274. They both fall within our zone 1 400-foot buffer around our wells at the Lambert's pit. And we are required to either own or control the use of those lands. And obviously that regulation has changed since the wells were put in. So this would allow us to remove the home and have control and protect these two sources of water. I did look back for a calendar year 2019, and they produced about a little over 11% of our water supply for the year from this source. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rowley. Any questions or comments from the committee members? Seeing none, any further questions or comments from the staff? And this is on both Articles 24 and 25. Any comments from the public on Articles 24 and 25? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Rowley.
Thank you.
We're now going to move on to Article number 26. Mr. Mizikar?
Kevin, you're muted.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry. Any questions? No, I'm just kidding. So Article 26 proposes to acquire 3 parcels of land using Selco funding, 234 Boston Turnpike, 2 through 4 Worthington Avenue, and 6 through 8 Worthington Avenue. This land is currently owned by National Grid and totals approximately 0.91 acres. And Selco would utilize this land as it's adjacent to their current substation, which is known as the Logan Station at 12 through 14 Worthington Ave. So it is just an authorization for acquisition of property. Selco funds would be used to make this acquisition.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Any questions or comments from the committee? Mr. Adler.
Yes, hi. What I'm not sure what it is that Selco is actually going to use it for. Can you elaborate, please?
So it's my understanding that Mr. Icarino may be on the phone, or excuse me, maybe on the video conference. He would be the best to describe it, or if Mr. Roy has more information. If not, I'll take a shot at it from my knowledge.
Sure, I certainly can detail what I've been briefed on in the first few days. So my understanding, again, it's in large part an opportunistic purchase where, given its location next to an existing substation, that gives us the ability to leverage it for future use. That is combined and considered in conjunction with the fact that it's offered at a very steep reduction in price from its assessed value. So the idea is the base fallback plan would be, the idea is, in theory, we could be commissioning that other substation in 10 to 12 years as we work on other infrastructure upgrades. And so the combination of all those parcels put together represent a valuable asset that could be leveraged in the future for either a sale purpose or future substation use.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Any other questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Any other questions or comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 27. Mr. Mizikar.
Article 27 is an article that we will seek defeat of. When we were originally developing the warrant in the spring, and we are still in design development of a sidewalk that will extend from the new Beal School at 214 Lake Street the whole way down and connect into the next street that has a sidewalk, which is Hialeah Drive. So at that time, there was a potential that we needed to secure an easement, or at least a temporary construction easement to construct the sidewalk, but that no longer is necessary. So we will seek defeat of this article.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions or comment from the public? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 28. Mr. Mizikar.
Great. Article 28 is a traditional article that changes in form, and it's the acceptance of public ways that are now ready, which are part of a subdivision. And I'll let Mr. Howland describe that process, if you will.
Got to unmute. Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. So we are looking to have a portion of Nelson Point Road and Point Road accepted at the town meeting. These roads were built under subdivision control law. All work has been completed, except they will be cleaning out, final cleaning of the catch basins and the drain lines, which we typically require a week or so prior to town meeting. We've talked to the developer, and they will be doing that probably next week. But all other work has been done, and this is, so Nelson Point Road used to be private, but when they built Point Road, which was off of it, that was made be public down to and just beyond Point Road.
Thank you, Mr. Howland. Any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none,
No,
Mr.
no,
Adler?
Judy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't see the report, the plan that was supposed to be, that was filed with the clerk or whatever it was. I'm sorry. Usually we get a map for this or some sort of diagram showing us what we're looking at and what the changes are. And there's even language, I'm just trying to find it now. Language in the motion. I'm sorry, this is Article 28. Yeah, I'm showing on plans filed in the office of the town clerk entitled Article 28. Normally we get those. Are we not going to get those?
No, you certainly will get them. Sorry for the oversight. We can get those electronic files out to you tomorrow that detail these streets.
I'm sure this is nothing shocking. It's not terribly interesting. I just want to make sure I wasn't like missing something.
Nope, it's a valid point.
Now Nelson Point Road, that's a really old road in the town, isn't it? I mean, this isn't a new subdivision, or is it just this one little section of it that is?
So, Mr. Adler, the Nelson Point Road, you are correct. It was an old, very old road off of Lake Street, and that was upgraded as part of the subdivision, which was Point Road, which is off of Nelson Point Road. So in order to make Point Road public, we required that a portion, the first part of Nelson Point Road from Lake Street down to the intersection with Point Road be made public also.
So it's just that short, it's just that one section of Nelson Point Road.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Howland, in the description, it says to authorize the selectmen to acquire by gift, purchase, or taking by eminent domain. Are we actually talking about taking by eminent domain in this case?
I believe that's been historically how the town has taken subdivision streets, is by a friendly eminent domain. They are giving us, they're required under subdivision control that the town accept these streets, and the town historically has done it by eminent domain. At least that's how the language has been stated in the descriptions.
Is this a friendly eminent domain?
Yes, it is.
And if I can just add, Madam Chair, the reason that we take it by eminent domain, because eminent domain clears any adverse liens against any aspect of this parcel once we take it. So it wipes everything out in case anything would be missed. So it's really a formality. Again, as Mr. Holland stated, it's been a part of the subdivision control plan from day one. It's just kind of a belts and suspenders approach to make sure that no one has any interest in town property.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So this is Article 28, so I'm going to ask the committee once again if there's any further questions or comment. Seeing none, does the staff have anything further, questions, comments? And does the public have any questions or comments? Seeing none, we're going to move on to Section D, funding for outside entities, and we're going to go to Article number 17. Mr. Mizikar.
Sure. Article 17 is a request to transfer $150,000 from free cash to Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services, which is the town's partner entity for individuals' physical, emotional, and mental health well-being. They provide valuable service within the community. This $150,000 matches the total amount that was given to SYSF during fiscal year 20, although those funds came in two separate appropriations, the majority in the spring and then about another $33,000 in the fall. So this will be used for services to residents through Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Any questions or comments from the Finance Committee?
Judy, this is Hannah. Can I just say something?
Certainly. Welcome.
Thank you. I've been here for a long time. I just have been quiet. The only thing I would say is that in the past few years, I've been able to get money in the state budget for SYFS, but given the situation of the budget this year, I do not expect to get any money from them. So I think that the town's investment is really critical, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Hannah. Any further questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, we're going to move on to Article 39. Mr. Mizikar.
Thank you. Just trying to get way back there. So this is a request of utilization of $30,000 from free cash to transfer to the Lake Quinsigamond Commission. It is used for the management of the lake, and specifically these funds are used by the commission for the eradication of invasive weeds that have taken root within the lake. What is different this year is over the past 2 years, we've funded $20,000 to the commission. We work very closely with them, basically as their sponsor entity or sponsor town of all the towns that participate on the commission. And we fund them really what's needed, and other towns do as well. So the additional $10,000 is for additional work within the Lake Quinsigamond watershed, specifically within Newton Pond. Newton Pond is at the headwaters of Lake Quinsigamond, and what feeds from Newton contributes to the water quality of the lake itself. And Newton Pond has a massive bloom and outbreak of various invasive weeds. And this $10,000 will be the first step towards eradicating those weeds along with other measures. It has the support of the residents that live around Newton Pond and the commission, and this is something that we've been working with them, with Representative Kane on for about the last 2.5 or 3 years. At least that's my duration. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Any questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, that concludes our review this evening of the scheduled warrant articles. May I have a motion to continue the public hearing until tomorrow night, July 23rd at 6:30 p.m.?
So moved.
Second.
And second.
Thank you. Seconded multiple times. Okay, I'm going to have a roll call now for the vote. Mr. Adler,
Yes. Aye.
Mr. Chubbuck,
Aye.
Ms. Howard,
Aye.
Ms. King,
Yes.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Rubin,
Aye.
Mr. Garcia,
Aye.
Ms. Vetter, aye. So we are now continued until tomorrow night. We're going to now move into so the item number 5, the potential deliberation and action relative to the recommendations of the Finance Committee to be made at the 2020 annual town meeting. Mr. Rizikar?
Madam Chair, the committee traditionally waits until the end of the full warrant to deliberate on your recommendations for these, and I think we certainly could do that again, and this will be another item that would be included on your next agenda.
Okay, very good. And then our meeting schedule, obviously, we've already said that we're continuing the public hearing until tomorrow night at 6:30. And then the pre-town meeting has a TBA. And hopefully everyone knows by now that town meeting is going to be Saturday at 8:30 a.m., August 8th. Are there any other questions or comments? Mr. Mizikar?
Madam Chair, if I could just take the opportunity to promote, our big careers on SMC doesn't just include your meetings, but a number of us got together today from a town staff perspective to go through each and every warrant article in a separate taping to kind of make sure that we can both be very efficient in town meeting and not have to make a lot of public presentations, and at the same time have town meeting members as informed as possible and maybe limit questions on the various warrant articles. So that'll be airing on SMC over the course of the next few days. So if anyone missed the first part of this hearing or wants to hear it again, that's another format that they'd be able to hear details about every warrant article that will be presented at town meeting. It was took a little bit less than 2 hours today, so it's just another opportunity for town meeting members and the public to inform themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. That's excellent news. Thank you. I think I'm definitely going to tune in for that. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Staff? Okay, may I have an motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second. I'm going to do a roll call.
Judy,
You're on mute.
Man, I don't know how that keeps happening. Okay, sorry. Mr. Chubbuck?
Aye.
Ms. Howard?
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Murray?
Aye.
Mr. Rubin?
Aye.
Mr. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Vetter? Aye. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Go on.
Thank you.
Will be joining us throughout the evening. Mark Murray,
Present.
Jordan Rubin, Carlos Garcia.
I'm here.
Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative.
Excuse me, Judy, I'm here. It's Hannah. I'm sorry, I was muted.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Hannah. I knew you were going to be in and out, so thank you.
Yeah.
Kevin Mizikar,
Present.
Kristen Lass,
Present.
David Snowden.
Present.
Anticipated speakers on the agenda, please respond in the affirmative. Joe Sawyer, Sandra Fritz,
Present.
Pat Collins,
Present.
Bernard Cahill, Teresa Flynn,
Present.
Anthony Froro,
Present.
Bob Cashman, Maurice DiPaolo, Mark Donahue,
Present.
Jason Molina,
Present.
Good evening to you all. This open meeting of the Finance Committee is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12th, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of the public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with the general agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. For this meeting, the Finance Committee is convening by Google Meet, formerly known as Google Hangouts, as posted on the town's website identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that other folks may be able to see you. Take care not to share or screen your computer unless asked by the chairperson or the staff person. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. Permit me to share the ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I, Judy Vetter, will introduce each board member, staff member, or guest speaker who has the lead role for an agenda item. After they conclude their remarks, I will ask committee members first, then staff members if they have any questions or comments. When appropriate, I will then call upon the members to offer a motion and then for a second. Any votes will be taken by roll call. Please hold until your name is called. Please remember to mute your phone or computer when you are not speaking. Remember that unless a document is being shared, your camera feed is triggered by your speaking or background noise. Please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For the public hearing portion of the meeting, after members and staff have spoken, the chair will afford public comments as followed. The chair will first ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses only. Once the chair has a list of all public commenters, I will call in each by name and afford 3 minutes for any comments. For any response, please wait until I yield the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage colloquially with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. I now call to order the July 23rd meeting of the Finance Committee. May I have a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
May I have a
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and second. I'm going to now do a roll call vote. Mark Adler?
Aye.
Vikram Charber? Vikram Charber?
Aye, sorry.
Aaron Howard?
Aye.
Hannah Kane?
Aye.
Mark Murray?
Aye.
Carlo Garcia?
Aye.
Judy Vetter? Aye. The meeting is now called to order. We will now resume our review of the town meeting warrant articles for the August 8th town meeting. At the conclusion of our review, we will close the public hearing. Then the Finance Committee will discuss and vote on the articles. In the interest of time, I ask the presentations of each article be as concise as possible, hopefully no longer than 5 to 10 minutes. After each article, I will ask if there is any comment or questions from the Finance Committee. Committee members, please indicate if you would like to speak by raising your hand. I will recognize each of you in the order I see you. Once the committee has concluded their comments, I will then ask for any comments by the staff. I then will ask the public if they have any comments. Please allow me to recognize you before you speak. I ask that comments and questions also be kept concise. The order in which we will take articles is different than the posted agenda. Here is the order we will follow this evening. 29, 36, 38, 30. Then we'll move into the operating budget, financials, town and school, then to the miscellaneous, and then to the bylaw amendments. So we'll begin with Article 29. Mr. Mizikar?
Madam Chair, if you'll permit, I will share my screen and I will turn the presentation over to Ms. Flynn of the Personnel Board to share the details of Article 29 with you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks everyone. I'm Teresa Flynn, I'm chair of the Personnel Board, and I'm here with other board members, Tony Froyo, and I believe Mr. Bob Cashman is also calling in this evening. We are here to present the Personnel Board's recommendations to town meeting under Article 29. There are 2 recommendations for fiscal 21 that relate to changes to the personnel bylaw and general salary increases. Our first recommendation is to amend the personnel bylaw. These changes are part of the ongoing effort to assist management in recruiting and retaining the most qualified personnel to the benefit of Shrewsbury residents and taxpayers. As you know, last year, town meeting approved the shift in responsibility of amending the classification and compensation plans from town meeting to the personnel board. We've amended the personnel bylaw to align with the classification and compensation study recently completed by removing longevity-based compensation and to set up for a performance-based appraisal system. Specifically, step language was removed to allow for employees to move across the salary range based upon their performance, of course, subject to appropriation. New definitions were inserted to provide structure to the open range merit system. All language has been made gender neutral. And lastly, bereavement leave was amended to align with policies similar to our comparable communities. We're in the process of documenting all of these changes in a red line format, and that will be provided for review prior to town meeting. With regard to salary increases, the board recommends a salary increase of 1% for administrative and professional technical staff and division managers. This does not apply to department heads, as they have agreed to a voluntary wage freeze effective June 30th of this year. Our recommendation is based upon several factors, including increases being granted by comparable communities, increases for collectively bargained employees in Shrewsbury, and the change in the consumer price index. The recommendation provides a moderate cost of living increase while balancing the budgetary impacts of COVID-19 and the town manager's strong efforts to avoid actions such as furloughs or layoffs. The value of a 1% increase for these specific employees is $49,379. And that summarizes our recommendations, and we are more than happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. Committee members, do you have any questions or comments? Seeing none, staff, do you have any questions or comments? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, we will then move on to Article 36. Mr. Mizikar?
This evening, Article 36 will be presented by Mr. Mark Donahue. He is an attorney that is representing the developer and owner of this site. I believe Mr. Donahue will take it from here. I'm not sure if he has a presentation to share his screen or not, but Mr. Donahue, through the chair, if he could present.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Mizikar, and members of the committee. I'm a little with some trepidation, might try to share a screen, but I'll try to at least describe to you the land in question. The land involves the property of the former Worcester Sand and Gravel property north of Holden Street, and for the purposes of Article 36, east of Clinton Street. My client, 160 Holden Street, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of GFI Partners, acquired that property in January of this year. They acquired it with the intention to continue to operate and to modernize the sand and stone operation, and they continue to operate that and continue to employ the 20+ employees who were previously employed by that company. They're in the process of evaluating the property for development purposes. And while it's a large tract with a large piece of property on the opposite side or westerly side of Clinton Street, the land on the easterly side has historically been used for the sand and gravel operation and falls wholly within the commercial business zoning district. Commercial business zoning district allows essentially retail type or mixed development uses in the town of Shrewsbury in accordance with the zoning bylaw. Article 36 seeks to take that property on the easterly side of Clinton Street and change that to limited industrial zoning. That would be consistent with the other property owned on the westerly side of Clinton Street and would allow a number of uses that we believe are more appropriate for the site. And some of those uses include, under the zoning bylaw in the town of Shrewsbury, research and development facilities, electrical distribution facilities or data storage rather, warehouse and distribution, and a number of other type of uses. There are benefits for land being within the limited industrial zone under the town of Shrewsbury zoning bylaw. In particular, for that zone alone, the bylaw imposes certain performance standards that affect as far as noise and glare and different kinds of impacts that may have its surrounding property, and establishes empirical type of controls. All of the uses I described would require approval from the planning board, and many of them would also require state approvals, and that the process is obviously very early for all of that. So we seek to rezone this property to the limited industrial zoning district. Through our discussions with the town and in that process, meeting with the Board of Selectmen and officially with the planning board, we've become aware of concerns given the proximity of town well sources to this property. And very early, we discussed this with Mr. Mizikar, and he described also the town's concerns that appropriate development needed to take in consideration those well resources. And my client is fully understanding of that and committed to work with the town in that regard. And in fact, has worked previously and is currently working with the town of Franklin in a very similar situation, where he is doing a commercial industrial development in proximity to the town well. And we have provided, as part of our mailing to town meeting members, actually a letter of recommendation from the town administrator of that community. So it's early in the process, but we seek to rezone the property for what we think will be able to allow it to take advantage of its location, its proximity to biotech and biomanufacturing uses in the city of Worcester, very close nearby, but at a much higher tax rate, and its proximity to Route 290 with good access there, and to therefore 495 and Route 90, and therefore the entire infrastructure system that we have. I'd be glad to answer any particular questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. I see Mark Adler has a question. Mr. Adler?
Yes, thank you, Judy. Hello, Mr. Donahue. It's exciting to see the transformation of what used to be Worcester Sand and Gravel, and I've been following it, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen with it. I'm certainly not concerned with this project, with this change, and I'm very happy to hear that the wells will be well managed and protected. That was my biggest concern when I first heard about this transfer of the property. Was it like 4 months ago when this all started? A couple small questions. First of all, do your clients also own the triangle of limited industrial land to the west of the residential land that borders Worcester and Boylston?
Yes.
And is that part, is there any development plan for that as well once this matches that same kind of zoning?
That it's really early in the process to say how the site is best developed in any kind of fashion. As you indicated, sir, the acquisition only happened in February, and obviously efforts have been delayed, both in an effort to find out the appropriate zoning and in COVID. So I wouldn't want to say yes or no for sure. The site will be looked at in a holistic fashion to try to figure out the best way to develop it and to continue to operate the Worcester, now called Sand and Stone operation, as there is an intent to continue that operation, just to consolidate it.
And Judy, if I can follow a question to Kristen. Kristen, based on your experience with these sorts of zoning changes of commercial and industrial zones intermixed or neighboring with residential zones, has there been any concern by the abutters in the rural B2 neighborhood or the residential B2 neighborhood, that basically Clinton Street and its environs, and to a much lesser extent Sewell Street, because there's really not at lesser extent because there's not as many houses there?
Sure. Through the chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
This article has been before the planning board for several public hearings. Additionally, Mr. Donahue and his team have reached out to the abutters to let them know about the potential zoning change and to see if anybody wanted to join, per se, to rezone their property to limited industrial as well. So there has been public outreach. And to the best of my knowledge, there has not been any opposition to the zoning change. Mr. Donahue did attend those planning board meetings, so if I'm misstating, he could certainly correct me. And as he stated before, if any development does come forward, it would certainly be go through the planning board process in which abutters would be notified within 300 feet. Really don't see from a planning perspective and in terms of our master plan that this corridor would ever really be developed for commercial type of businesses. It's really better suited planning and land use wise for industrial type of uses, in our opinion.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Mr. Garcia.
Hi, thank you. So I actually am in a butter. I live on Pond Ave, so I'm kind of in between both of these pieces of land that you've acquired. So I received the letter that you had sent out to abutters several months ago, I think now. And from what I understood, I believe that you also acquired a few residential properties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would you be able to provide, I don't know if you have it right now, but would you be able to provide us those? Was it a lot of residential properties or was it just a few?
It's not a few, but as it relates to the warrant article in question, none of the previously or existing residentially zoned property is sought to be changed in any fashion. Those were residential or individual parcels that were already in the commercial business district. And so to the extent that there were other properties in the Worcester Sand and Gravel holdings that were within the residential, those are not part of Article 36 and continue to just be owned as part of the portfolio.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, any questions, comments from the staff?
Ms. Vetter?
Mr. Mizikar.
Just hearing Mr. Garcia's comments, and I do apologize for not understanding this in advance of the meeting. Given that he is a direct abutter, I would recommend, out of abundance of caution, that he recuse himself for the recommendation on this article later in the meeting. I just wanted to state that during this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the staff? Ms. Les.
Just wanted to close out the planning board process so the finance committee understands that the planning board has had several public hearings related to this matter. They will have their final public hearing related to this matter on August 6th and then provide their letter of recommendation to both the finance committee and town meeting and town clerk at that time. So the planning board has not made a recommendation at that time. So again, I can remind you when we get ready for the recommendations, but we traditionally hold the zoning recommendations until after the planning board has made that, and we can have a special meeting Saturday morning, August 8th, to finalize your recommendations.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the staff? Seeing none, any questions, comments from the public? Seeing none, we will now move on to Article 38. Mr. Mizikar?
Madam Chair, could you just remind me, is this the donation bin bylaw? I don't have, I'm sorry. I'm a little behind.
It is.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, Mr. DiPaolo is unable to join us this evening in time for this presentation, so I will just provide a staff level overview. Mr. DiPaolo, as a selectman, has worked diligently on the creation of this bylaw, worked with residents to receive their input. The underlying goal of this bylaw is to create a regulatory framework for which donation or collection bins are able to operate throughout the community. The establishment of this general bylaw requires an application process through the Board of Selectmen and allows the Board of Selectmen to have oversight and take action should donation bins in the surrounding areas not be managed in a cleanly and favorable way that elicits an environment that's beneficial to the community. So that's a brief summary of the bylaw, which is 2 pages. It's a $55 application fee, all managed through the Board of Selectmen and the staff, and puts a little more teeth in to this process and these type of operations throughout the community, which can often be an eyesore and a challenge.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Any comments or questions from the committee? I, for one, would like to thank Mr. DiPaolo for putting this article together. I think that this is going to be a good step forward for the town, given the fact that I daily get to look at an eyesore. So hopefully this will keep others from needing to do so. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Any questions, comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions, comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll now move on to Article 30. Mr. Molina?
Let me go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, may I present?
Yes. Kristen, do you have to do anything to allow him to present, or?
He should be allowed to share screen.
Yep, I see the presentation now button there. So thank you very much. Okay, please let me know if you can see that slide page.
No, we do not see it.
Mr. Molina, do you have multiple screens in front of you?
I do not, but I believe
there you go.
Now it's coming through, right?
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
I just want to go to your slide presentation.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
All set? Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm Jason Molina, representing the Community Preservation Shrewsbury Ballot Committee, and our presence tonight is to talk about Article 30 on the town warrant. So to begin, I wanted to speak about what is the Community Preservation Act, and that is an act which allows communities to adopt it to establish funds dedicated for recreation, open space, historic preservation, and affordable housing. And these categories are hard to fund given municipal funding challenges that we're all very familiar with. So as far as who else has adopted a Community Preservation Act across Massachusetts, 177 communities have adopted it, including some of the comparable towns that we're pretty much familiar with, like Northborough, Southborough, West Boylston, Holliston, Medway, and Grafton. In terms of what CPA can fund, you can see along the top is the categories that I mentioned earlier that CPA addresses, like open space, recreation, historic, and affordable housing. And along the left-hand side are the action verbs of which the legislation specifically calls out about what is allowable and not. So you can see where those check marks intersect is where you can fund that activity from using CPA funds. For example, acquiring open space or preserving historic artifacts and buildings. To supporting affordable housing, which is created using CPA funds. As regarding to what we can do with that money from CPA, I will just touch on a few examples across these 4 categories. So in terms of recreation, some very popular activities the other towns have undertaken is rehabilitating their overdue school and neighborhood playgrounds, including making them ADA compliant. and also rehabilitating our, in Shrewsbury particularly, a lot of interest in renovating baseball and lacrosse field that is in need of irrigation, shade shelters, and new lighting. Some folks have expressed interest in dog park and also creating additional walking and bike trails, especially if there's a possibility to unify them across properties to make them longer trails. In regard to open space, we could restore ponds and lakes plagued by invasive species, weeds that is, and we are already paying for some invasive weed control on Lake Quinsigamon. So here's an opportunity to have that activity paid for by CPA. Additionally, should land become available that it's offered to the town to purchase, that we could look specifically to target acquiring land for our public water supply. And of course, if CPA monies, if the land purchase was a significant amount, CPA monies can be bonded to make that purchase. In terms of historic preservation, we could preserve qualifying historic buildings and artifacts, restore historic gravestones in our historic cemetery, and then obviously looking at our historical town records, which could be preserved and digitized for easy access. And then on the affordable housing perspective, we could create low-income senior or veteran housing and acquire and repurpose historic structures for affordable housing. And lastly, we could be making progress on additional affordable housing stock to our specific liking in Shrewsbury to address the minimum threshold needs for 40B. As far as how CPA is funded, the legislation allows for a surcharge of not more than 3% of the real estate tax bill. And the state also incentivizes communities that adopt CPA by providing an annual variable match distribution from the statewide Community Preservation Trust Fund. And that trust fund is actually, as folks that have been making transactions with purchasing homes or refinancing, we have already been paying into that trust fund through the Registry of Deeds transactions. So the committee is proposing specifically for Shrewsbury that we adopt CPA with local funding of 1% on the real estate tax bill, and including allowable exemptions per the legislation, which are low-income exemptions, exempting low-income residents, exempting low to moderate income seniors, and then also in terms of lowering the surcharge amount, $100,000 of the real estate value for residential, Class 3 commercial, and Class 4 industrial for the purposes of calculating the surcharge. Our interest is to see that the town meeting allow voters to decide whether they can support it, and the town meeting and future ballot referendum could be had to either adjust or revoke adopting CPA in the future. Regarding the cost of property owners, this table shows the examples from 200 to 400, 600 to 800, and in the middle there is the average single-family property value. So for that average single-family property owner, the cost to them would be $47.21 for the year. Now, I mentioned earlier that there are exemptions for those low-income property owners. So the table here just provides an example of household sizes 1 through 4, and folks that fit those income levels, limits, I should say, could qualify to get exempted from the CPA surcharge. In addition, the middle table there shows examples for moderate income seniors if they seek to request to have an exemption on the CPA surcharge. And lastly, any existing tax exemptions are not impacted. As far as what can we gain from all these monies, the CPA 1% surcharge is estimated to generate over $500,000 annually. And Shrewsbury will receive that annual variable match, which will be on top of that local money, to then total monies that are available for projects year over year. And opting in, as I mentioned earlier, would enable Shrewsbury to receive that distribution from the state fund. And so in terms of the state funds we're currently missing out on because we have not adopted CPA, this table shows, this chart shows the progression of some towns, for example, to say how much they've received over time. So if we look at the second column there for Norwood all the way up to Northborough, we can see the progression in the orange about how much they've accumulated from the state. This is free money they received for adopting CPA. Norwood coming in starting in 2018. By now, they've received 261,000. Canton at 750,000. And moving on the line, we see 1.4 million, 1.8, 2, and 2.3 million. And if Shrewsbury had adopted last year, had adopted it previously, I should say, last year alone, Shrewsbury could have seen $115,000. And of course, the longer we stay in CPA, the more monies we would get from the state. In terms of project approval process, community groups, residents, and town departments can raise project proposals, and it's not limited to those groups, but I just give that as an example. A project proposal comes into a new committee called the Community Preservation Committee, or CPC, and they're going to review those project proposals to ensure it fit for purpose, that it falls within the guidance of CPA, that it has a sound funding proposals as well. And there could also be a mixture of other monies, whether privately funded, fundraising, or other state monies that were made available given what the project is calling for. And then those projects that clear the CPC would then be sent to town meeting for review and approval, if that was the will of town meeting. And finally, we believe that the town meeting, FinCom, and others should vote yes on CPA. CPA was enacted in 2000, and it continues to pay out. CPA also enables us to follow through on strategic plans, such as the open space and recreation plans. The master plans of 2001 to 2016 call out CPA, and also housing production plans from 2012 and 2019 also call out one form or another, looking at CPA as an opportunity to meet those needs. The effective date of adopting CPA would be July 1st, 2021. So in advance, well in advance of outside of COVID, hopefully. And your yes vote would allow the voters to decide if they can adopt CPA on November 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. Any questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Erin Howard?
Yes. You said that the match from the state is variable, I believe. How does it vary? Is it strictly a match on what we take in, or is there some other criteria for determining how much it is?
Sure, no problem. So I mentioned earlier that the state trust fund is funded by transactions at the Registry of Deeds. So it is self-funding. So if there's a downturn in the number of transactions across the state at the Registry of Deeds, then the pool is smaller. And then if we have really good times, then a lot of transactions are happening. So it is really the funds that come into the Registry of Deeds explicitly for CPA trust fund, that those monies are pooled together and then divvied out to the communities that have adopted CPA. There is a three-tiered funding structure. Communities that adopted the full amount of 3% will receive the maximum amount possible from the state. Communities under 3% only get the first round of funding. If Shrewsbury had adopted CPA last year's contribution from the state, I'm sorry, at the 1% rate at which we're proposing, Shrewsbury would have seen 23.9% return. Now, that's not a guarantee. I will just admit that the first few years of CPA, there was few communities, and the state was offering 100% match dollar for dollar for what we've raised locally. And then over time, additional communities came on board to adopt it. Fast forwarding to now, of course, this is an extraordinary year. And so I don't think we can expect to have 23.9% like last year, but the Department of Revenue has posted recently an estimate of 11% thereabout for this year for those communities that are under 3%. Of course, again, this is an extraordinary year. Last year was a much better return, and I will say that in terms of commitment, last year the Massachusetts legislation had approved the governor signed into the budget to include increases at the Department of at the Registry of Deeds to stand up the CPA trust fund. So there is strong commitment by the governor and legislation to keep CPA going. So that's where we stand with the rates.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Mr. Adler.
Thank you, Judy. Jason, hi. Thank you. This is a great process. It's a good way to raise funds for projects that aren't going to get the kind of priority that they need in even in good times, let alone difficult times. And I also appreciate the exemptions and the exceptions to make this a broad-based program and making it fair for the whole community. I have a question about the process by which the funds are spent. If you can back up a slide, I think, from what we're looking at now. Yes, this one. So it looks like a project is brought to the committee, and then the committee effectively brings the project to town meeting.
Yes.
That's okay. Who's this committee? How is it appointed? How is it made?
Sure. If you may, I do have appendix slides that I can use for reference.
Oh,
Is that okay?
No. Give me one sentence.
It's one slide. Okay,
Okay,
it's one
that's
slide.
fine.
It's one slide. It's one slide.
We've
All
got
right.
a long meeting, Jason.
That's okay. Nope. CPC is is going to be proposed to be 9 members. We will take up a bylaw after the ballot referendum, if it's successful, to address the members of CPC. There's statutory members of the Conservation Commission, Planning Board, Historic Commission, Housing Authority, and Parks and Cemetery Commission, and that's 1 member each. And then optionally 4 additional members. Again, the bylaw would be sought after if the ballot referendum was successful. And then also in terms of monies, there's a rule that says that CPA monies must be allocated 10% to housing, 10% to open space and recreation, and 10% to historic. And then the balance is in a restricted, but unrestricted for in terms of those categories, but still part of the CPA restriction. It must be part of CPA projects in order to be allocated.
Okay, Kevin, is this presentation in our Google folder? Or is there some way for us all to have a copy of it for the details' sake?
We can certainly ask Mr. Molina to provide it over. Well,
Mr. Molina, can you provide it over, please?
Will do.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take it for the minutes as well, and we'll post it for the Finance Committee as soon as we receive it.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. And Judy, can I follow up with one last thing, and then I'll back off on this. There was a question also on that process of how the funds are allocated. So let's say you gave a couple nice examples, like fixing broken plots, broken stones in the cemetery, or working something in the park. That committee doesn't, like, would that bypass the Parks and Recreation program? Would there be some input from the town administrators, or is this some other way to do that? Would at least would their input be brought in on that or any other project that had that kind of effect?
We believe there would be adequate representation from the town bodies that would be impacted by CPA. As you can see on screen here, the Parks and Cemetery Commission would already have a representative sitting as a sitting member of the CPC to speak on any of those projects. And if the town, let's say if the Parks and Cemetery Commission itself wanted to bring forward a project proposal, they can do that. And it'll just be weighed against other project proposals that come before the committee.
I'm just saying, though, that if there was a project that was a parks project right now, and the Parks Department had the money, the Parks Department would decide to do it, and the Parks Department would do it. But now, if it went through CPC, the Parks Department would have one vote on a committee of 9 people. They could, for them to, they're effectively losing a little bit of control over their project. They're only now just one vote in a larger system.
I think the beauty of CPA is that if you'd like to take advantage of the monies that are allocated in that regard, you would be also leveraging free state money because we've adopted it. So I think it's only fair that if you're going to tap into a bucket of money that's also available to 2 other categories, that it does get the review across the board. And you can certainly, and that group can advocate certainly for that project. Whereas if you left it in the municipal budget, you'd be paying 100% of that project through the municipal budget. And it's also challenging when you pit, do I fix this this playground or install irrigation systems at the lacrosse field at Lake Street when you have all the issues hitting the municipal budget, which are bigger rocks in town. So if you don't have the monies available anyway, if you want to get this project done, and it fits within CPA acceptable projects, I would see it as a blessing to go to CPA and say, hey, CPC rather, we have this need. We know we're not going to be able to fund it over the municipal side because there's just too many challenges there. But this is still a quality of life project that people want to have, and let's see if we can adopt it here.
Okay, thank you very much, Jason. And Judy, thank you for the time. Sorry to take so much of it.
Thank you, Mr. Adler. Any other questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Mr. Garcia.
I just have one. In one of your slides, you showed the map of all the communities that have adopted the CPA. I was wondering if you could share, or you had any knowledge of any communities that have adopted it during this pandemic.
Yes, good question. We're pretty pleased to know that West Stockbridge adopted it on June 30th. This is the voters of that town, not just town meeting, adopted CPA. And on June 2nd, Ayer already had CPA, but they increased their surcharge from 1% to 3%. So those voters decided to dig deeper into their pockets to support themselves on that. And of course, they also would get more back from the state, that maximum amount. So that's really good news. And then also, the legislative bodies for Framingham, Franklin, Greenfield, and Lancaster have decided to put CPA on the ballot for November. So we're pretty jazzed up to know that other communities are saying yes to CPA, even during COVID.
And then, if I may ask a follow-up. Have any communities decided to either lower their surcharge or remove themselves from the CPA during this time?
There is a ballot question that is going to be lowering the CPA surcharge in one community on November. I don't have that in front of me right now, which community that is, but to date, I would say that since 2000, no community has successfully revoked CPA. So a number of communities have increased or decreased their surcharge, but never have revoked CPA.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the committee? All right, seeing none. Any questions, comments from the staff?
Chair.
Mr.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I just wanted to point out just a couple of things and give my perspective on this. I find it very challenging to speak against the opportunity for new revenue that would come into the community. Certainly in challenging times, we look for all opportunities to find new ways of funding, and in Massachusetts it's very limited. But my biggest concern right now is the prioritization of other projects that have been forwarded and committed to by the town that have been in the pipeline. And primarily that is the construction of a new police station. Town meeting supported as a part of the fiscal year 20 capital plan $250,000, and we secured another $50,000 from the state grant to pursue a feasibility study on the municipal campus, and have really focused in on the reconstruction or the construction of a new police station. The police station, CPA would have an upward pressure on the tax rate. And given the fact that we have a 1972 police station that was renovated 24 years after its construction, and now has been 24 years since its renovation, I do not want to put anything related to that project in jeopardy. I see this project and this initiative as challenging and competing against the police station. And from my perspective, the limited amount of funds that it would raise is not worth putting that project in jeopardy. Although there are many things that we could possibly do with this, I think that the police station is the most important financial priority lying ahead. and our police department has been very patient in waiting for those upgrades after numerous other projects have taken precedent because of other opportunities that were presented to the town. Along with that, the Board of Selectmen originally undertook public hearings on this matter right after the adoption or the ability to adopt CPA in January of 2001. They deliberated this process, and after a series of public hearings, decided not to move forward on it. Certainly a long time ago, but I just wanted everyone to recall that conversation that the Board of Selectmen had and has chose not to bring this forward. And further, if it is adopted, there's no opportunity to back out of it for at least 5 years. So again, just lining this up in my mind against the police station and putting a potential hurdle in place for that project on the same ballot is not desirable, and I would not recommend moving forward with this article. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Mr. Molino, just to be clear, if the Finance Committee and town meeting voted yes, then this would go on the ballot.
That is correct.
Okay, just wanted to be clear on process. Any other questions, comments from the staff? Any questions, comments from the public? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Molina. We are now going to move on to the operating budget financials, town and school, article number 2. Mr. Mizikar?
Excuse me,
Thank you.
Madam Chair? Madam
Yes.
Chair?
Yes, Hannah? Hello?
Madam Chair?
Who's addressing me?
This is Gail Aslanian, Precinct 1.
Oh,
I'd like to speak on the last article.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
There's no video. I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Thank you. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
There's a bit of a delay anyway, so I apologize if I didn't get in quick enough. My name is Gail Aslanian, Precinct 1, 285 Main Street. And I want to thank you for the opportunity tonight to talk on this. There's not a whole lot I can say after Mr. Molina's wonderful presentation. I think he clarified everything, the positives of having a CPA. And I would like to encourage the committee to recommend this article. I think that the CPA is an effective tool for municipalities to fund projects that the residents want without tapping into our municipal budget. As Mr. Molina has mentioned, CPA projects are often projects which do not get funded from municipal budgets, and with additional funding from the state, it seems like a win-win situation. Although I respect the manager's comments regarding timing, I give the town people a lot more credit maybe than others do, because I think they value the importance of a new police station as well as a CPA, and I think we can balance that out. We can say that's not a good timing, but we've been saying that for 20 years, and we've missed out on hundreds of thousands of dollars from the states and many projects that went unfunded. So I think it's the responsibility of the taxpayers to make the decision as to whether they want a CPA or not, and that's the whole purpose of this ballot referendum, is to let them make the decision. So again, I strongly feel that you should recommend the Article 30 and let the taxpayers have their voice as to where they'd like to put their $47. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Can you once again repeat your name and your address? I didn't catch that at the beginning.
Sure. Gail Aslanian, Precinct 1, 285 Main Street.
Okay, thank you, Gail.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the public that would like to comment? Okay, going once, twice? Okay, then we are going to now move on to the operating budget, financials, town and school, article number 2, Mr. Mizikar.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity again. I will share my screen and go through several slides. Just remind everyone from last night that we talked about COVID costs and with regards to the town side, and I know that the schools will want to make some comments on those, but my comments will be related solely to the operating budget at this point since we covered that. So give me one more second. And okay, so now that's up. So with regards to the fiscal year 21 budget, we will talk about fiscal projection 2, which is the second version of the budget, which has been changed since your February and March public hearings. We'll go through a revenue overview and an expenditure overview. I'll focus a little bit of time where personnel changes have been made within the different functional areas of the town. And I'll also note other significant changes within the budget so that the committee hopefully can follow the changes since we last dove into the budget. So first and foremost, we'll start with the revenues. We've seen significant changes and it had to reduce the amount of revenues that were projected for a fiscal year because of COVID-19 and the financial situation that the Commonwealth and nation finds itself in. That has led to almost a $4 million reduction in revenues. And those revenue reductions are really in almost every category that you see presented in the top right corner of the screen. The tax levy has been changed because of our projection that we'll receive less, or there will be less new growth. State aid is a question mark given the state's deliberation on the budget and uncertainty with regards to their revenue situation. And we've taken a moderate and what I will call consistent approach in comparison to other municipalities by decreasing our total state aid by almost 7%, with a split between the amount of Chapter 70 revenue that we're going to receive being less and unrestricted general aid. Those are the two largest categories of aid. There's certainly a detailed analysis that we've done on both of those, given the fact that we lump all of our revenues together in that single bucket. I won't go into a lot of detail about that. I'm pleased with the conversations that I mentioned last night that we've been having with the school committee. We have a plan and are optimistic that if any additional revenues would come in, how we'd share those between the town and school budgets. And I'll just note right now that our intention would be for any additional state aid that comes in for the first $600,000 to go to the schools. And then every dollar thereafter would be shared 50-50 between the town side and the school side. Our utility revenues are also projected about $300,000 lower, as we noted last night. That is an estimate based, and we're hoping that lagging revenues is the cause of less revenues in fiscal year 21. Sorry, I didn't realize I didn't have my full screen up. There we go. Sorry about that. We're optimistic that since it's a rate-based consumption type revenue source that we're able to achieve better than we projected. Local receipts, certainly a direct economic impact whenever you consider things like motor vehicle purchases, meals tax, hotel motel tax, investment income revenue, building permits. All of those things contribute to our local receipts. And therefore, we have taken almost $1.3 million out of local receipts, a significant reduction in comparison to where we were earlier this year. With regards to free cash, I have a kind of a blown up explanation of the changes that were made to free cash in the lower right-hand corner. And I'd just like to talk about those for a couple of seconds. With regards to how we had originally planned to use free cash in a series of warrant articles that included funding of outside entities like SYFS and Lake Quinsigaming Commission, which we discussed last night. The other largest funded warrant article was $835,000 that was going to be transferred or requested to be transferred from free cash into the stabilization account. We have changed our direction on that. It doesn't seem prudent to put funds into the stabilization account. We've redirected an equal amount of $835,000 into the operating budget to reduce the number of reductions that have to be made because of our lesser revenue projection. The capital improvement plan has been reduced by $776,000 that we went through in detail last night. And you'll see that nearly dollar for dollar, just a rounding difference there, that $835,000 that was in the going into stabilization is now slated for the operating budget. We plan to use the same amount to reduce the tax levy. So our total use of free cash will be reduced by $776,029 through this plan. The reduction of the levy remains identical. Other available funds, which is mainly the funding that comes in from Selco. We were going to partner with them on a part-time custodian position, but that did not come to fruition. So that represents the amount of money that they contribute to debt service schedule. And then the cable access funding that comes in through Selco and passes out to SMC remains the same. Moving on to a high-level overview of expenditures. Unfortunately, you'll see similarly reductions in nearly every major expenditure category. You'll see the line item at the top on the right-hand side, school and municipal expenses. That's the operating budgets of all town departments, the school department. Instead of being 126.1 million, it's 124.0, reduction of 2.1. Solid waste expenses are lower, and all of our utilities are lower, as we discussed a little bit last night, with the exception of stormwater. We've held our estimates for cherry sheets and state charges, our bill for CMRPC, and the amount of money that will go into the tax overlay account to be the same that they are. And then further down, as I've already talked about, because we're adjusting free cash, the capital improvement plan is less, and our other warrant articles are less because of our change in direction for stabilization. A high-level overview of the town side personnel. We have done our best to not have to lay off individuals or reduce positions, but some reductions are necessary. Fiscal projection 1 sought to fund 243.25 positions. And this plan proposes 239.18 positions. So it's not a significant change. I have to, again, remind the committee that significant work went into negotiations with the unions to help reduce their cost of living. The personnel board worked with us to manage an appropriate cost of living increase for non-union employees. The department head positions have agreed to a year-long wage freeze, and all of those dollars have been able to allow us to maintain closer to originally projected FTE levels and nearly identical to the FY20 budget. So unfortunately, we will not grow and continue to really maintain service levels because that was the trajectory that we are on given the demands that the department had seen across their operations. I'll now take a couple of minutes and go through each functional area of the budget, and I will keep it at that level rather than being at the department level. I'll remind you that the municipal budget across the board is a little over $1 million less than it originally was. And I'll look to detail that out and highlight some of those personnel changes. The balance of the changes outside of personnel, with the exception of those that I'll talk about, are really sprinkled among all the departments within their expense line items. We went through a series of exercises with departments where we asked them to reduce their budgets anywhere from 2.5% to 6.5%. Once we zeroed in on the revenue model that we're using and feel most comfortable with, the balance of most department budgets have been reduced somewhere between 1.5% and 2.5%. So with regards to the administration and finance functional area within the operating budget, there's about a $570,000 decrease in total funding. And there is a roughly a half of a position that falls within the town manager's office that has been reduced, management analyst position that's currently vacant within the manager's office that will not be filled at least halfway through the year. I'll also remind the committee that our trajectory on this budget is first and foremost to get us into the fall several months in advance, not the whole year in advance, and make any adjustments that are prudent at that time based upon our revenue situation, and hopefully having more information at least about state aid at that time. With regards to the operating support area of administration and finance, these accounts largely benefit both town and school operations. Fortunately, a good reduction is a reduction in the amount of money that we had originally planned in fiscal projection 1 for the group health and life insurance. We were able to reduce that from 12.7 to 12.3, $12.4 million. That's because of a favorable average rate increase year over year of about 4.12%. I also have highlighted unemployment compensation year over year. We thought we were doing really well and able to reduce $10,000 out of fiscal projection 1 as it compared to the 2020 budget. If you look back to 2019 and 2018 on the right side of the screen, we're in $40,000 in expenditures. I can tell you, unfortunately, on a daily basis, I receive 2 or 3 unemployment claims that potentially impact the town's payout for unemployment compensation, and that has been relentless since the beginning of March, as one can imagine. Once we're in double digits in unemployment across the state, Shrewsbury is not exempt as an employer, so we've drastically increased that line item. With regards to public safety, there are some cuts within this. Being opportunistic within the police department, we have several vacancies, and we will hold those vacancies of 3 patrol officer positions at least until January 1st, which reduces funding of 1.5 full-time equivalents for the year within the police department. There's also a 50% of an administrative clerk position that would be reduced out of the police department. That brings a total public safety reduction from 107 to 105 FTEs. That is actually 2 less than are currently held within this functional area. You'll recall we increased staffing within the fire department and added the rank of lieutenant. And from a management perspective and given the grant sources of funding, there's just not opportunities to make reduction in that personnel right now. I do have to tip my hat to the fire department for union for making significant concessions, some of the largest of any single union, in order to continue with the forward trajectory of manning and safety within their department. With regards to pension, uncharacteristically for this town, over the past decade, we're reducing funding that's contributed to the pension system. Unfortunately, it looks closer to bust for 2022 than actually being able to be fully funded, and that will be a direct result of the financial markets and implications for this situation related to COVID-19. Given the consideration of the extreme stress on the operating budget and real difficulties that the school department faces, the Board of Selectmen had a conversation and are releasing $400,000 in total from funds that were going to be contributed to these departmental areas, these functional areas, excuse me. $300,000 of that was provided to the school department, and $100,000 was retained within the town side operations to, again, limit the total impact of the revenue reductions. So those are the main areas that I really wanted to touch on that see the most significant changes. There's certainly some limitations and reductions across the community services and public works aspect, functional areas, but they're much more limited than any of these other areas. I'd be happy to take any questions that the committee may have and provide further clarity into our plan for town departments.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Any questions or comments from Finance Committee members? Mr. Chabra?
Thank you, Ms. Vedder. Mr. Mizukar, thank you for that great presentation and all the hard work that goes into getting these numbers and your projection. I just had a couple of questions. On the first slide, as far as the revenues were concerned, the tax levy is not significantly different from FP1, but the difference between FP1 and FP2 is not very significant. And I was wondering, because sorry if I missed this from our previous discussions, but I thought collections as far as mortgages and all were going to be an issue. So given that most of our tax levy is residential, I was wondering how it's so small.
Yeah, so actually, revenue collections on the tax side of our revenue model were rather consistent for fiscal year 20. I think, you know, if you look at the property tax as a revenue source for municipalities across the country, it's the most stable revenue source. If you compare it to the utilization of the sales tax or something else at a local level, it weathers economic storms much better than other revenue sources. So since our FY20 collections were less, you know, they were slightly more than 1%. We only left about 1.75% uncollected for the year in total. We didn't see the need to reduce this, and further, state law allows us to project at this point in the year and assume 100% tax collection, and we really need to take advantage of that given the other changes in revenue sources. The $38,000 or so that you see reduced from this is downward direction on new growth. So any, you know, new building projects or things like additions to a home, not the increase in the value of existing property, but new real property that's developed in the community is what contributes to new growth. So we definitely see a decline in that type of activity, just given challenges of doing that type of work and individuals' willingness to exist. We're also kind of between major project cycles. While we do have the Edgemere Drive-In redevelopment, we're certainly not. We certainly just benefited from the recent development of Lakeway Commons and the ambulatory surgery center, the Shields MRI center there off of 290 at Main Street. So we just don't see those projects coming to fruition, and further have concerns that some of the smaller investments that kind of add up from a residential standpoint won't come to fruition given the current economic environment.
Judy, if I could have one more question.
Certainly.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Mizukar. That was wonderful. The second question I had was related to, so I think it's wonderful news that it's not such a drastic reduction of FTE people given the circumstances, and that's great for the morale of the town as a whole, and thank you. But there is, I think, a very minimal reduction of 2, you said, close to 2. Is that, I just wanted to understand, is that more of part-time workers or permanent workers in terms of what is being decreased?
Sure. So in total, there is a little over 4 full-time equivalent positions being reduced. You'll hear from the schools, unfortunately, and that number will, you know, seem even more insignificant than it feels to me talking about in comparison to the challenges that they're having. These positions are really, for the most part, a reduction in hours of part-time positions and a delay in hiring of currently vacant positions. So, for instance, the vacant position in the manager's office, the vacant position in the highway department, 3 vacant patrol officer positions. We have not provided enough funding within those line items to hire them effective July 1st, which is obviously passed. But, you know, we've delayed hiring at least through October 1st for all those other positions, and some of them not until January 1st.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments from the committee? Okay, I seeing none. Any further questions, comments from the staff? Seeing none, any further questions or comments from the public? If someone from the public is on the phone, if you want to speak, just let me know. Okay. All right. Seeing none, then we will now move on to Article 7. Mr. Mizikar?
Oh, sorry. Ms. Fetter, this would be the opportunity for the school department to make further comments about their aspects of Article 2.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Ms. Fritz, did you want to?
Yes.
Are you going to begin? Yes, thank you.
Yep, I'll make this. Yep. Good evening and thank you, Judy. Much has changed since we met with you on March 7th. The coronavirus pandemic and the lack of an initial state budget from the Massachusetts legislature has complicated the FY21 budget process. The school department's July 20th revised FY21 budget is $67,499,696. And this budget number was reached after a $1.9 million reduction in program and personnel. On July 22nd, last night, due to the current budget circumstances affecting town finances, the school committee felt it was appropriate to vote to approve Mr. Mizakar's recommended school department appropriation of $67,080,000. In addition to the gap between the school department's recommended budget and town manager's revised budget, there is currently a projected COVID-related revenue loss that will not be covered through the Federal CARES Act funding, which means that currently the school department's current total budget gap is approximately $2 million. At this time, the school department's FY21 budget recommendation does not include making specific reductions to the line item budget to match the bottom line. Instead, the FY21 budget includes an adjustment of $2,696 in potential future reductions to the school department line item budget. This is a balanced budget approach, and it allows us to open schools with the needed staffing and personnel to provide educational services. The school committee does recognize this budget plan will need to be adjusted during the upcoming fiscal year, and with the understanding that if cost mitigation efforts, which are ongoing, as well as hopeful increased revenues do not materialize, the in-year budget reductions may need to be required to meet the approved bottom line budget. The school committee is highly supportive of this budget approach, as it is a prudent and thoughtful response to a very difficult and fluid budget process. Mr. Collins and Dr. Sawyer will now provide you with the details of the school department's FY21 budget.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Mizikar, for putting the slides up. Good evening, Finance Committee and town meeting members and members of the public who are joining or watching. I'm Joe Sawyer, the Superintendent of Schools. Also like to introduce to you Patrick Collins, who's the Assistant Superintendent for Finance and Operations for the school district. We're going to take you through a brief slide deck to provide some details of where we stand with the budget situation at this time for the recommendation for town meeting. You go to the next slide, please. So the topics we'll cover tonight, we'll give you a brief update on the school reopening planning that we're in the midst of right now. We'll estimate our current budget gap with some specifics. We'll talk about some ongoing labor negotiations with our unions for cost mitigation. We will be talking about sort of the sequence of how we've arrived to this point. And then we'll talk about this pathway of balanced risk that we believe is in our best interest at this point, as well as the downside, because obviously any risk assessment has pluses and minuses. Next slide, please. So as far as school reopening planning, and you can't avoid this in the news, whether you're looking at the newspaper or anything online or television or radio, right now we are working in accordance with the guidance we've received from the State Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. In order to develop, we have to submit to them by July 31st an initial plan of how we would approach 3 different models of education during the coming year. And the reason that the state is requiring us to look at 3 different models is because depending on the evolution of the pandemic, we may be using any or all of them at different points during the school year. One would be full remote learning, which was the mode we were in from mid-March through the end of the school year. The next would be a hybrid or alternating schedule kind of approach, where students would have some in-person days and some remote days on a schedule in order to have fewer students on site at one time and facilitate greater physical distancing. And the third would be a full in-person education with as many students who are willing to come to school. The state's also been clear that families who wish to have their students remain in full remote learning need to be given that option. So we'll be having some kind of hybrid model to some degree, excuse me, but that will involve some remote learning. The question is sort of the in-person piece, and we have teams working very diligently over the past couple of weeks on a reopening task force with several subcommittees. And we'll be asking the school committee to make a decision for which plan we will open the school year with at their meeting on August 5th. The last bullet on this slide says this is a complicated, multifaceted, and ever-changing situation. It is clear to me that this is the most complex and demanding work that any of us who are school leaders or educators have done in our careers. But I am confident that given the incredible educators and leaders that we have, we will figure out the best pathway forward in consultation with our families. We've had some feedback from our families already. We'll be getting more feedback as we develop our plans more fully in the coming days and weeks. So it is a significant challenge. We don't have all the answers yet, but that's work that's being undertaken right now. Next slide, please. The three key messages we've been sharing with the community regarding this work. First, of course, the health and well-being of our students, our families, and our staff is priority number one. Our focus for this coming year is really providing a safe school environment. That's for all of our students and all of our staff, prioritizing everyone's well-being and enabling high levels of learning for all, however we can under the circumstances we face. And again, we're planning based on guidance from DESE, while closely monitoring both the information from medical experts, which of course there is a lot of agreement, but some areas of conflict even among medical experts, as well as the evolving data regarding the pandemic in our state, in county, and here in Shrewsbury itself. Next slide, please. As far as the budget to support this work, it's obviously a very difficult year. It was already a difficult year, as you know, from our presentation to you in March, just prior to the pandemic hitting. But the pandemic has made it that much more difficult. The school committee did vote last evening to recommend a school department appropriation, which matches Mr. Mizakar's recommendation of $67,080,000. This represents an increase of about $778,000 over the last fiscal year, which equates to 1.17%. And as a finance committee, you certainly know that for the school department, given the inflationary costs that are baked into the kind of operation we have, particularly with personnel, a budget of just over 1% is going to be a budget that's going to require reductions. And it's really important to note that this recommendation the school committee voted last night is made with the understanding that we still need to close this $2 million gap that Ms. Fritz referred to earlier over the course of the fiscal year. And that will happen through a combination of cost mitigation measures and/or additional revenue in order to maintain staff and educational programming. And we can speak more to that as we go forward. But at this point, I will turn it over to Mr. Collins, and he'll take you through some more specifics relative to the budget gap that we're estimating at this time.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sawyer, and I apologize in advance that my video is not working on my laptop for this particular virtual platform. But in terms of this particular display here that you see in front of you, I guess I first want to say that I think that navigating a very difficult budget year pre-COVID and then having COVID hit us in trying to estimate all of the impact costs of COVID. And then in addition to that, COVID-related revenue losses provides for a very complicated situation, but I appreciate the leadership of Mr. Mizikar to try to clear some of that fog and kind of just move forward in a more clear and simplified fashion by setting aside, if you will, COVID-related costs with the understanding that both the town and school department have received federal stimulus funding to cover some of those costs up through December 30th. So as Mrs. Fritz mentioned, without COVID-related costs, the school department budget was resting at a level of in the order of $67.5 million, or at about $419,000 more than Mr. Mizakar's latest recommendation. But when you layer on top of that the fact that we are right now expecting some decrease in state aid, that's the special education circuit breaker decrease at $465,000. That's a program that we get direct reimbursement for high-cost special needs students, and that reimbursement can vary based upon the level of state appropriation on an annual basis, and it's unclear right now what that level of reimbursement will be. In addition to that, the other revenue-related losses that we're projecting are local revenue losses. We are a so-called relatively high fee district, meaning that we charge students for bus fees, student activity fees, athletic fees, full-day kindergarten tuition, preschool tuition, and music lessons, things like that. Also gate receipts here. We rely on athletic event gate receipts to help offset costs for officials and the like. So, we need to plan for those losses. And it's certainly going to depend, the level of loss is going to depend on our operating status, which again is unclear right now and certain to vary throughout the course of the year. So those two things combined are really what give you this estimated level of about a $2 million gap. And we've done multiple models on this. This is just one. This isn't meant to be, while there are very discrete numbers here, we've been engaged in doing 7, 8 different modeling scenarios in iterations of this same thing. And this is what we think right now is kind of a middle ground approach. Next slide, please.
At this point, I do want to share that, as Mr. Mizikar mentioned, that they've had done work with the unions on the municipal side departments. The school committee is engaged in dialogue with several of our labor unions that's been ongoing. The goal, of course, is to seek some compensation adjustments to some existing labor contracts to decrease costs in order to preserve jobs. And by preserving jobs, we can maintain educational programming, avoid further compromising learning and teaching conditions. And given the situation with what we're trying to plan for the fall under the COVID situation, having all hands on deck is more important than ever. Without mitigation of costs to reduce that estimated budget gap, we will have to make further significant cuts in staffing. And just to remind those watching, I know the Finance Committee is aware, but we have made prior to this, 29.6, almost 30 full-time equivalent positions have been cut from our budget plan for next year prior to getting to this point. That's the equivalent of about $1.9 million. And then for illustrative purposes, the gap that we still remains, the $2 million gap, and I want to be very clear again, this is not a plan. This is just to illustrate the order of magnitude of what we're facing. To close a $2 million gap, we would need to cut about 30 teaching positions or about 78 paraprofessional or aide positions. Again, that's not the plan that we have, but $2 million represents a lot of cost for us. And because we've already cut back significantly, as you recall from our presentation in March, on a whole variety of operational areas in terms of curriculum and instruction and various ways that we can shave costs in order to preserve positions. We don't have many places to go other than personnel if we have to make substantial reductions. I am hopeful for that cost mitigation will move forward with our unions in partnership with them. We'll know more about that hopefully in the coming days and weeks, hopefully before town meeting on August 8th. But that is an important part because even if we get additional revenue, which Mr. Collins will speak to in a moment, whether that's a better state budget than is currently projected, or whether that's federal stimulus funding. I don't see where it's going to close a $2 million gap for us without making cuts somehow during the year. So it's a tenuous situation, but one we're hoping we can navigate our way through. So with that, if you go to the next slide, Mr. Collins will illustrate sort of where we're at with those things.
So in terms of trying to navigate through this again, you well know that information, important information in a complex financial plan isn't really lining up in a sequential manner like we would prefer, but yet we still need to move ahead. And so that therefore the school committee has taken the so-called balanced risk approach and made that proposal in agreement with Mr. Mizikar to support a $67,080,000 school department budget for the annual town meeting on August 8th. We know that certainly sometime later, maybe late August or September, that we will receive more definitive and certain information about state aid and also our special education circuit breaker reimbursement program. And then it would make sense and appreciate the thinking around having a special town meeting in October or later after the state budget's approved so that we might adjust our plans. And at that time as well, we'll not only have state level information, it's a possibility that we might have more information regarding additional federal stimulus. And then certainly by that point, locally, we'll have two other pieces of information, which would be hopefully some results or outcome of labor union negotiations, and then also have a better understanding of our educational modality and what the cost structure is related to that. So that's why it all kind of makes sense to have this be a two-step process or a second look, if you will, later in the fall. Next slide, please. As was mentioned a couple of times before, we're terming this a balanced risk approach. Otherwise, in a so-called normal year, we would present to you and annual town meeting members a budget book that is very definitive down to the 10th of FTE about what our plan is. And there's certainly some uncertainty about that going forward into the entirety of the school year. And we're going to have to deal with this estimated $2 million gap. But it really doesn't make sense to try to eliminate a whole bunch of staff to that degree, and then to yet later find out only a couple weeks later that we might be able to have some additional funding, especially in the face of opening schools during a pandemic. So we're trying to avoid this accordion action of saying, sorry, we need to eliminate your job. Here's your pink slip. Go file for unemployment. Go, incur some unemployment costs on the municipal side, and then a couple of weeks later saying, oh, good, we got some good news here. We got additional state aid, and try to hire them back. We're trying to avoid all of that messiness by taking the so-called balanced risk approach. Next slide, please. And then certainly, there is a potential downside. We're hopeful that of the three possibilities, local, state, or federal, that one or two of those at least come through, and hopefully all three. And if they don't, if we have a goose egg in all three areas, then we're going to have to adjust to that in the middle of the school year. And the next and last slide, please.
So again, to sum up, the school committee did approve to recommend the appropriation that Mr. Mizikar is recommending. You see what the statistics are there in terms of what that represents, and just emphasizing again that this is a budget that could require us to have to make in-year reductions, but we're hopeful that by taking this balanced risk approach, we'll be able to navigate through the first part of the school year, and hopefully with a special town meeting in the fall, with some additional revenue available, we'll be able to move forward without having to make those kind of drastic cuts, hopefully no additional cuts at all. Crossing our fingers certainly for what the federal government will do to support public education during this time, because that's certainly much needed. And with that, we would be happy to take any questions that the committee has. I do want to thank Mr. Mizikar and the Board of Selectmen for their thoughtful approach to provide just to get us to the number where they did get us so far by making some of the adjustments they made. And as Mr. Collins said, the clarity that Mr. Mizikar is trying to bring to a process that is very much in flux is appreciated. And particularly taking this approach really was enabled by the fact that we were able to come to an agreement about if additional state aid comes in, as Mr. Mizikar mentioned in his presentation, that the first $600,000 would come to the school department, and anything after that would be split on a 50-50 basis, which gives us an idea that if something comes in, we already have a plan, and that's a very thoughtful and prudent way to approach it, I think. So I thank Mr. Mizikar, the Board of Selectmen, and thank you as a Finance Committee for the support you're providing to us in your role. So with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I do agree with the approach. It certainly doesn't make sense to lay people off and then bring them back when we get funding. I did have one question about the circuit breaker, expecting that to be lower. I guess my question is, given the fact that the state sets the rates of tuition for special education for these outplacements, are we seeing what's happening on that end? Are we seeing any decrease in costs?
I can start to answer that. Mr. Collins could add anything. I mean, there's no decrease in costs in that the tuitions were already set for next year by the state. There's been no adjustment to that. Those schools obviously are experiencing difficulties just like regular public schools are relative to some issues economically. I know that they just received some funding from the state to deal with some of the COVID costs that they're experiencing to be able to reopen safely or remain open. A lot of these are residential schools that have remained open the whole time, and you can imagine some of the challenges there would be for those institutions. So in terms of the actual costs, we're not going to see reductions there. And if anything, looking ahead to the following year, I don't know what will happen in terms of additional costs that they're going to have to bear, but it's pretty much status quo with what was already set for those rates prior to the shutdown.
All right, thank you. And then I get one other question on transportation. I understand that obviously we're not getting the transportation fees, but were we able to get out of our busing contract, or is the busing, so do we still have the busing contract? And then also, are you talking about no fees to also offset the busing that you have to have for special education? Is that where this is it $700,000, 700 something?
So in terms of transportation, our costs are fixed by contract. We're going into I believe it's year 3 of a 5-year contract. As you mentioned, Mrs. Vetter, the school committee voted to waive the bus fee for the first half of the year. So right now, the annual bus fee revenue from all of the people that have to pay is $750,000. So right off the bat, we can know that at a minimum, $375,000 is gone. But in addition to that, there's probably going to be many fewer riders than there were last year, just due to COVID and people's reluctance to ride. So our contract with our vendor is still in place for the previously negotiated rates, and we're just expecting a revenue drop. In terms of special needs students, if those students have specialized transportation in their individual education plan, of course, they're not subject to a fee, nor are students who are eligible for free or reduced lunch. So there is exemptions for them in the statute.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments from the committee? Mr. Chabra.
Thank you, Judy. First of all, thanks to Dr. Sawyer, Mr. Collins, and Ms. Rich for that wonderful presentation and all the work that you're doing for our schools. I was very happy to see that no additional cuts, because I think that the strength of our schools is basically the people we have. And even though we had unavoidable cuts in our previous budget, it's really great to know that going forward, you're going to try your best to prevent that from happening. My question is basically, it is going to be unavoidable. I mean, that we're going to see a drop in the quality of learning because of this crisis. And I was wondering, is there any plan going forward when things get better to sort of mitigate that drop in quality of learning, if you foresee a drop in quality of learning? It may be too early to quantify that, but I was wondering if that was something you've considered right now.
Sure, I can respond to that, Mr. Chhabra. Thank you. I think that there's no doubt that this situation and the closure from March and going forward, whatever model we are able to utilize in the coming year, will have some effects on learning achievement by our students. I think it's really critical that during the first phase of reopening, over the course of the first several weeks, and not exactly sure how long, that's part of our planning right now, a lot of the focus is going to be on building the routines of what it's like to actually be going to school in this new way. It's going to be focusing on the social and emotional needs of our students to get them comfortable again in terms of their learning environment, and of course providing academic learning. But until we get them settled, so to speak, trying to do assessment or a very focused assessment of their learning, it would probably be counterproductive. At some point, when that point comes, we're certainly going to be looking to maximize the effectiveness of whatever model we are using in the coming year. And I think that it'll be interesting to see on some other measures that are more typical, depending on what happens. We have Amy Clouder, our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, has been looking at some different online tools that may provide us with some baseline kinds of assessments that would help us once we're at that point during this fall. Frankly, all of our efforts right now are going to how we can safely create a learning environment for the coming fall. But there's no question that we're going to have to look very carefully, Mr. Chhabra, at how we can try to recoup anything that's been lost. And of course, one of our greatest concerns is that the students who are most at risk, students with significant learning disabilities, students who are English language learners, students who come from situations where they may have difficulties with their social and emotional growth in the first place. It's virtually certain that this, in an overall sense, that the pandemic will affect them the most. So in terms of trying to figure out, how we can best provide those kinds of supports going forward will be critical for us. But I'm sure that our staff will do an excellent job of that. But I think we're going to have patience, and we're going to have to be thinking about this kind of in the longer term. In the short term, it's about getting back up and running and creating this new or next normal, as people are saying, and then looking at where we're at. The good news is children are remarkably resilient, and I'm confident. I'm looking at Mr. Murray on my screen, of course, as a runner and a running coach. Unfortunately, sometimes there are athletes who have an injury and they have to miss time, and you have to be very thoughtful about the way you bring those athletes back from injury. But if you do it right, they're often going to regain those times that they were running before their injury and get even better. And I think we have to take that kind of approach and be really smart about not rushing the recovery. So I hope Mr. Murray appreciates the analogy, and I'm happy to answer any further questions on that.
Mr. Murray.
Yeah, thank you, Judy. Judy kind of stole my question about her earlier question about the buses, and Vikram obviously had a question about the education and obviously special education Dr. Shore talked about. So I just have a comment. My comment is this: I applaud the school department and the town for really working together and trying to come up with the best possible scenario with their balanced risk approach. it's thoughtful, it's prudent. But more importantly, I think, it's an overused cliche. We're all in this together. Yeah, we are, but we're really seeing it in Shrewsbury. And I think the kids will be grateful and the parents will be grateful. And I thank everyone, because that's what communities do. They come together. This is a tough thing for the school department. And it makes me very emotional, as you can tell. But we got good people, we got great programs, and we got great kids, and we're going to get through this. And I just applaud everyone coming together and working hard. Thank you. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Aaron? Oh, okay. Anyone else? Okay. Any questions or comments from the staff? Mr. Mizikar.
I just wanted to take the opportunity again to thank Dr. Sawyer, Mr. Collins, the entire school committee, but most especially Ms. Fritz and Dr. McGee. We've worked a lot every week in meetings and trying to come up with the best plan that we can. And it's been a challenge, but I think it's provided us with an opportunity to open the books up further and not only see our way through these challenges, but also will make for an easier path forward once we see the light of the other side of the end of the tunnel and move beyond this and do more strategic planning for the town. So thank them, thank the Board of Selectmen, and just hope that we get some better news in the fall and can put all this behind us. So just wanted to thank them.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Any other questions or comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the public? And if you are in the public on the phone, just please yell out. Okay, seeing no comment. Again, I want to thank you guys for the presentation and all the hard work that you've done. Absolutely. And with that, we will now move on to Article 7.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to Article 7. Flipping my pages over. Article 7 will now move through a series of articles that will develop the operating budgets for the town utilities. These are enterprise funds that are funded separately through ratepayer revenues. The first in Article 7 is our solid waste, also known as our pay-as-you-throw program. And for this program, effective July 1, a rate increase went into place that brought us back to a more tenable 50-50 position between the use of the tax levy and the rates that are raised. It also it actually preserved that position given the cost increases that we've experienced with the new contract that went into place last July. Never would I have thought that I'd rather be dealing with trash complaints, but I'd rather be dealing with trash complaints than what we've dealt with in this budget process. But regardless, this budget's it totals $2,328,503. And again, is funded roughly 50-50 from the tax levy and receipts through the sale of bags and bulky waste stickers.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Any questions or comments from the committee members? Any questions or comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 8. Mr. Mizikar?
Thank you. This is the operating budget for the sewer services program. It provides our for the treatment of our waste, and also for the salaries of our staff that maintain the piping and infrastructure to get it to either the Westboro treatment plant or the newly under construction infrastructure that will take flow in over to the Upper Blackstone. The total budget for sewer operations is $6.3 million, with 5.1 of that really going to those treatment plant operations in partnership with the town of Westboro and the conglomerate of the Upper Blackstone Valley. And this is, all these funds again are generated through ratepayer revenues.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee? Any further questions or comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions, comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 10. Mr. Mizikar.
For the water department, it totals $2,561,174 and provides for the staff and resources for the operation of our own water treatment plant. And it is again funded by the water rate charges that we issue to our customers.
Any questions, comments from the Finance Committee members? Seeing none, any questions, comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions, comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 12. Mr. Mizikar.
Thank you. This is the final enterprise budget, which is for our newest enterprise, which is stormwater services. The total operating budget for stormwater is $1,556,741. It's comprised of salaries for 2 staff members and covers the operating costs of all the federally mandated programs and infrastructure maintenance for our stormwater infrastructure. And it is raised through a separate stormwater fee.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Any questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Mr. Adler.
Yeah, can you tell me the number again of the bottom line number, please?
Absolutely. Total operations, $1,456,741.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry, I misheard it. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, any further questions, comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions, comments from the public? Seeing none, we will move on to Article 16.
Article 16 is an enterprise fund that funds the operations of Shrewsbury Media Connection. This $426,244 is received in from Selco as part of their franchise agreement with the town of Shrewsbury Board of Selectmen. And it funds their entire operating budget for the year. It's basically transferred back out after it passes through the town books in compliance with state law.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, any questions, comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions, comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll now move on to Article 22. Mr. Mizikar?
Thank you very much. This is an article that provides for funding to be received through an agreement with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for revenues and to compensate the town for the cost of providing transportation to children that are in foster care that attend the Shrewsbury Public Schools. It's not a very large sum of money, it's several $1,000s a year, but it's an opportunity that we have to enter into this agreement to receive this new revenue source.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. Any questions or comments from the committee? Mr. Adler.
I'm sorry, this is new. I am not familiar with this. Can you please introduce it to us?
Absolutely. Is Mr. Collins still on the call by any chance? If not, I can try to answer, or I can go through it a little bit deeper. Okay. So this is an initiative that was established at the state level where the state provides reimbursement for any when a foster a child in foster care attends the Shrewsbury Public Schools, we're required to obviously cover the transportation for that student. And the Commonwealth offers a reimbursement if you enter into an MOA with them. And this simply authorizes the establishment of that memorandum of agreement, and then for the town to receive that reimbursement from the Commonwealth on an annual basis. Again, like I said, I think the estimate for fiscal year 20 would have been somewhere around $3,000. So it's not a vast amount of money, but it would go directly to the school department for their use in educational services.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the staff? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, we will move on to Article number 40. Mr. Mizikar?
Article 40 is traditionally Article 1 of the warrant, and it is to receive reports of town officers and committees, which would be a requirement if a standing officer or committee did not submit a written report for the annual town report. Currently, I'm unaware of any reports that are required to be given, but there's no financial impact related to this article, regardless if a report is given or not.
So is this, would we move to defeat, or would we, I mean, I guess we can discuss that when we get into it, but I'm a little curious about.
We can move to accept it, and there's just nothing to accept. I don't
Yeah,
see a reason why we can't just move to approve it.
We would also have, you could delay your recommendation. We'll certainly know by the morning of town meeting if you're gonna, we're hopefully post that. You can make a decision at that time.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Jordan? Jordan, do you have your hand up? Okay. Any questions or comment from the staff? Any questions or comment from the public? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to Article 41. Mr. Mizikar.
Article 41 is normally Article 2, and it is the, or one of the first articles, not necessarily Article 2. It is the establishment, the annual requirement to establish and name the trustees of the Wright and Harlow Charitable Trust Fund. Those individuals who are interested and eligible are named within this motion, and the trust fund currently has a little less than $5,000 in it.
Any questions or comments by the Finance Committee? Any questions or comments by the staff? Any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, we will now move on to the bylaw amendments. Article 31. Is that Mr. Cahill or Mr. Mizikar? Are you going to take the lead?
Article 31 will begin the conversation with Mr. Cahill.
Mr. Mizikar, did you want to do 29 first and then go to 31, or did you want to go right to the bylaws?
I believe that we've already done 29.
Yes. Yeah, 29 is the personnel bylaw.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm following the agenda and not the proceedings.
No problem. So Article 31 is a zoning bylaw with regards to the establishment of new zoning districts, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Cahill through the chair.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the Finance Committee, and thank you to everyone listening. I know you've had 2 very long nights, so and I know this is the end of the second night, so I'm going to be as brief as possible. What I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to talk first about give you a very brief history about how we got to where we are today. I'm going to explain to you what each of the articles is doing in very general terms, and then I'm going to try to preemptively answer some questions that I know that are going to come up. So I am going to try to do a PowerPoint here, so please bear with me, and I'm going to try to get it up and put it on full screen. So 1 second. Okay, can everyone see that? Has that gone full screen?
Yes.
Okay, excellent, great. So I'm just going to go through. I don't have a lot of slides. I promise I have about 11 slides, and I really appreciate everyone's patience with this. So just as I said, I'm going to give you a very brief history. So the proposal for a new town center zoning district has its origins going all the way back to 2016 with the Shrewsbury Master Plan. In the Shrewsbury Master Plan, discussing the town center, the several goals were presented, and then also some very specific tasks were provided. And these tasks were given over to the planning department as tasks that needed to be done by them to improve the town center, right? And to maintain and enhance the character of Shrewsbury's historic town center, and to strengthen and preserve it. So a few of these, those were some of the larger general goals. The exact tasks were to conduct a design study, to determine the limits of the town center, and to make recommendations for parking, building design, streetscape improvements, and wayfinding. And finally, it was to consider developing a business association and or an independent organization that promotes economic and cultural well-being in the town center. So I'm very happy to let you know that the planning department successfully completed all of these tasks by either direct involvement or indirect involvement by aiding the creation of one of these items. So the first thing, in 2018, the town was awarded a grant for the Shrewsbury Town Center Parking Management Plan. This took a tally of the parking in the town center and provided some feedback from the consultant about how we could go about improving parking in the town center. In the same year, in 2018, as many of you probably know, the establishment of the Shrewsbury Town Center Association was undertaken and was successful. And as you know, this organization ran the Yuletide Festival market last December very successfully in the lighting of the green. The Shrewsbury Town Center and Beale School Visioning Study wrapped up last June and provided a report to the town. And the planning department also played a role in helping the Beale Reuse Committee provide recommendations to the Board of Selectmen for reuse of the Beale School property. And finally, as some of you may also know, the wayfinding study wrapped up about a month ago and was presenting to the Board of Selectmen. So the process, after the culmination of all these different tasks were complete, the planning board decided to move forward with what we thought was the next logical step, which was to move forward with a town center zoning district, an independent one that would reflect many of the goals and these kind of ideas that it came out of the visioning study and the data that came out of the parking study and so on. So in the fall of last year, I'm going to turn the page here. The planning department drafted the initial zoning bylaws for the town center, presented it to the selectmen who gave their blessing for us to move forward. In November and December of last year, we held two very well-attended public forums. And in January and February, we held meetings with stakeholders. So we used those meetings to solicit ideas and opinions from residents and the stakeholders, such as the Shrewsbury Town Center Association. And we had some really great feedback. And we were able to incorporate that feedback into our next round, which was drafting the solid language of those bylaws, if you will. And we presented those outcomes to the selectmen, who again encouraged us to move forward. Now, as you all know, things don't always go according to plan, and we were supposed to be presenting this in April. Here we are in July, but that's okay. So we did do the draft, and we based it on, as I said, the data, the visioning study, and the feedback from these public forums. So you're probably asking, well, why did you do 4 articles? Well, we found while we were doing these public forums and asking for feedback from the public, we kept repeating in the same organization, if you will, 4 different topics, so elements to the zoning. We talked about new uses and definitions was one area that we discussed, and we kind of set this up a little bit as the forum. The other one was we talked about how a new town center would be incorporated into existing zoning. That became Article 32. We also found that we kept talking about, well, we're going to need a new subsection for the town center, which turned out to be Article 33, to create those criteria and standards and requirements. And I'm going to explain all this in 1 second, too, to get more detail. And then finally, of course, we had to talk about the district. What would the district zoning boundaries be for the new town center? So given restrictions on time and the fact that we're doing this remotely and it's a little more difficult, and I want to respect everyone's evening here, instead of slapping all the samples down on a slide, I decided to give you kind of the highlights, some of the samples of the new uses. So this is Article 31. Like, as I said, these are the new uses. And of course, with new uses come new definitions. So the first one I brought tonight, I thought I would talk about is vertical mixed use, which I know is very important to people. For those of you who don't know, vertical mixed use is when you have a more than single story building. So you have multiple stories, and we can get into dimensions, what's allowed, and how many stories are allowed in the town center later. But for right now, for understanding what a vertical mixed use is that if you have, say, 2 stories, as you can see in the picture here, the second story may not be be the same as the use on the first story. So you might have a retail on the first story, and you might have residential on the second story. You might have commercial on the second story and retail on the first story, or vice versa, or any type of mix. The whole idea is that it's mixed and it's in a vertical structure. And you can see here too, I put site plan and special permit. Well, we were trying to work through barriers and different triggers, if you will, for oversight by the town and what kind of processes we wanted this to go through. So what we decided was to kind of use an existing structure as our starting off point, in this case, the Amici's building, which has 6 residential units. So up to, we decided what was reasonable was up to 8 residential units would require a site plan only. Anything that's a vertical mixed use or horizontal mixed use, as it were, which is just as it sounds, it's not up and down mixed use, it's left to right, it's on a horizontal plane, would require a special permit as well. So again, another level of the town having an ability to condition these decisions and so on. So a little more local control over kind of larger projects. The next use was by very popular demand at the public forums, as some people might imagine, were microbreweries and nanobreweries. So we found some industry standard definitions for these. Site plan, again, for the smaller one only. So nanobreweries would have site plan approval only, would be by site plan approval only, excuse me, and microbreweries would be by site plan and special permit. So that's another use that we had, and we had to come up with a definition for it. And then finally, one of my pet peeves is the boutique hotel idea, which is kind of a small scale hotel idea, which is no more than 50 rooms, which would be by site plan in the town center. These are very popular among small New England village town centers. You can see them all throughout Brattleboro and Northampton and the like, where you can see these kind of boutique hotels right smack in the center of their towns. They're very attractive usually, and I think it's something, and we had a lot of positive feedback at the public forum about it. So I think it's something the town would like to see, so we're certainly proposing it as a use. Now, I don't want to get into this too much. I just wanted to show you an example of, we also, of course, had to go through the use table schedule and make all these changes. So here you can see microbrewery and nanobrewery and the impact it had on the whole chart. So if you want to see these, and I recommend any town meeting member who's watching or anyone else who would like to look at these, we do have these on our websites, the entire articles and all the language you can see there. So Article 32, as I mentioned earlier, was all about incorporating the new town center zoning into the existing zoning bylaws for criteria and things like site plans, review, signage, lighting, parking. So as you can see here, I put up just a few examples. Again, you can see it all online. And a great idea is this, so obviously the town center is going to have some very unique criteria for it, unlike other zoning districts. So something that's very unique to them in terms of, say, signage, right? Our signage standards and our guidelines are going to be a little different in the town center than elsewhere. So you can see here, we had to put in language that said, all other signage in the town center district shall be governed by the signage standards and guidelines in section 7U, which is, of course, the next article, Article 33, which would set up the new subsection. So in places where it doesn't match what we already have, it says, please refer to the new section and things of that nature. On the right-hand side, again, you can see on the bottom right, any vertical or horizontal mixed use has been put under things that trigger site plan approval by the planning board. So this one's very procedural, Article 32. It's substantive to a point, but for the most part, it's just trying to incorporate what's going into the town center into what exists already today. And then we get to Article 33, which is kind of the crux of everything here. So Article 33 would establish this new standalone town center subsection of the zoning bylaw. And at the beginning of it, and you don't see it here because just for time and space, the subsection really begins by laying out the overall vision the town has for the town center. And you can read that vision as you go through the article, and the criteria the planning board is going to use when evaluating proposed developments. And I think that's very important, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit later, because I am going to mention the Beal thing at the very end. And then this is followed by, so those kind of are what you see at the beginning. It also has a dimensional section, which again, I just didn't have space to put this up. And then this is followed by the specific standards and requirements that need to be met for development in the town zoning district. So that includes things like the dimensional standards, like I mentioned, for setbacks and lot coverage, but then also things for, as you can see here, building design and architecture, parking and pedestrian areas, lighting and signage and landscaping, right? Kind of the things that you would think about when you think about what makes up a quintessential New England village, town center, and what are we going to need for that. So as you can see here, actually, these images that you see here, these figures are actually pulled right out of the zoning bylaw. And I think it's important to understand that up until now, Shrewsbury zoning bylaw has had no images in it, really. I put in one, I think, 2 years ago at town meeting, and we really wanted this to be a visual aid, not just to developers, but to the town, the board members, to town residents, so that really, if the language isn't getting through, then certainly people can see these concepts and understand them and really grasp them and understand what it is we're talking about when we're talking about things like combined parking, or what are we talking about when we're talking about buffers along sidewalks. So we wanted to be very visual with this, because it's a visual, exciting, and fun process to look forward to, and we just want to make sure that's out there. So then finally, we have the last article, Article 34, which is the proposed town center zoning district boundaries. So while the new zoning district, if approved, would replace the limited business district, it would also be expanded as proposed slightly eastward to encompass those lots along Main Street that are already being used as commercial or mixed use lots. So you can see here it's stretching slightly to the east from the pink area, which is the current limited business district. And as you can see, if most of those lots are actually, believe it or not, already being used for office spaces or some kind of mixed use office residential. So we thought that was pretty much in line with the cultural, social, and economic town center on the ground, as it were, and to bring this border around what already exists as perhaps the town center. So also you can see the changes being made is the limited business district currently as it exists cuts through a lot of lots. It does not follow the lot lines. What we're proposing here is that the new district would follow lot lines. Makes it for a much cleaner zoning district. I wish we could do this for all the zoning districts. Maybe one day we will, but for now, I think it makes it for a much more cohesive center area, and it clarifies a lot to landowners and potential purchasers of property and so on, that you don't have to deal with that zoning line coming right through your lot and figuring out what can I do with it. So that brings us to the final section. And again, I'm trying to anticipate some questions here by answering them up front. And I think one of the biggest questions I think we're going to have, because it's such a hot topic right now, is how exactly does the town center zoning impact development at the old Beal School site? There is, of course, currently an RFP being drafted, a request for proposal for those at home who do not know what an RFP is, asking developers to step forward with ideas for projects and developments. So the real question is how is it going to impact that? Well, it provides potential to developers with the communities. It provides potential developers with the community's vision for the town center. As I said before, it really shows at the beginning of the Article 33. It really lays out what the vision is for the town. What's the town imagining? So even just leaving aside exactly dimensions and setbacks and all that for a moment, we really want developers to come in and say, well, what does this town want? What are they going to accept from us, right? And of course, the new zoning, I mean, we want it to work together, and we worked with the members of the Beal Reuse Committee and now the Beal RFP Committee to make sure what they were looking at and recommending to the selectmen, that they matched up with what we were proposing as well for the town center. So also the town center zoning, it would help establish the processes and criteria for development at the Beal site. All those things I talked about, what would trigger site plan approval, special permit approval, what kind of lighting requirements and standards would there be? So, but I also wanted to mention, as you can see here, that zoning is never written in stone. And I think those of us who've been around long enough remember that Lakeway Commons and the new Market Basket project, both of those, we had to tweak the zoning to make exactly what it was they were proposing fit. So if someone were to come forward with a great idea for the Beal School, or I guess an idea that certainly a large majority thought was a great idea, and it didn't quite fit what we were asking for in zoning, we can always come back to town meeting and just tweak it enough to make it work for them and make it work for the town. So then another concern that we heard a lot, especially at the public forums, were would existing landowners have to make their buildings conform if this zoning passes? The short answer is no. It doesn't force anyone to tear down anything. Your use can continue. Dunkin' Donuts can continue. The gas stations can continue as is. There's no reason for them to come down. However, I think this is the real important part, is what it's providing. It's not so much a negative as what it's providing for the future and looking forward into the years and decades ahead about providing these future owners and or existing owners with new and creative opportunities and possibilities for developing their property if they want to, right? So I think that's key there, is if they want to. So it may not change right away, and that kind of leads into our third question, is how quickly. And we got this, I was shocked. We got this question all the time. Was not so much a negative question. It was, and I've not heard this before at many meetings, so I was very impressed with it, was how quickly can we change the town center? How quickly can the town expect to see changes if the articles are approved at town meeting? And as I often have to explain, is that zoning isn't development, right? Zoning makes development possible within certain parameters. And again, it sets that vision up for everyone, but it doesn't make it happen. So this could take time. It could take years, hopefully not decades and decades, but in time you would see the town center develop into that traditional New England town village center. And I believe that the culmination of 4 years of work that the town and all of the staff that I've worked with in the town hall, that we really have a great product here. We have a really good outcome, and I'm proud of it. And I'd love to hear your feedback. But before we do that, I did just want to mention, if you want to view the complete text of these articles, you can go to the Shrewsbury, Mass. Yeah, you can get this through the planning department or planning board webpage. You can get to the proposed town center rezoning page. You can also, can always reach out to me. I'm usually available at my email address, or Emily Larson, or administrative assistant, or just give us a call. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cahill. I certainly want to applaud all the work that you've done on these 4 articles and the vision that you're putting forth for the town center. It's not very often that I go read through articles and actually start to get a little bit excited. So, and I agree with you. I do think the addition of the images and so forth really conveyed the vision along with the text. So I think that it's a good step forward. One of the questions that I have is that I understand that as new development comes in, that obviously that this would be the blueprint. But when you get to things like lighting and so forth, is that more of a town initiative, or how would we start to see some of that lighting come into the center of town?
Right. So I spoke with Michael Hale, now recently retired, not right before he left. I guess it probably was right before COVID hit, actually. He and I sat down and had a meeting about this. And there is a section of the proposed bylaw that actually deals with, and I put this in, I worked with him on the language. He actually provided me the language, really, about working with Selco on this. So we have language in there. And I think as most people, or maybe I don't know most people, a lot of people know, is Maple Street is actually Mass DOT, right? Controls most of Maple Street. So there's going to be a lot of cross collaboration going on here. And we've tried to write it in such a way, you'll see it actually, if you take a look at the language for sidewalks. I worked with Horsley Witten on this because they've worked in other towns too, where they have to do this cross collaboration between private, 2 layers of public, right? Local and state. So we have the flexibility in there to work through it. So we have that goal, but then we have the language that the applicants shall work with the state as needed, or with the town as needed, to provide the infrastructure. So we have those lights, and I think we're going to have to probably do it by a case basis. I'm not sure. I think you're right on, and we have thought about it, but I think it's going to have to be maybe something we work out with Selco, exactly how it will work with the new lighting. A lot of the lighting we have actually is quite nice. We actually have some period lighting that works really well already, and I certainly don't want to see that go away. I don't think anyone does. I think where we're going to run into the more challenging aspects is going to be with the sidewalks, and where do the right of ways end, and the private the land begins. So getting that 8 to 10 foot sidewalks, we have a nice path with lots of trees and things of that nature. So I think I'm right there with you, but I do think that we allow for it in the zoning, and I think the contribution Michael made, I think take a look at it. It is really good, and I think it kind of addresses what you were talking about.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, any questions on Articles 31, 32, 33, 34? Mr. Adler.
Yes, thank you, Bernie. I love this. This is fantastic. The years that the town center committee's been working on. I know this is only one part of it, but this is each part of this is so optimistic, and it shows a growth and a development and a plan, which you often don't see in a lot of towns, especially in their town centers, where there's a desire to remain static. And this shows a good foresight without having to let all control go away. I have a very small question about the map. There's this little zig down Summer Street. I guess that's behind the Catholic Church. What is that about, please? It seems
the zig behind the, hold on a second, let me pull it up locally here.
It goes about 5 parcels down Summer Street. I don't know if that's because that's all really just the church property or if it's something else. I'm hoping you can address that.
Summer Street. I am still looking. Oh, sorry. That church. I'm looking at the wrong church. Yes. So that is all owned by the church, those parcels.
Okay.
So I had some discussions with Kristen Lass about this, and I forget who else we talked to. We talked to quite a few people about this. We thought it made sense that if we were going to include the church lot, you'd probably want to include all of the lots that the church owns. It would be unusual if the church sold off only a portion of their property. I mean, it could happen, but we thought already there is enough activity on those lots that it would make sense to include it. And certainly with the controls in the bylaw, I am not too concerned about anything coming in there that the board couldn't condition to make it reasonable for the neighbors in that area. It's probably not the most likely place that you're going to see the development just because it's off the main street, and any new development likes that visibility. But that is the reason why.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, any further questions or comments from the staff? Okay, seeing none, any questions or comments from the public?
This is Kristen Lass. If I could just make one comment. I'd really like to applaud the work of the planning department, including Mr. Cahill. This was an extremely thought out, thorough process that brings true planning together, and he should be very proud of his work and our teamwork together related to bringing this so cohesively to the Finance Committee and to town meeting. And it has been, I know, a bit of a struggle to have to wait 2, 3, 4 months for this to come to town meeting, but it's a true effort, and would like to applaud him in that fashion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the public?
Yes, I have a comment.
Can you please identify, share your name and your address?
Yes, my name is Paul Schwab. I'm at 38 Browning Road.
Okay, Paul, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Cahill, I wanted to thank you for all the work that you've done on this and the planning board as well. You guys have done a tremendous job trying to vision this, and it's obviously a ton of work has gone into it. One thing, speaking as I'm also the chair of the Historical Commission, that I was hoping to see in this and appears not to be in there is provisions around historic preservation in the data that went out in the comments that we gave in the some of the open forums back in the fall. That was one of the things that we heard come up quite a bit. We've already lost one significant historic home that's in this proposed district, the former Allen Funeral Home, the Thomas Ward House. I'm curious as to how this set of bylaw changes is going to incorporate historic preservation, if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is something we struggled with not in a bad way, in a good way. We thought about this a lot, and we actually met, as I said, we met with stakeholders back in January and February. We did meet with the Historic District Commission, and there was at one point some language towards historic preservation. From what I recall from that meeting in January, is that it was actually asked by the HDC to remove the language because it was too broad-based and not specific enough. There was a lot of question around what is the definition of historic, how do you define it, and more importantly, how would the planning board define it, not being experts on historic buildings. So I would say that most of the uses, if not all of them, but a lot of the uses that you'll see that are being proposed would fall under a special permit requirement. And special permits can be denied by the planning board if there's a legitimate reason and a well thought out reason that the board gives for it. So if something constitutes a demolition of, I don't know, let's just say the brand new library, because that's never going to happen. So the brand new library, someone were to say, I want to buy that and I want to turn it into a giant hotel, that would be a special permit. The board would say, we'd hear from the residents, and the board hopefully would respond to that and say, no thanks. I think it's something that's going to go along with the ongoing discussion that's been in town for a long time about historic preservation and the whole, I'm totally blanking on me, the actual phrasing of it is the demolition delay bylaw, which has been spoken about, and that's not so much at a zoning level, that's at a general bylaw level. So I think that really is why we pulled it from it, but I'm not too concerned also, because if you read through the bylaws, the bylaw very specifically states the preservation of the historic town center, the traditional nature of it, the traditional buildings, the traditional way you have the more denser development. So I think to tear down one of these buildings, the board's not going to look too favorably upon it unless there's a very good reason to do it. But you're right, we didn't have it in there, and like I said as well, this isn't in stone. And if there is something in the future we think we can add in a reasonable way and make it work, then it's certainly something the planning board and the planning department is going to consider. So I don't think it's over yet, and I think for that it's just going to be another discussion to move forward with.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Cahill, for your presentation. We're now going to move on to Article 35.
Yep, that's me too. I'm going to throw it up for you. 1 second. It should just take a... And it's not coming up. All right, hold on. This does it for me sometimes. I will just... Sometimes it doesn't show up when I want it to. It's not recognizing the file. Oh, now it is. All right, we're in luck. Okay. So this is Article 35. So what this is doing, the current zoning at the moment, so let me give you a very brief background. 2 years ago, the town at special town meeting approved marijuana establishments in town and in various districts. So the different types of marijuana establishments were assigned different districts, zoning districts where they were allowed by special permit. Two of those that, again, they're already allowed in 2 districts are the marijuana cultivators and craft marijuana cultivator cooperatives, just because we need a really long name for their use, in the office research and limited office research. What this would do is allow them to operate in the limited industrial district as well. And that's currently where independent testing laboratories and product manufacturers are also allowed. So I'm going to scroll down here to the map, if you can see that. So the limited, so right now where it's allowed is this the pink area you can see just northwest of the 140-290 interchange, that parcel of land. And then down here on the bottom right, you can see that pink area is also where they'd be allowed, and this small purple area, they were allowed. These are where it's currently allowed. The blue areas you can see here, this is the limited industrial district. As you can see, it's mostly along the Route 20 industrial corridor. So it's a pretty heavily industrialized area. And the reason this is coming forward is because the Board of Selectmen, Town Manager's Office, and the Planning Department's office continue to receive phone calls with interest in this area of town for a marijuana cultivator or cultivator cooperative. So in response to that, the Board of Selectmen asked the Planning Board to consider adding the district, the limited industrial district, as a zoning district where these two uses are allowed. And again, independent testing laboratories for marijuana and marijuana product manufacturers are already allowed in this district as well. So this would mirror where those are already, and provide a lot more land area, especially along Route 20 and down here, Centec Park. This is Fortune Boulevard down there in the corner. And that's really it for this one. It's pretty straightforward what's being asked, I think. So oh, sorry, Madam Chair, go ahead. I'll let you ask if there's any questions.
That's okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Adler.
Thank you. Why are there a differential between the marijuana cultivator and craft marijuana cultivator cooperative? Why do we have to have two separate lines for that, please?
Yep, so that goes back a couple years now, but that is actually definitions that the state was using when they were drafting template bylaws for towns, when they were providing templates to people. So that is found in towns across the state. That's just, so we just went with what the state was offering really at the time. I agree. I'm not disagreeing, but sometimes it's easier to go along than to fight that. But maybe that's something we can change in the future and lump them all together.
I don't think that's really worth a lot of time. It seemed weird, but everything has a reason. Fine.
I'm sorry, can you define what's the difference between the two?
Yes, the marijuana cultivate. Well, so essentially the difference is, and I don't have the definitions in front of me, but the difference is the craft marijuana cultivator cooperative has regulations around being essentially a small local business is how they control it, where the marijuana cultivator without the craft cooperative part can be a large, not multinational firm, but national company. So that's how they differentiate them. One is a small business in town with locals running it, and the other one could be, I'm trying to think of some of the big players, but it's not coming to me. Like the one, who's ever opening up on Route 9 right now? Like that's a national company that's running that store. And the other one's a small business.
Okay, and these cultivators, are these where they're completely growing?
I wouldn't expose you to that.
Yep, hold on. I can pull up the definition. So a craft marijuana cultivator cooperative is comprised of residents of the Commonwealth as a limited liability company or limited liability partnership under the laws of the Commonwealth, or an appropriate business structure as determined by the Commission. That would be the Cannabis Control Commission, and that is licensed to cultivate, obtain, manufacture, et cetera, brand marijuana and marijuana products, or deliver it to consumers. So that's the craft marijuana cultivator. Marijuana cultivator is just an entity licensed to cultivate, process, and package marijuana, to deliver marijuana to establishments, transfer it to other establishments, but not to consumers. So that's your difference.
Excuse me, Judy, this is Hannah.
Hi, Hannah.
Could I just chime in for a second?
Certainly.
The primary difference is that the marijuana cultivators would be one entity, one business. The craft cultivators are many smaller entities together in one operating structure.
Okay, thank you. So you're basically saying that a craft cultivator inside a structure would be individual entities as opposed to
they have come together. So basically the goal was to be able to allow smaller players to be able to get entrance into this market space so they can join essentially a cooperative or together and be working as opposed to a larger, more well-financed entity who could do this on their own.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Hannah.
Any other questions or comments from committee members? Any further questions, comments from staff? Any questions or comments from the public? Okay, thank you, Mr. Cahill. We're now going to move on to Article 30.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Judy, what article are we moving on to?
We're moving on to Article 37.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
I can take this article.
Thank you.
So Article 37 seeks to adopt Mass General Law Chapter 148, Section 26H, which requires sprinklers in boarding houses. The town of Shrewsbury is one of the very few municipalities in the Commonwealth who has not adopted this state regulation. In the building inspector's research, it appears that this was a local adoption law put in place as far back as 1989. And the town may have decided not to adopt it at that time because lodging and boarding houses were not an allowed use. We do have those uses in the bylaw at this time, and we have recognized that there are some uses within the community. Therefore, the building inspector and the fire chief have brought this to our attention that it's in the best interest of the town to have this requirement in place. And this law would apply to existing lodging houses and boarding houses and requires a sprinkler system to be installed within 5 years of adoption of the law. Currently, the building code is now more restrictive and does require sprinkler systems if a new use of this type were to be established.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee?
Judy, this is Hannah. I have one question, please.
Please.
Kristen, can you just remind me what's the definition of a boarding house?
Let me pull up the bylaw. So a boarding or rooming house, a building or premise other than a hotel, inn, motel, tourist court, or lodging house where rooms are let and where meals may be regularly served by prearrangement for compensation, not open to transient guests, in contradistinction to hotels, restaurants, and tourist homes open to transients. And then, go ahead.
How many do we have in town?
I would have to get you that number. I do not have that off the top of my head. And then lodging houses is a building or portion thereof situated on a single lot containing 5 or fewer rooms provided for the temporary occupancy of paying guests who are lodged with or without meals, and in which cooking facilities may be provided an essential kitchen for them.
So if we adopt this bylaw now, does it sit there until something triggers it? Or is it do they need to add sprinklers now if they're operating as a boarding house and lodging?
They would have 5 years to comply.
Okay, so it wouldn't matter, though. It has nothing to do with, usually a lot of these things are triggered by if you're doing major renovation work, something, but this is a time defined. You must do it within 5 years, regardless if you're doing nothing else.
That is correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Are boarding houses, do they have to be registered with the town?
We do not require registration at this time, no.
So technically, we're not aware if someone is operating as a boarding house then?
Not unless it's brought to our attention if someone comes in for additional permitting or a property sells or something like that.
Okay.
But if this were adopted, we'd certainly put out appropriate messaging. And whether people read that or not is yet to be seen.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the Finance Committee?
Sorry, Judy, can I have a follow-up?
Absolutely.
So just to that point, if we don't know in town, like if we have these, will this impact, let's say that somebody who is structured like one and they go to sell it, but they're not aware of this. If they within any time now in the next 5 years goes to sell this, will they be required to make that investment before it's sold?
I don't know to my knowledge if they're required to make that investment before it's sold. I think it's within 5 years of the adoption of the bylaw is how I'm reading it.
Okay, so I think it'd probably just be important that we make sure in a transaction though that any potential seller or buyer, in addition to getting out there to people who this is going to impact, you know, if somebody was looking at buying it, I think making sure they're aware of this additional responsibility, because it would certainly weigh into, I think, the negotiation of a cost of a sale.
Sure.
I think Hannah brings up a good point, but did you not say that we're one of the few towns that do not have this requirement?
We're one of the few towns who have not adopted this provision of Mass General Law.
Okay, so when you say one of few, like how many?
I will get that information from the building inspector's office. She's probably more familiar with that than I am.
All right. Because I do think that if you're talking, like if we're in the vast minority, then if someone was purchasing sort of a boarding house and the vast majority of places have this requirement, then it would be less of a surprise. I'm not taking away anything that Hannah mentioned, but I do think that if it is fairly commonplace, then it shouldn't necessarily catch people by surprise. Any other comments or questions by the committee? Mr. Adler?
Yes, hi. I'm concerned about that we haven't done this in the past, and I'm glad that we're doing it now. You know, boarding houses, really lodging, it's those small buildings, homes, whatever you want to call it, with guests. That's the stuff that concerns me. And putting sprinklers in there seems kind of a no-brainer. And it's kind of, I know it's a difficult project to undertake. I know it's an expensive project to undertake, but it's a necessary project for the safety of the guests. So I'm glad we're finally catching up. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, just what are the penalties for not installing the sprinkler system within the 5 years?
It would be an order from the building inspector's office to remedy the situation. And then if that's not taken care of, you have to escalate it up and it would go to housing court from that point forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Any other questions or comments from staff? Any questions or comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, I believe, Mr. Mizikar, if I'm not mistaken, that completes our review of the articles. Do you agree with that? That there aren't any more for us to discuss?
I certainly agree.
Okay, then may I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
May I get a second?
Second.
Okay, so now we will do a roll call. Mark Adler?
Aye.
Vikram Chhabra?
Present.
Aaron Howard? Oh, Aaron, did you say aye? Oh, okay. Hannah Kane?
Aye.
Mark Murray?
Aye.
Jordan Rubin?
Aye.
Carlos Garcia?
Aye.
Judy Vetter? Aye. This now closes the public hearing. Okay, so now we are going to move on to the deliberation and action. We're going to move on to the deliberation discussion of the articles, and then we'll vote on them. So, Mr. Mizikar, you said at the top of the meeting that we could do these in groups. What is a logical grouping? I mean, can we do articles 1 through 10, or?
I mean, my recommendation to the committee is that, I mean, you could go as broad as everyone wants to recommend the whole warrant. I think that's a little bold. I can, tell you that certainly articles, well, I mean, we grouped them together in different classifications in your 2 agendas. With the first grouping being related to non-operating financial articles. So
Okay.
I don't know if you want to try that approach.
Okay,
I'm
so
not sure the best way.
all right, well, let's try that. So last night we looked at articles 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 15, 18, 19, 20, and 21. They're all non-operational budget articles. If the committee members can take a few minutes, so that if you have access to last night's agenda, so that would be 4A. Again, that's Article 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 15, 18, 19, 20, and 21.
Judy?
Yes.
I will make a motion if you would like me to at this point.
Okay.
I move that we recommend approval of Articles 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 15, 18, 19, 20, and 21.
Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Is there any discussion on any of these articles? And are there any of these articles that we were going to actually wanted to defeat?
That's a very good point. Kevin, there were a couple at the beginning, I think were like that.
Yeah, Article 1 is one of them. That's a great point. Sorry, I led you astray.
Nice catch, Judy. You got that. Okay, I will amend my motion. That is it. Just Article 1, Kevin?
Oh,
sorry.
What about 21?
No, I led you astray. Yeah, and 21.
So 1 and 21. I'm going to amend my motion. Just take those 2 out of it. And my motion is now I move that we recommend approval of Articles 3, 4, 5, 6, 15, 18, 19, and 20. Did you get those? Kristen, you're recording this, right? Did you get those? Okay. I move approval that we recommend approval of those.
Second.
Okay. Is there discussion of Articles 3, 4, 5, 15, 18, 19, or 20? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call on my papers are all messed up. Where's my roll call? Here it is. Okay, sorry, too many papers going here. All right, so now we'll do a roll call. So this is a roll call in favor of approval of these articles. Mark Adler?
Aye.
Vikram Charbor?
Aye.
Aaron Howard?
Aye.
Hannah Kane?
Aye.
Mark Murray?
Aye.
Jordan Rubin?
Aye.
Carlos Garcia?
Aye.
Judy Vetter? Aye. So those articles are recommended by the Finance Committee.
Judy?
Yes.
Kevin, were there any other articles other than 1 and 21 that we were going to recommend
defeat. I believe there was one we took today, wasn't there?
There was, yes.
Why don't we loop those together just for fun? I know there'll be others that may be controversial, but there were the ones that were not controversial.
I think you're referring to 40, but it wasn't to defeat. It was to not take any action on it yet.
Right. Oh, that's it. Yes, thank you. That was Hannah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Then I will move that we, if that's all right with you, Judy, I will move that we recommend a defeat of Articles 1 and 21.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to defeat Articles 1 and 21. Take a roll call. Mark Adler?
That is, just so I understand, it's a motion to recommend defeat. We aren't actually approving or disapproving. We just recommend or not.
Right.
Aye.
Defeat.
I think it's a motion to not recommend. I don't think
I'm sorry, we have to make a recommendation. If we don't make a recommendation, if we move that we don't make a recommendation, then we aren't doing what we have to do, which is recommend something. We either recommend approval or we recommend the town meeting say yes, or we recommend the town meeting say no, but we have to make a recommendation.
No, we actually make recommendations or we don't make recommendations. I think isn't the language in the book, Finance Committee recommends or Finance Committee does not recommend?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
then I would be saying the Finance Committee does not recommend approval of this article, but we have to have some action. So, but that's fine. That's fine, Hannah.
Okay, so the motion is, and what we're voting on is for the Finance Committee to not recommend Articles 1 and 21. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you. Mark Adler?
Aye.
Vikram Chhabra?
Aye.
Karen Howard?
Aye.
Hannah Kane?
Aye.
Mark Murray?
Aye.
Jordan Rubin?
Aye.
Carlos Garcia? Judy Vetter? Aye. Okay, so that then takes us down to articles. These were the capital improvements and utility capital improvement plans for fiscal year 2021 is Article 9, 11, 13, and 14.
Judy?
Mr. Adler?
I move that we recommend approval of Articles 9, 11, 13, and 14.
I second.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve Articles 9, 11, 13, and 14. We're now going to take a roll call vote. Mark Adler?
Aye.
Vikram Chhabra?
Aye.
Aaron Howard?
Aye.
Hannah Kane?
Aye.
Mark Murray?
Aye.
Jordan Rubin?
Aye.
Carlo Garcias?
Aye.
Judy Vetter? Aye. It's 9, 11, 13, and 14. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the land disposal and acquisitions, which is Articles 23 through 28. So that's 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
Judy?
Mr. Adler?
I move that we recommend approval of Articles 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
Second.
Is there any, Mr. Garcia?
I'm sorry. Is Article 27 another one that we are recommending, or not recommending, rather? When I'm looking at it.
Which is that, Carlos? 27?
Ah.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. That is the one.
Not to recommend, yep.
Yep. I'm going to back off my motion and just restate it for clarity's sake. It was that move that we recommend approval of Articles 23, 24, 25, 26, and 28.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All right. So now we have a motion and a second to recommend approval of 23, 24, 25, 26, and 28. I'm going to take a roll call vote. Mr. Adler.
Aye.
Vikram Chabra.
Aye.
Aaron Howard.
Aye.
Hannah Kane.
Aye.
Mark Murray.
Aye.
Jordan Rubin.
Aye.
Carlo Garcia.
Aye.
Judy Vetter. Aye. Mr. Adler.
Judy?
Thank you.
Hannah, would you like to do 27?
Mr. Adler, can you make a motion, please?
Okay, I move that we not recommend Article 27.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. We now have a motion and a second to not recommend Article 27. We will now take a roll call vote. Mr. Adler.
Aye.
Mr. Chabra.
Aye.
Ms. Howard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Rubin.
Aye.
Mr. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Vetter. Aye. The Finance Committee does not recommend Article 27. Okay, so now we are moving on to articles funding for outside entities. This is Articles 17 and 39.
Judy?
Mr. Adler?
I move that the Finance Committee recommend approval of Articles 17 and 39.
I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve Articles 17 and 39. Is there any discussion on these? Seeing none, I'm going to move to a roll call vote. Mark Adler?
Aye.
Vikram Chabra?
Aye.
Aaron Howard?
Aye.
Hannah Kane?
Aye.
Mark Murray?
Aye.
Jordan Rubin?
Aye.
Carlos Garcia?
Aye.
Judy Vetter? Aye. Okay, thank you. So that takes care of the articles that we discussed last night. We're now going to move on to the articles that we discussed this evening. So we have, just trying to think here. Let me move on to. So
today's agenda.
Let's take Article 29. This is the personnel bylaw.
29. Where? I'm sorry. Where are you?
Article 29, which is the personnel bylaw.
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Is there any discussion on Article 29? Seeing none, then we have a motion and a second to approve Article 29. I'll now take a roll call vote. Mr. Adler?
Aye.
Vikram Chabra?
Aye.
Aaron Howard?
Aye.
Hannah Kane?
Aye.
Mark Murray?
Aye.
Jordan Rubin?
Aye.
Carlos Garcia?
Aye.
Judy Vetter? Aye. Finance Committee recommends Article 29. So Article, let's see. So we got.
Judy, I make a motion to approve Articles 26, 28, and 30.
I think we should take 30 separate.
Okay.
So 36 and 38, is that what
Oh, you're right. I mean 26 and 28.
You mean 36 and 38?
Sure.
Thank you.
No.
No?
Aren't we?
Hannah, are you just going off the agenda for today? Where are you going?
No, I thought it's fine. Whichever two you just said, Judy, 36 and 28. Then.
Judy, let's just
Down.
finish the bylaw amendments. Can we do those?
I thought you were going to order from today.
Well, I was going in the order that we took things this evening, Hannah.
Oh, okay.
So,
yeah, that's what I
I
thought.
don't have those in front of me. The problem is I can't recite them if I can't see them. I'm just going off the printed
So,
agenda.
okay, so so let me just do this then. Let's just do Article 36 that's Mr. Donahue's presentation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's take these separately, okay? So let's take Article 36. This is yes. This
I move that we approve. I move that we recommend approval of Article 36.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, I just want to remind everyone that we are voting on Article 36, which is the article that Mr. Donahue presented. Is there any discussion on Article 36? Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve Article 36. I'm going to take a roll call vote. Mark Adler?
Aye.
Vikram Chabra?
Aye.
Aaron Howard?
Aye.
Hannah Kane?
Aye.
Mark Murray?
Aye.
Jordan Rubin?
Aye.
Carlos Garcia?
I'm going to recuse myself from this one.
That's correct. Thank you.
And I apologize for my earlier question. I am still adjusting to the new role.
It's okay. Judy Vetter, aye. So Article 36 is approved and recommended by the Finance Committee. So will take us to Article 38, which is Article 38 is the donation bins. Okay, Article 38 is related to the donation bins. Can I get a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion related to Article 38? Mr. Adler.
I'll be brief. I don't like this article much. I agree that the bins are a terrible eyesore, but it doesn't seem like it's something that either the town needs to regulate or that the regulations are actually going to help. It seems to me like what we've got here is if like someone's dumpster behind their lot is not being taken care of well, then that should be taken care of in that way. But it's about private parties acting in a private way on their private land. So I don't want to beat this one to death, and I don't think I'm going to be in the majority on it, but I am going to dissent on the vote from this one.
Okay. Any further comments on or discussion on Article 38?
I think I would just clarify that I don't think it came out of a concern about somebody's dumpster in their business setting. I think it is more, I know there's one on Route 9 just past Hooters that a lot of people have commented about, the donation bills, where people just drop off anything that they want to drop off and it overflows and is an eyesore. I think that's what prompted this. I don't bylaw to be generated.
If I may, I agree. I think that's exactly the case that generated it. I drive by that all the time, and it's awful and it's ugly. But again, there are plenty of things in the world that are visually awful and visually ugly, but they aren't an actual problem that needs to be regulated. It's just, like I don't like the color of your house. I don't like you leaving your car on without the tires on. It's just a visual thing, and it shouldn't be something I feel like we should either be getting involved with, or getting involved is really going to help.
Could I just ask? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Ms. Vetter.
Certainly, go ahead.
I just could I ask a clarifying question to the town manager then? The way that I read this, it's the donation collection bin. Is it not? Was the issue not so much that we don't have anything by which we can hold people accountable who have placed these donation bins on property?
That's correct. Under the current situation, anyone could place that bin, a bin tomorrow. Some limitations, but they don't have to notify the town. We don't have any way to incentivize them to clean it up.
Aaron?
I mean, I think the problem is that, the one that Stop and Shop is another one, that the bins get full and people start leaving stuff outside them, and the property owner and the owner of the bins, in some cases, don't do anything about it, don't clean it up. And it seems perfectly reasonable for me. I mean, we have rules about residential eyesores and everything. It seems perfectly reasonable that we should, legislate that you can't just let junk lay around for weeks or outside your bin that you're getting paid for. I mean, the people are making money for having it there typically.
I would agree with that completely. Another bin that is an eyesore is the one that's down here on Route 20. And, it accumulates all kinds of stuff. So I agree that we've put through a nuisance bylaw. I think that this is in keeping with that. Any other questions or discussion on Article 38? Okay, so we have a motion to approve and a second. I am now going to take a roll call vote to recommend Article 38. Mark Adler?
Nay.
Vikram Chhabra?
Aye.
Aaron Howard?
Aye.
Hannah King?
Aye.
Mark Murray?
Aye.
Jordan Rubin?
Aye.
Carlos Garcias?
Aye.
Judy Vetter? Aye. So that's, what is that? 7-1. The Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 38 by a 7-1 vote. Thank you. This now takes us to Article 30.
I would make
Judy?
a motion. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Butler.
This was the article that was presented by Mr. Molina.
Judy?
Mr. Adler.
I move that we recommend approval of Article 30, the petition.
Second.
We have, so is there any discussion on Article 30?
Ms. Vetter, could I make a comment?
Certainly.
I would just like to voice my agreement for Mr. Mitzigar's comments that he made. For me, it's not a philosophical question. I've long supported this at the legislative level. I think it's a question of timing. And I think our role as FinCom, well, some people may view this as allowing it to go forward to be put on a ballot. The way it will get represented is that FinCom supports this article. And I think that there's a real responsibility for us to provide the financial direction and impact. So for me, this Finance Committee in the 6 years I've been on it has been continuously talking about the need to prioritize a new police station. And so I think that for that reason, I feel a responsibility to speak clearly to people that I think that is the priority for the community. And certainly I would support this at a different period of time if there wasn't something else, but I feel the need to be very clear about where we are at in November and the questions that we're going to be asking. I think it's also in light of the situation of the pandemic and the economic strife. We have double digits unemployment, and we're probably not coming out of that in the next couple of months. So from my perspective, it is not a question of worthiness, it's a question of timing. And so for that reason, I'm going to be voting not to recommend.
I'd like to say that I hear the comments, but at the same time, I feel that the voters should have an opportunity to decide what they think the priority is. Now, what I might do as an individual at the voting box may be something different, but one of the things that, that I have found frustrating sometimes is that Years and years ago, there was a group of us that wanted to have an operational override because we weren't happy with the cuts that were being made to the school, but yet an operational override wasn't put on the ballot. Whether it would have passed or not, we were denied the opportunity to vote for that. I do hear what you're saying, Hannah, because the wording in the warrant will be what the Finance Committee recommends, but there are votes where the Finance Committee has said that it recommended something because the philosophy behind it was that they wanted to give the voters the opportunity to decide basically where they want to put their money. So although I certainly respect your opinion and that of Mr. Mizakar's, I actually will be supporting this article. Is there any other discussion on this article? Ms. Erin Howard?
I certainly respect Mrs. Kane's, Mr. Mizakar's opinion. I don't agree that approving this would be saying that the police station is not a priority. I certainly fully support the need for a new police station. I think the voters have always have a history of strong support for new capital projects, and it remains to be seen what they think about this and whether they will want to pass this as well or put it off till another time. But I trust them to make that judgment, and I think that this, I will be supporting it.
Ms. Vedder, I'm sorry, can I make one more comment, please?
Absolutely.
I just want to note that actually the voters in Shrewsbury don't have a long history of supporting capital projects. They have a long history of not voting them in on the first time. It wasn't until we did the Sherwood Middle School that we got a vote on a first time for that capital type of project. And the reason that we got it is we had a very clear message of consistency across all boards and presented it as a financial investment, which I also believe is how we need to talk about the police station building. But I think that, for me, I worry that when you put two things out there at the same time, it is going to not give clarity in terms of importance. And so that is my concern. Again, it's not diminishing what CPA, the value it can bring to a community. It is that I think our community deserves a lack of clarity in terms of importance when we're asking people to use their property tax dollars. So thank you.
I stand corrected. The other defeats must have been before my time, except for the library, which I knew about.
Any other discussion from the committee? Okay, so we have a motion and a second for the Finance Committee to recommend Article 30. We are now going to take a roll call vote. Mark Adler.
Aye.
Vikram Chabra.
Aye.
Erin Howard.
Aye.
Hannah Kane.
No.
Mark Murray.
Aye.
Jordan Rubin.
No.
Carlos Garcia.
Aye.
Judy Vetter. Aye. So I believe that vote was, we got
6-2.
6. Thank you. So 6-2. So the Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 30. And now moves us on to the operating budgets for the financial town and school. So Mr. Mizikar, is there any reason why we can't take 2, 7, 8, 10, 12, and 16 as a group? Mr. Adler?
I move that we recommend approval of Articles 2, 7, 8, 10, 12, and 16.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on Articles 2, 7, 8, 10, 12, and 16? Okay, no discussion. So what we are now, again, we are voting on the Finance Committee recommending Articles 2, 7, 8, 10, 12, and 16. Mr. Adler?
Aye.
Vikram Chhabra?
Aye.
Aaron Howard?
Aye.
Anna Kane?
Aye.
Mark Murray?
Aye.
Jordan Rubin?
Aye.
Carlos Garcia?
Aye.
Judy Vetter? Aye. That now takes us to miscellaneous 22, 40, and 41. So,
May I? Kevin, we were concerned about the reports that were, I think we can still approve this article with the understanding that we will accept whatever reports come forward. And if there are none, we don't need to move to disapprove that. We're just approving whatever reports come forward. I think that would not be ambiguous. That's okay?
I don't have any concerns with that.
okay. All right.
Then I move approval. I move that we recommend approval of Articles 22, 40, and 41.
Can we get a second?
Second.
Any discussion on Articles 22, 40, and 41? Okay, we have a motion to approve and second. We are now going to take a roll call to recommend approval of Articles 22, 40, and 41. Mark Adler?
Aye.
Vikram Chhabra?
Aye.
Aaron Howard?
Aye.
Hannah Kane?
Aye.
Mark Murray?
Aye.
Jordan Rubin?
Aye.
Carlos Garcia?
Aye.
Judy Vetter? Aye. The Finance Committee is recommending approval of Articles 22, 40, and 41. So that now it takes us down to the bylaw amendments. May I suggest that we consider Articles 31, 32, 33, and 34 together?
Sure.
These are the articles that were presented by Mr. Cahill.
Sure, that's fine. If I may make a motion.
Please.
I move that we recommend approval of Articles 31, 32, 33, and 34.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve and second. Is there any discussion on these articles? Okay, so we are going to take a vote for the Finance Committee to recommend approval of Articles 31, 32, 33, and 34. Mark Adler.
Aye.
Vikram Chhabra.
Aye.
Aaron Howard.
Aye.
Hannah Kane.
Aye.
Mark Murray.
Aye.
Jordan Rubin.
Aye.
Carlos Garcias.
Aye.
Judy Vetter. Aye. The Finance Committee recommends approval of Articles 31, 32, 33, and 34. So let's do these last two individually. Article 35 is related to the marijuana cultivation. Mr. Adler?
Well, I'm sorry, after that, what's left?
Then there's the boarding house one with the sprinklers. So I thought we should take those two separately.
Sure, okay. Article 35. I move that we recommend approval of Article 35.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on Article 35? Okay, excellent. We are now going to take a vote for the Finance Committee to recommend Article 35. Mark Adler.
Aye.
Vikram Chhabra.
Aye.
Aaron Howard.
Aye.
Hannah Kane.
Aye.
Mark Murray.
Aye.
Jordan Rubin.
Aye.
Carlos Garcia.
Aye.
Judy Vetter. Aye. The Finance Committee recommends Article 35 for approval. So now this takes us to Article 37, which is, again, to remind everybody that this is the sprinklers in the boarding house. Mr. Adler?
I move that we recommend approval of Article 37.
May I have a second?
Second.
Excellent. Thank you. Any discussion on Article 37? Okay, no discussion. So now we're going to move to the vote for the Finance Committee to recommend approval of Article 37. Mark Adler.
Aye.
Vikram Chabra.
Aye.
Aaron Howard.
Aye.
Hannah Kane.
Aye.
Mark Murray.
Aye.
Jordan Rubin.
Aye.
Carlos Garcias.
Aye.
Judy Vetter. Aye. The Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 37. And if I think that is all the articles. Does everybody concur with that? All right. So now we are going to move into review and approval of the draft Finance Committee report. Is that something that we can do this evening? Because we were planning on updating that based on the information gathered here. I don't know, Mr. Mizikar, what are your thoughts on? I feel like the report is not ready. Or what?
Well, I mean, there is a couple challenges that we have. So we've updated all the numbers within the document, and kind of as Mr. Segelnik had it drafted. He provided the document earlier this week, and those numbers were updated by Mr. Snowden. There's some content in there that may need tweaking. I was wondering if perhaps the committee would be willing to allow one of their members, along with Mr. Segelnik, if he's able to kind of finalize the report. The challenge is we have to go to print tomorrow by like 10 a.m. for the full book. So
I
it's
thought
really a timing issue. I don't know if
I thought we had discussed that we had until like the beginning of next week originally, but that's not the case.
It is not. We're mailing out on Wednesday the book.
Okay.
I don't know if Mr. Snowden has any further comments as far as the final or the current condition of the report. So,
thank you, Mr. Mizikar. As you said, the report in its current form has the numbers that would be reflected in the warrant for the budget and fiscal projection 2. A lot of it is more narrative based, and some language was added pertaining to the current pandemic. It is more narrative, honestly, and usually the conclusion is an area where the committee wants to make sure that their voice is accurately heard, I guess. To reiterate, though, it will need to go to print first thing in the morning in order to have it turned around for us so we can mail it out.
Is there anyone that, so when you say it has to be mailed out, so we need to review this tonight as a group? Is this where we are, or is there someone that can make final edits tomorrow morning? I originally thought that we were going to have over the weekend, so I was planning on trying to work with John, but I'm not going to be able to work on it tomorrow morning. I have to work.
What is it that needs to be done at this point? I'm sorry. I'm still. I've worked on it in the past. I didn't work on it this year. This year it was Patrick who worked with John, so I'm not really as.
Can I make more info? Is it possible that instead of having it actually be part of the book, that it could be a document that gets mailed in the package to town meeting members? Like instead of having it wrapped inside the town meeting, wouldn't that give a little bit more time to finish the letter?
Yes, that would be an opportunity for us to print it in-house, and it wouldn't be bound in the book.
I mean, we get lots of things that aren't bound in the book. from time to time. I know it's not ideal, but I'm just trying to throw out a suggestion given the timing issue.
I'm happy to facilitate that and make sure we get it printed and included. I think that's probably the best suggestion. We would just need the committee to kind of identify who's going to work with us on it, and we'll be diligent in that on Monday and Tuesday, or Friday and Monday, so we can get it printed on Tuesday and then assembled and out the door on Wednesday.
Is there someone that has the time to work on this?
We can certainly do the. We don't want to put words in the committee's mouth. That's our challenge as staff, but we can get folks up to speed.
Yeah, part of the problem
John not involved anymore.
He was unable to join because he had a medical procedure yesterday. So I just don't know.
It's just that he and Patrick worked on it, and so
that is the issue. Is that he and Patrick worked on it, so we're sort of picking stuff up mid level. I mean,
this is better. May I speak?
Certainly.
David, and I had discussed with Mr. Stegelnik, I'm not going to put words in his mouth, and I think he is intending on still trying to review it. The document that was shared should have some colored text, and the colored text, the red text, are areas that would be the new language that John was hoping to review. The text that's in black has been the work that the committee has either seen before or that Patrick and John felt was concise and to the point. If that helps your review, use that as you need it.
All right. Well, to move things along, I guess I'll try and touch base with John tomorrow, and then over the weekend, then I guess I will. Hopefully, John can pick this up, and he and I can get the final wording. But I think we wanted to fold in some of the information that we received from the school committee and from Mr. Mizakar's report because there's a statement in there, and then COVID happened. So there is some cleanup. I agree that most of the numbers and the charts, but I think it is just the narrative and the conclusion, because what's there, I don't think really, summarizes for the town meeting members, kind of like it needs to acknowledge COVID and the impact. So I think that that's what needs to be done. So hopefully it's not a lot more work. Okay, so I will send email to John, and hopefully he can work on this. So, okay. Is there any more comments on the Finance Committee's report?
Yeah. No, actually, it is what it is.
All right, let's move on to review the meeting schedule. So the pre-town meeting is to be determined, and then the town meeting is it at 8:30? Because one agenda had it at 8:15 a.m. someplace.
No, it's definitely 8:30.
Okay, great. And then, so then that takes us to correspondence. We had email from Chris Maynard, the town moderator, regarding notice of the continuance of the annual town meeting. Email from Representative Kane regarding state spending bill updates. Email from Fire Chief Vonner regarding new engine one. Email from Chris Maynard, town moderator, regarding notice of continuance of the annual town meeting for August 8th. And an email from Representative Kane regarding Governor Baker's 1/12 budget for August. Is there any further comments from the committee? Discussion?
Judy, I move to adjourn.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. We'll now take a roll call vote. Mark Adler?
Dear Lord, I.
Victor Trauber,
Aye.
Aaron Howard,
Aye.
Anna Kane,
Aye.
Mark Murray,
Aye.
Jordan Rubin,
Aye.
Carlo Garcia,
Aye.
Judy Vetter. Aye. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Judy.
Thank you.
Good night,
Good night.
thanks, everyone.
Good night.
Good
Thanks.
night.
Good night.
Good night, all.